and welcome
Hello.
to Conquer the Climb. Very, very excited to be here. Joined with a relatively new face, I feel like, in our local scene. K-Wing, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Yeah, doing pretty good. Very, very excited to be jumping into our grassroots Overwatch tournament that has been painstakingly put together and run beautifully by the Peach ZA, our GOAT, along with everyone in the Kalza Discord, and of course in partnership with ACGL. It's so wonderful that so many people have come together to make this happen. Looking forward to seeing how we do today. Of course, we are in the playoff bracket, and I think that we're going to be in for some really good games today.
Yeah, we've got 3 teams left, and right now we're looking at the upper bracket, something that could be an echo of things to come for the grand finals. We've got 2 teams, both of whom looking to punch their ticket into grand finals. We've got EEA Lunettes versus the Omni Knights, and both of these teams have done incredibly well so far, with the Omni Knights being 3-0 in the group stage. Definitely a powerhouse team coming into the bracket stage, and they've lived up to that reputation.
Now, just for a little bit of a, if maybe you're joining the broadcast and you're not 100% sure what's happening here, you probably saw playoffs and you're like, that's cool, I don't know anything about this tournament, but playoffs. So I'll give you a quick little rundown about what this is all about. I mentioned that it's grassroots, but we've taken that a step further. And what has been put together here is a few teams that are maybe less experienced in terms of, team cohesion and team coordination and playing in these types of tournaments, have been partnered up with some of our local community mentors who have been coaching them over the last little while and showing them the ropes. This is what scrims are like. This is what you need to be doing. This is how you, focus in and how you perform and how you improve and all the nitty gritty important stuff. This is what the meta looks like. These are the heroes that play well together. These are the heroes that are good on this map, etc. And then we threw them into the ring. And I suppose it comes down to which team and their mentor have made the most progress over the course of the last couple of months. And as you said, right, 3 teams left, upper bracket. 1 team here in this first game is going to punch their ticket into that, potentially that grand final. Obviously going to be moving up in the bracket and trying to make their way in. So it's a really, really exciting time, and I can't wait to see, where we go from here. And of course, looking at the teams that you mentioned, Lunettes and Omni Knights, obviously there are some fairly familiar names, I feel like, for some of our local viewers and local players that you should be very familiar with. One of the names that sticks out to me is Jinxie. They've been around the scene since time immemorial, so definitely a name that should be very, very familiar. Flops as well, Token, there's all of these players have played around for quite some time, and I can't wait to see what they're going to bring to the table today.
Yeah, and of course, the 2 names that we shouldn't forget here on the team of Omni Knights is these mentors. And for Omni Knights, that's going to be Sushi Roll with the favorite hero of Brigitte. So maybe we're looking at Long Live Pain and saying, what did you learn from Sushi, and how has that Brig play emerged, and how is this main support going to be thriving? And has Long Live Pain started to develop some new strategies? Are we going to see a completely different side of some of these people that we're pretty familiar with? Of course, they do have some people on the bench, and they also actually do have a coach in Blur. So a couple of names that are helping the dominance so far of the Omni Knights, as now we go to EEA Lunettes.
And again, some familiar names here. I remember Leilu from, Talon earlier this year. She performed incredibly well. It was such a joy to watch. Teamed up with Slap Daddy, so that supportive duo is going to be doing everything they can to keep this team going and keep them alive in these, scuffles. I do love that. Oh no! It looks like Leilu is actually being subbed out. I was so looking forward to seeing her, but instead we're going to have Sleep coming in. This is a bit of an international player, you know, a little bit somebody that brings a different perspective, not one of our local people. And that's really cool because, as I say, right, international perspective, you know, comes from a place where they're probably playing a different meta or they're probably, you know, doing very different things. So that kind of experience could make a big change or be a big determining factor in how they perform today.
Yeah, and for Eagle Eye Academy Lunettes, as that's what that EEA stands for. They have 2 mentors. They have Kuragari and they have Antiablo, excuse me. Both seem to be DPS specialists, so eyes are going to be on Hands of Time and Decaf to see what improvements they've made as we look towards our first map of the series. It's going to be a best of 5 or a first to 3 technically, where we've got Samoa as our control map, and we're going to be rolling through no set map type. So there's a lot more options for the team that does take that loss and will pick the map for what they're going to do as we go now to Volcano.
All right, well, let's dive straight into our first match of the day, guys. It is Conquer the Climb here. Overwatch action coming straight at you. Omni Knights versus the EEA Lunats. And one of the other things I wanted to mention, Blur coaching the Omni Knights, terrifying. Also, a staple in the local South African Overwatch scene, has been around for the longest time, has competed in some of the best teams in the country over the last few years. And of course, one of the big members in the community in terms of the Discord and, you know, keeping up to date with everyone. So I think that brings a huge boon to the Omni Knights. But EEA Lunats, they're going to give it their best, and, well, hopefully they put on a good show for us.
Got 2 very different comps here. Omni Knights showing a dive with an Ash Farah on the DPS line. Definitely not your traditional dive frontline, as the EA Lunettes seem to be playing more of a rush style composition with this Ramatra, as Token gets in some trouble right away from Decaf, chasing them down. But Decaf is going to take some rockets to the jaw, and Token will land 2 kills right at the start, taking a 3rd. Token, that's Omni Knights quickly taking first point.
This is a really cool adaptation. I feel like bringing that Farah out, because you can do so much damage in these close quarter encounters. You want to try and spam that damage as much as possible and chip away so that, you know, your Ashe can get that little bit of cleanup. The Zenyatta as well. The damage orb or the Discord orb can create some huge opportunities.
Hands of Time does have that long range to potentially shut down that Farah, and the Maverick's gonna jump right on the Zen. The Maverick in Hands of Time going to rip through the Omni Knights, and a quick recap for EEA.
Oh, that was a terrifying Ramatra play from him, to be able to get into the backline so quickly, so uncontested as well. You got a little bit of a pocket going on there, Lucio to speed boost you in, and Kiriko to keep you going, and you've got a little bit of like fortification. So you dive in onto those supports, completely annihilate them, and then there's very little that the Omni Knights can do to return fire.
Oh, Decaf was trying to be sneaky with that pulse bomb that they were nearly up to, but could not, was immediately found out. Hands of Time is going to get shut down. An incredible anti-nade to help facilitate that from Sergeant Flops, as Jinxie going to get another successful dive onto the back line. Decaf going to throw out the pulse bomb pretty late into the fight. Nothing will show up in the kill feed for it, but the Omni Knights will take the point, and it's back and forth.
Good little bit of stagger as well on those last couple of kills, so that's going to cause those respawns to come in a little bit slower, and that means that Omni Knights have now taken the lead in terms of the percentage. Plus, they've got some ultimates that are just about to be online, and they already have the nano boost available, so there's going to be a lot that they can do into this next fight. However, Lunat's going to kick things off here.
Oh, and that's an early rampage. Oh, it's the Maverick's gonna get slept up but it's not going to be slept long enough to prevent them from taking out Token, as picks going both ways on the side of Omni Knights and EEA. Jinxie now going to pop Primal just to try and keep point while EEA is still controlling point. So you have to wonder if Jinxie is just sort of prolonging the inevitable at this point, waiting for a bit of respawns, as there goes Decaf trying to focus in on Sergeant Flop. Sergeant Flop's incredibly low, but going to get the kill in the end. Decaf will trade their life for it, but that's a trade you take when you take out the Ana. On a dive comp, Sleep will go down. It's just Manrex, the only support up, but Manrex is gonna go down, and that'll be eventually Omni Knights retaking the point, as these two teams have been going blow for blow.
Oh, goodness. I was wondering how much longer Decaf was going to be able to do that. And that's kind of what Jinxie was doing, right? I totally get you. That Primal Rage seems like, that's a bit of a question mark. But they're able to survive for so long that it allows the rest of their team to regroup, get back together, and recontest onto the point. And yes, they do lose a lot of that space, a lot of the control, but it's back in their favor and it's slowly ticking up. The problem is that Lunets are coming in with 3 ultimates now for this retake.
Yeah, but an early barrage from Token's gonna send 2 right back to spawn, but it's a trade. Both of the supports of Omni Knights are gone. Kama very low. Deadeye will find 1, but it'll get taken out. The Maverick stands alone on point, and I don't know if I think they'll get a touch with the Lucio in the end, so now Omni Knights are gonna be rushing back to point.
Oh, geez, it's going to be the Ana that's going to have to touch. Oh, that's so scary. But there they go. They've managed to do it, and it's a big anti-nade as well to try and create that space. But unfortunately, they come in so unguarded, no shielding, nothing to keep them alive. They're slowly falling to the wayside. And with only Jinxie left to try to contest, that's all she wrote. And E-Lunets will take the first point.
EEA Lunets taken first point, and it was hard fought. That last fight came down to the Annihilation, and the Annihilation alone from the Maverick, that was as close as you can get it. I mean, holding on to that Annihilation to the end of the fight and using it to get 2 kills in the end, it's just fantastic. It's just stellar.
It's great ult management, and that's such an important part of Overwatch. You want to be able to keep cycling those ults as much as possible and getting those huge advantages. But now we move on to our second point, as it now unlocks and our teams start to merge towards, and we've got similar compositions coming out once again. No Pharah this time around, but I think that makes a lot of sense. Instead, we've got the Sojourn, and Sojourn can pack a powerful punch. Oh wait, no, there is a Pharah. I'm dumb.
There is a Pharah on the side of Omni Knights. They're seeing pretty much the exact same compositions, and Sergeant Flops is gonna get taken down immediately at the start, as the Maverick and Decaf are just gonna run rampant in the back line. Along with Pain will take down Decaf, and it looks like EEA Lunets are on their way to taking this point yet again. That's a great boop out of Sleep to keep Jinxie from jumping away back to their team.
It's a good call from Omni Knights to pull back and try to regroup as far as they can. Because if you don't want to have to wait for those respawn timers, you've only lost a few percent, so now you want to try to get back into this as quickly as possible.
That you do, and for Omni Knights, now Kama taking a bit of an off angle, and it's Token and Jinxie finding the picks. Token clean on the Pharah, getting up to that level 3 perk, and just raining down destruction. This is ridiculous. Token's been doing incredible so far.
I think that the combination with Jinxie is also fantastic because Jinxie using that cannon to continuously chip away the HP, and then you have the Pharah rockets coming in to just do that cleanup, that splash damage that's so massive, and it's beautifully done. And then of course you've got the Sojourn, laying down a lot of that suppressive fire, dealing with any of the potential flanks that might come through, and making sure that the Maverick is constantly shut out. It's a great combo that Omni Knights have going on.
Yeah, the Maverick now in some trouble, hit with an anti-nade, but is gonna get that healing from the Kiriko. Token comes into the back line and just decimates Manroxio. That was dirty. Pulse bomb thrown out by Decaf, not finding anything just yet with those. Is gonna get taken down as Omni Knights reclaim the point and will stagger out Sleep on the Lucio.
They managed to control or maintain control of the point here, and that is really important because that continues to tick away. And for the Lunets, they've really struggled to get that ult economy up. Both support ultimates very close to being online, but they're going to have to use those to great effect because remember, we've got a barrage online again, and if Token gets off another nasty barrage like he did earlier, this could be over before it begins.
Now, we've seen just how good Token can be with these barrages, but we might not even need to see it this fight, as Kama and Jinxie are... Oh, wait, Kama's in trouble. The Maverick hitting 2. Beat comes out, and so does a pause.
Ooh, see? Wonder what happened there. Must have been a bit of a tech issue. We'll try and get that sorted. I think somebody... Yeah, there you go. Somebody just disconnected. So we'll get back into that as quickly as possible, but... This has been a great kind of retake from the Lunets. Maverick showing up in the same way that he did in the previous map, getting some really great opening kills and moments of making space for the rest of the team. And it's so big because taking out Token and Karma, both of the DPS now offline, means that the rest of the team has a lot more space to work with. The problem is that they're also missing their own DPSs. So it's kind of tanks and supports versus one another, mini goats, if you will. And it's going to come down to, which of these supports can keep their tank alive the longest. I think the big advantage that Lunets have at the moment is that they have just dropped Beat, which means that they've obviously got that bigger health pool to deal with. Now they have to pivot off of that. They have to take full advantage.
That they do, and as well, they're going into such a massive ult disadvantage in this next fight as Jinx is going to jump in with the Primal Rage to try and stall out this point. I think this is a smart play for Jinxie jumping in here with 90% to go, trying to at least get this up to your 99%, and the Nano to keep Jinxie alive as Token will trade out for Hands of Time. Kitsune Rush needs to be used, Kama using Overclock, finds the pick on a Decaf. Can they find much more is the question. Just having to slide out before they get taken down at Long Live Pain with 2 already, looking for a 3rd, and coconuts are gonna fall as Long Live Pain. I mean, I asked what they had learned from Sushi Roll, from the mentor, being a Brig lover. Apparently quite a lot.
I mean, that was really great coordination between the Omni Knights players. You were mentioning it, Jinxie using the Primal for stall, then the Nano comes out to keep them alive that little bit longer. The rest of the team is able to regroup in. Token immediately takes down the enemy Sojourn, so there's that DPS off the board as well. And yes, Token takes a lot of damage in the interim, but the fact that they're all able to play off of one another, keep the important pieces alive, keep that stall going, and then Long Live Pain, with that healing uptick, swinging that mace away and cleaning up those last couple of kills. It's now 1-1 as we head into our final point here on our first map, and EE Lunets gonna need something big to come out of the tank here because Token's already taken out the... Oh no, that's devastating.
And that's that perk that changes the concussive blast to a pull together. Following up the concussive blast with a little dose of primary fire means that it's a big hit from Token, and it'll take out Hands of Time. And now Omni Knights just have free reign of the point. EA Lunettes, despite being the faster comp, are having to approach. To be fair, they're okay with having to do that, as Kama, though, is gonna get taken down while off a bit alone. Token will take out the Kiriko, and Decaf will go down. It's just picturesque for Omni Knights.
And again, it's that combo of, isolating where your weaknesses are and having people back that up, right? So you've got Jinxie stalling out the Cass, because the Cass is brought in specifically to deal with Token. But if you've got a Winston in your face, how on earth are you meant to deal with a Pharah? It's beautiful how they consistently have each other's backs and make up for whatever deficits there are.
And Hands of Time is gone already. An anti going to land onto Man, as Jinxie just jumping in on these supports, even though there's some of the more mobile supports in the game. These dives have found purchase, and these long range hits from Kama have just been devastating, as Decaf will reset, and EA Lunettes are in trouble. They can't deal with the high ground.
That first point was so hotly contested, but we move into the next two, and Omni Knights definitely feels like they're in control from start to finish. I love how Kama's using this Brig Shield for that little bit of extra cover to fire through, but is it even necessary?
There goes the overclock, and Kama's gonna get taken down. Barrage from a Token will take out Hands of Time, and this is what they were saving up all these ults for. They still have the Nano. It's Pulse Bomb out from EEA. There goes Kitsune Rush Nano onto the Pharah of Token. Gonna be dishing out high damage rockets, but there's no Nano then for Jinxie. And with an expensive fight in the bank, EA Lunettes will take it over Omni Knights. This might not be a good spot for Omni Knights to be in right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, despite the fact that EE Lunettes have just flipped it, they're only at about 15%. They've got the Deadeye coming online. That's really cool, but how much are you going to get done? There's so much cover where people could potentially hide. Aside from that, no other ultimates. Meanwhile, Omni Knights, they're about halfway to another barrage. Token can build that up really quickly. They're going to have the rally really shortly. So even if they lose this next fight, they should be able to come into the next uncontested.
As Deadeye needs to be big. Hands of Time hit with the anti and in some trouble. 40 HP and no Deadeye now on the field. Token's gonna take that away. Kama will go down. Decaf having that recall forced out. Sleep will go down, and there goes the rally from Long Live, hunting for that Tracer, and will eventually find it, as the point will flip over. The overtime wick will burn, and there's nothing that anyone can say about it. Omni Knights, it was looking dicey for a moment there, but they have claimed map number 1.
Yeah, that's kind of what my concern was as we headed into that last fight, was that Lunettes, despite having the advantage or having the control, they weren't going to be able to hold on to it. And it is a little bit unfortunate, but they did put up a very good fight, particularly on that first point. And then as we moved in, okay, second point was a bit rough. Third point, we see them start to kind of make a bit of a resurgence. We see them kind of take control for a little bit, and then it's yoinked back away from them. But I always say control is very much its own beast when it comes to the map pool. It's a very special type of map, and I tend to find it can be a little bit coin flippy. I don't want to discredit the skill of the teams. That, obviously that's the main factor in it, is how well you perform as a team and how well you play off of one another. But the state of the map type itself can be a little, easy come, easy go. The big thing here is that, of course, it means that EE Lunettes will get to pick the next map, and hopefully they'll be able to pick something that leans more into their skill set.
Yeah, Okay, so how map selection is going to work. Map selection will be held by a losing team selecting a game mode map and sides for the respective maps. So they have the option to pick between all of the rest of the map types. And we do have a map pool here. So you have Escort, Hybrid, Push, and Flashpoint, and a specific map pool for each of these. Yeah. I think they probably want to try and avoid any map that can easily be, that can have that high ground advantage. If they want to stick on this Ramattra composition, they have to contend with the fact that it's not terribly strong at taking the high ground and it really playing at that longer range. And what Omni Knights did so well there was stick the Sojourn up on the high ground, stick all your healers up on the high ground. They can heal from long range, and your Winston and Tracer are free to do whatever they good and gosh darn please, because what are you gonna do, Ramattra? Dive the supports? They're all the way up there. Mm-hmm. What are you gonna do? Get a jetpack? You can't get to the high ground as Ramattra besides taking a long rotation.
Yeah. And we've just had confirmation that the Lunats will be doing another substitution. So Hands of Time is coming out. If you remember, Hands of Time was playing that more kind of hit scan hero, trying to deal with the Pharah and really, really struggling. So he's been swapped out. And we're going to have Stormy coming in instead. And Stormy also a hit scan player. So maybe, you know what, sometimes players have a bit of a bad day, you know? You could have an off day, you're not performing to the best of your ability. That's one of the reasons you have subs. So we'll see if Stormy can get some slightly better results here in dealing with that Pharah and kind of getting them out as quickly as possible. So we are still just waiting on... Oh, no, we actually do have it. We have it indeed. We're going to be heading to Suravasa, one of our Flashpoint maps. And I must admit, I thought that perhaps an Escort might be a better pick here, just because there isn't, it doesn't really involve a control point. So you've got a little bit more room to work with, a little bit more like wiggle room, I suppose. But we'll see what they have cooked up for us on this map.
I think the problem with going to an Escort map is those often have some of the worst high grounds for the defending team. And if you're trying to play this Ramattra composition, if you're trying to push that rush, then what are you going to try and pick out of Dorado, Havana, and Route 66? I suppose Route 66 would probably be your best option. But I think if you're talking about a team that wants to get down and dirty, maybe you would have wanted to avoid picking the Flashpoint, because between New Junk City and Saravasa, I'm not truly convinced that either of those are particularly advantageous for Omni Knights' composition, that they're going to provide ample high ground for that Ana and that Brig to get set up, or even that Ana Zen that they were showing at points. I think that for Saravasa, for EEA, if you pick Route 66, you take away the option that they have of playing a map that favors very heavily into their dive style composition, because you can basically write off Hybrid based off of the map pool that they have. Blizzard World, Eichenwald, Numbani, dive. All three, dive, next question. And so if these players are looking to play dive, Omni Knights probably isn't going to pick a hybrid map. They're going to try and pick a map that is a bit more balanced, maybe like a push, that is going to be a bit more favored towards, they're going to pick a map type that is a bit more balanced, that is more favored towards their comp. As the doors open on Flashpoint, Saravasa.
Jinxie on the Wrecking Ball. I mean, it could be a good opener. Create some space here, allow the rest of your team to get in. No, not like this. Okay. It looks like it should be sorted very soon.
Oh, Jinxie's mouse died.
I gotta admit, So part of me is like, if you were on like a Reinhardt or something, you probably want to restart the map. But you're on Wrecking Ball. I mean, you could probably, they're already at the front of the team even after that happening. So all good. Thankfully, not too much of a disadvantage coming through on that front. As I said, I don't hate the Wrecking Ball, but I do believe it can be punished quite heavily. So I think it's going to be more of like an opener, make some space, and then after your first death, you kind of swap off and go on to something that's a little bit more hardy. Again, we've got the Ramatra coming out. I think that there is an issue there in terms of inflexibility, but we will find out as the series continues.
That we will. And I'm interested to see here for EEA, they're not playing a Lucio, they're playing the Juno here. Lucio is a pretty big mainstay for most of these compositions as Stormy takes a headshot onto Token as an immediately great opening. But as Jinxie will jump in onto Stormy in the backline, Maverick looking for some purchase. By punching through, it'll be EEA to take first point. Decaf will get taken down as Jinxie in a bit of trouble. Will get quickly healed up by their Ana before jumping in onto the Juno Sleep. In some trouble, will get healed up as EEA Lunettes are fine to keep fighting on this point. They've got control. They're taking up the percentage as there goes their Juno. There goes their Brig. That's pretty much the biggest old flag you can see to go, it's time to leave. And leave they shall.
Be shown the door, I think, is a more accurate one. I am also seeing the value of the Wrecking Ball here. I love the way that you can grapple onto so much of this environment and use that to propel yourself into the enemy team. It's working pretty darn well. So I don't love that they kind of gave up possession so early on and they gave over a lot of percentage. But now that they have control, the question becomes how easily can they hold on?
Stormy switching over to the legs to that Soldier 76 as the Maverick going to, it's that early pick onto the supports as the Pulse Bomb goes out for Decaf. Decaf will take out Sergeant Flaps, but unless you can take out the Lucio as well, they take out the Lucio as well. Hold on a moment, this might be the turnaround as Decaf's gonna get taken out from the rocket from Token. And that might just be it for EEA Lunettes for Flashpoint A.
Yeah, I mean, look at all these ultimates. It's very unlikely that Omni are going to lose this next fight. They have literally everything about to tick online. And as the time ticks away, is someone even here to touch? Can someone even make it in time? No, they cannot. The spawns were too long. And Omni Knights, they gave over a lot of early control, but it's one of those high risk, high reward plays, and it pays out for them perfectly. First control or first point under their control, and we move to the next.
Yeah, and again, 5 ults on board for Omni Knights. There's so many check marks. It's like the worst thread on Twitter as Jinxie's gonna dive into the back line. EEA barely keeps Decaf there in the end, but EEA does have some pretty good opening ultimates. What I'm looking for here is how does Long Live Pain use this beat as Stormy is already gone, no ults used. It's just gonna be now the minefield dropped in. Rally answered as Decaf will go down. Annihilation in the back, and it's gonna be slept up the Maverick. And just from long range can get poked down. The Mavericks can get shut down with the Nano. It's a 4 ult fight though for Omni Knights. They dropped all of their ults. They win the fight, but it's 4-2. And now they're pretty much even or even at a touch of a disadvantage.
Yeah, but look at how they're consistently farming up so much more by pushing EE Lunettes back towards their spawn. And Token has been getting away with absolute murder throughout this entire map. Has that barrage online, so that's going to be a great space denier. And they're already at 50%. So if they can just get through this next ult heavy round from Lunettes, then this should be an easy one to maintain control of.
Yeah, you're looking for the barrage from Token as Jinxie gets paused up a bit there. Decaf with the pulse bomb, looking for the hello and goodbye. Sergeant Flops is going to get taken down early on. As there goes the barrage, it'll take out the Maverick, but it's a trade in the end. As now Sleep takes out that Pharah. Jinxie in some trouble, just barely avoids the flail. As it'll be EEA Lunettes starting to look like they could take this point. With Jinxie wreaking some havoc in the background, you have to wonder if they'll be forced to pop this ult. Well, they won't even have the option now. They have the Kitsune Rush, and they might just need to use it at this point. You can't go down 2-0. Kitsune Rush will go in, but the Kiriko is not even going to be there. There's going to be no one there to follow up with it. And once the Maverick goes down, that's 2-0, 100-0. Omni Knights are starting to look dominant.
And I think that, target prioritization is one thing, but so like Monroe, for example, gets that pulse bomb onto the Ana and then is almost immediately obliterated by a Lucio. And now I get it, Lucios are often the bane of Tracer's existence, but that shouldn't be happening. It's these small things that are kind of compounding on one another that keep Omni Knights in the lead.
It's the Maverick now on the Junker Queen. Definitely not something you'd expect in terms of the swap. I suppose they're trying to play a bit more fast and loose, but right now they need something approaching a miracle to retake this map. As there goes the anti-nade and Monroe gonna get taken down. It's just not looking good. They'll trade out for token, but they have lost their sustain. They've lost their Kiriko. They've lost that big source of healing. Beat going to go out, as well as the overclock from Kama to take 2 down. Nearly going to take down that third in Sleep. That'll just be a normal takedown. Stormy. Oh my goodness. Omni Knights, I thought this was going to be close and tight based on how Control was, but they're looking deadly.
Yeah, honestly, untouchable, it feels like at this point. Time to kill way too long for the Lunets. That target prioritization not where it needs to be. And while they're struggling to take down 1 or 2 of Omni Knights players, the entirety of Omni Knights are focusing down their supports, focusing down those high impact targets and making sure that they cannot make a difference in these fights. There's no way they traded each other out like that. But Token's offline, surely they can use this. Ooh.
Surely as Stormy's gonna land a double kill Helix Rocket. Take out both the supports. That's the most high value right click you'll see all day. And that'll be Omni Knights quickly disengaging. EA Lunettes in a good position. They have a lot of ultimates. They have a chance, is the best you can say right now.
Mm-hmm. I think I actually quite like the Junker Queen change, coming up against a Wrecking Ball, you want to be able to have some stopping power, and you also want to be able to get through the front lines, but unfortunately that Wrecking Ball continues to wreck.
It's going to be the Maverick charging through, hitting 4 with the Rampage, and that'll be a solid fight win off of EEA. They'll take a 2 for 2 in terms of the ult economy, and they'll run with it. I don't even know if they'll get a retouch for Omni Knights. Is a little low.
Omni Knights could potentially. They've still got Rocket Barrage. Oh, Stormy's already offline, and that's a huge opener from Sergeant Flops. Now we need to see the follow-up.
Anti-nade onto the Maverick. Barrage out from Token. Doesn't land anything. Sergeant Flops in trouble. The Maverick going to find that pick. Kitsune Rush out from Monroe. And Monroe will stay alive just barely. Great pick out from Stormy, who rushes back. Now it's just the Wrecking Ball trying to stall out this point as the overtime wick will start to burn. Jinxie in trouble. And that'll be 2-1 now for EEA Lunettes. They do still have an ult online. It's going to be Kama's overclock versus the Tactical Visor.
Oh, Token swapped onto the Tracer here. Okay, so the Pharah not getting the same kind of value as previously. So we're going to swap onto something that can be a little bit more annoying. We go for that kind of double hit scan scenario. Kama to take those far range fights, and Token to get right up close and personal and do the cleanup.
And we've seen some really good play from Kama so far. We'll have to see if we can get any more of it as Decaf Pulse Bomb will go wide. Kama putting the damage into the Maverick, who's looking a little lost there, partner. We get taken down in the end as Jinxie will get taken down as well. Both of those tanks going in a bit too deep in the end as Omni Knights looking to capture a valiant stall effort from Sleep, but there do be a minefield there, my friend.
Unfortunately for Lunats, they didn't manage to gain control during that kerfuffle, which means that they weren't building up points. They weren't building up tick rate. So eventually when Omni Knights flipped the point in their favor, they're building up, and EE Lunats didn't have anything to pivot off of. So they don't really have any wiggle room here. This is going to have to be massive. And with that anti taking Monroe offline, the re-engage is going to be really difficult.
Wait, but Token along the boop! Jinxie boops the Maverick off the map. That might have just turned that fight around. Vops and Kama both going to go down. It's 3v1 on the point, and that's the capture. Jinxie has to get out of dodge. Either escape or die, and it looks like escape is on the cards. EA Lunats have bought themselves a stay of execution, but for how long?
Alright, oh, the re-engage already coming through here. Give no quarter, but a nice little pulse bomb onto Monroe. This could be the perfect opener.
2 going to land from the Maverick's ult. Maverick nearly going down, but a great beat from Sleep will keep that team up, but only for a little bit as Kama with the perked up ult. And there you have it. Now 70% and ticking. EA Lunats look like they might get one more shot at this. But with a minefield on the point, it's going to be fraught.
This is lost fight territory for sure. Now they are going to have Pulse Bomb online very, very shortly. If you can take down one of those supports, maybe even one of those terrifying DPS players, give yourselves an opportunity. Now the overtime ticks.
It's going to be, I thought that was a beat out for a second. Pulse Bomb won't find anything from Decaf, but Decaf will find Sergeant Flops. Monroe will get taken down. Both supports getting traded out. It's Sleep and Stormy finding their picks, finding their 1, and Sleep and Stormy finding their 2. And EEA Lunats push to the brink. They will not break.
Oh, a stay of execution, but they've got to keep this going now. That Pulse Bomb, they've built it back up, so we do have a second one available. Monroe needs to make it count, because they don't really have too much else to work with.
No, they don't. And Jinxie's gonna take out Monroe. That's terrible out from EEA. You lose your Kiriko, you lose your Kitsune Rush. Now Decaf forced the recall. Sleep will find 1, but it's a massive ante to hit 2 on the point. Stormy is close, but there goes the point tick. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to touch. The overtime wick will burn, and Omni Knights are now 1 map away from pushing their ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of my concern coming onto Flashpoint. The fact that it has a lot of similarities, obviously, with Control, with the fact that you have to, your team fights are centered on a single focal point, and then you have to set up that defense on that single point. And I really thought that Escort was going to be the map type with more potential for them. And I'm very curious to see where they're going to take us for our next one, because again, another loss means they get to pick the next one. And again, we've got this massive pool to choose from, a lot of potential here. But I think the big problem, I kind of touched on it a little bit, but toggle prioritization, definitely not where it needs to be. But I've also got to hand it to that DPS duo. I've been so impressed with the Omni Knights DPS. Karma and Token. Karma very consistently on that Sojourn, but hits those shots and does massive amounts of damage. And then Token, whether on the Pharah or the Tracer, doing tons of cleanup, laying out a lot of early damage that can be cleaned up on. And I think that the great part is that both of them are able to do really high impact damage early on that the other is then able to clean up. They work together in tandem beautifully, despite the fact that they've got a tank that's, kind of a self-sufficient tank. You don't have something like a Reinhardt or whatever that you've got to pump a lot of resources into. Jinxie can go off and do whatever they please because they can get out really, really easily. So that takes a lot of pressure off the supports as well. This particular composition worked out beautifully.
It worked out perfectly. And so far, it seems like EEA have not found any purchase in terms of trying to find a response. Mm-hmm. Going forward, I think that the map, we're either going to see a Route 66 you can try and force the dive on that map, you can try and force that Ramattra or even that Junker Queen on that map, at least better than you can Dorado and Havana. For Hybrid, I feel like the map pool for Hybrid is Blizzard World, Eichenwald, Numbani. There's no real... I said it when I first saw that is exactly what I said here was dive, next question. And there's not even really like a Route 66 in that map pool where you could go, it's not ideal, mm-hmm. but you could play that Ramattra here.
All right, well, we are going to give the teams a few minutes to figure out what their next steps are going to be. So we're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll kick things off with our third map. And welcome back. We are hotly anticipating our third map of this series as we have just kicked off playoffs here at Conquer the Climb, and a very exciting beginning to playoffs it has been. Omni Knights looking so good. It felt like the Lunats had some shining moments, but so far the Omni Knights just tearing through without too much kickback.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, these are our number 1 and our number 2 seeds. If EEA Lunettes can't stop Omni Knights, who else has a chance? Yep. You have Fred over in the lower bracket eagerly waiting to face the loser of this match. But Fred lost to EEA Lunettes 3-1. Not necessarily an indicator of future performance, but I mean, you have to wonder if Omni Knights is this dominant, if they have yet to drop a map so far in the bracket stage, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that Fred did manage to take a map off of them previously is an indicator that there are definitely some, there's possibility for a return, for, a bit of a closer affair here. Maybe Fred with a little bit of an upset. But that is yet to be found out. Of course, we're going to be heading into our third map, and it looks like it's going to be Colossio. And this was kind of what I was alluding to a little bit earlier on. I was talking about Escort, but I think that Push, obviously a very similar kind of vein. So this might be a great opportunity for them to finally, get a point on the board and maybe get that reverse sweep going. I know some of you in Twitch chat are, rallying for the reverse sweep. So maybe, just maybe, we'll have that happen. And just a quick update. We've had another substitution coming in. Monroe has been subbed out from EEA Lunats, and Slappy Daddy will be coming in instead.
Yeah, and I think something to note as well is with Omni Knights, I had to run quickly and check. Omni Knights has not dropped a map so far in this entire series, not just in the bracket stage, but in the group stage as well, in the round robin stage as well. Not a single map dropped. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, go to the bracket, 3-0, and are poised to hit another 3-0. And I think that has to come down to, like we were talking about before the break, these DPS lines, as Jinxie showing the Ramattra, and it looks like we're going to see a Ramattra v Junker Queen, and you have to favor the Ramattra there.
One of the few times, and you almost start to wonder, I mean, Maverick, you've been playing Ramattra so much today. Was it really the call here to make the change now? But the Junker Queen did get some good results a bit earlier on, so perhaps this is the perfect time to make this change.
Maybe, but that Junker Queen's success was against that Wrecking Ball, and trying to put a stop to that Wrecking Ball as Decaf going to go down early. It's who else but Token getting first pick now over on that right side as Jinxie and the rest of Omni Knights look forward, trying to get a little bit more of a decisive pick as Maverick stuck a bit out of LOS of their healers, but only for a moment. Sergeant Flops in a bit of trouble, but the Juno is unreachable by this Junker Queen, and the Junker Queen's gonna get stuck up for a bit. Decaf doesn't get to play the game. Decaf Token has decreed that Decaf not allowed to play the game. You were playing Respawn Simulator, and you will like it.
This first fight is actually going reasonably well, it feels like. The sustain from Lunats has been great. The fact that the Maverick has continued to live has been wonderful. And now Jinxie is a little bit on the back foot here. The Lunats can really push this advantage. Jinxie now down, and this is a great opportunity.
It's a fantastic opportunity. Well, Sleep's gonna get taken down, and so is Stormy. They're hemorrhaging players here, EEA. And now Omni Knights are in a prime retake position as they're going to stay within that small section. The glass might have been removed, but it could still get to be the Battle of Verdun in there.
And already the contestant comes straight back in now. Junker Queen in it to win it. Great ante to come through there, but the follow-up isn't where it needs to be. And so quickly, Omni Knights heal back into this fight.
And with the orbital barrage and Jinxie pushing through, looking to get the hurt onto the Junker Queen. That'll be one. That'll be two for Jinxie, with Sergeant Flops taking the credit for one of those. Not going to land anything on the Sojourn in the end, but just devastating as Omni Knights are going to take this lead.
That was heartbreaking because there was so many opportunities there, but once again, target prioritization just not where it needs to be, and unfortunately, the recovery from Omni Knights was perfect. The Lunats get a little bit too complacent, but already they're diving straight back in for a recontest. A little bit of poke early on, see if they can get a bit of an advantage before they commit.
Now looking for this early pulse bomb as Decaf sees a big old group of people, throws in the pulse bomb, and nothing on it as Token's gonna take out Slappy Daddy and Stormy, and that'll be, oh man, Omni Knights are just terrifying. Every single member of this team just feels like an elite.
And Token really flexing that hero pool, pulling out the Genji here and using it to great efficacy, getting those supports offline and layering down that suppressive fire. Now Lunat's already back for a recontest. They couldn't stop the checkpoint from reaching, but now Maverick kicks it open with 2 kills.
Yeah, Maverick, incredible so far. As, well, Kama's looking to roar back, will take out Decaf, but get traded as now Jinxie up to them as the Maverick trying to chase down this Juno. Good play from Flops. So far, still staying up and staying alive, which is what you need from this Juno in this position. Eventually has to come back down to earth as Jinxie will take the time to stall out a bit more. 5 minutes remaining on this clock. And with forward spawns, you're terrified of your EEA.
But they've done a lot to try to regain this control. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, right, already Omni Knights in position to recontest and to stop that robot from moving an inch. Plus, Omni Knights so close to ultimates as well. This could be a devastating fight.
There goes the Rampage. Long live, will get taken down, but Stormy will get traded out. Now the Maverick in a bit of trouble. There goes the ult into the back line. Jinxie has their eyes on Slappy Daddy. She's able to swift step away and keep the rest of her team alive as Omni Knights just finally EEA getting another solid fight win, even against a pretty ult stacked Omni Knights. EEA pushing through.
That was a much better Rampage as well. We actually saw the cleanup coming through. You take that Brig down, get that out of the fight. Don't allow the rally to come through. However, the rally is now available for this next fight. They've also got Juno about to be online very, very shortly. So quite a lot of high sustain that could come through into this next fight.
Early rally as Decaf got taken down from that right click from Kama. And there goes Sleep. Kama taken out too. And that'll be it for EEA. Not even getting to that checkpoint as a brutal loss.
This is solid from Omni Knights. The defense that they're lining up is huge, not allowing that checkpoint, as you mentioned. The big support ultimates to sustain them through that fight. Now Karma has got ultimate online. Token, Dragon Blade just around the corner. I mean, this is devastating for the Lunats.
Early Kitsune rush as there goes Kama with the overclock. This has been deadly so far. Can they find this pick? Looking for the Kiriko, and this is gonna find it. Slappy Daddy goes down. Stormy in trouble. Both Sojourns taken down within moments of each other, and EEA find their win con.
That's a good pullback from Omni Knights as well, opting not to try and contest this unnecessarily. The two supports want to get back to the rest of their team. They allow the respawns to come through, and this re-engage can happen before they've lost too much space.
Oh, there goes the Rampage. 3 caught up in it, looking for Token, and Token will get taken down. Long live Pain. In a bit of trouble, and there goes Jinxie with the tank ult. Sergeant Flops Beat comes out from sleep to try and mitigate the annihilation, but it'll be nothing now for the Blade. Token might be able to pull that out for this fight, as Jinxie in some trouble now. Long Live Pain will get taken out. Jinxie down. It might not be worth it now. And that'll be a great stagger from Kama, onto Kama from the Maverick. And it looks like we might even see some push for the checkpoint.
Finally, we're seeing the value of that Junker Queen as well, right? Finally starting to see the space that can be made, seeing everyone focusing in on the targets that they need to. But this fight has begun before they've even had an opportunity. The Blade is out, already taken down Decaf. Now Token looking to get another one, held back ever so slightly, but that's okay because Karma and Long Live Pain can do the cleanup necessary, and Lunets, the little bit of advantage that they'd managed to eke out, instantly pulled away.
And they jump in so early on. Omni Knights didn't, EEA didn't even get that checkpoint. That's devastating. They were so close, they didn't get checkpoint. It's gonna be close now for Omni Knights as they're just looking to burn time. EEA, you've got 3 big ults on your side. You've got the Kitsune Rush. You've got the Tactical Visor, and they're going to combo those first 2. But Decaf's going to get taken down in the middle of the ult. Stormy's in trouble. It's Token running Rampage in the back line. And it's going to be Omni Knights that are going to continue pushing forward. They're going to get forward spawns. They might even push the barricade.
And again, Token just doing so much as a DPS, but the combo with the rest of the team is perfect. The supports are doing so much to make sure that he stays alive. And despite having used a Dragon Blade fairly recently, already more than halfway to another Dragon Blade. There's so much here for the Omni Knights to use, and that robot is going to keep pushing its way forward. Lunet's now playing a more poke-heavy composition, but the problem is you need to get up close and personal.
There goes the Junker Queen. Gonna get 2 in the ult. It'll be Jinxie going down, but both the DPS are gone for EEA. You lose the Maverick, and you'll lose everything as Sleep has to use the beat. And you would have wanted to see that just a little earlier, but I don't think they had it. As now it's just the supports trying to stay on this point, get some overtime going. You got the Blade coming, you got the rally coming. There's just nothing you can do. Token will pull out the Blade and it'll get immediately deleted by Stormy. Overtime starting to burn as EEA might just take control. Stormy on the Cassidy. Wait, it's go time. Kama thinks it's winnable, takes the pick onto Stormy, looking for the Maverick. Long Live Pain goes down, but there goes the annihilation, and that'll be overtime burning through, and Omni Knights will keep the undefeated streak, will continue the streak of dominance, continue that streak up now to 15 unanswered maps. I mean,
this has been
just
amazing.
Incredible.
Yeah, very, very impressive performance from them. We did kind of mention a little bit earlier on that they've got Blur coaching them. And now so it's a bit of a weird situation because Blur is the coach for this team. It's not like part of the whole Conquer the Climb thing. Blur's actually mentoring another team as well. But I mentioned that, one of the most seasoned players within the community, someone that everyone is familiar with, someone that's played on a lot of exceptional teams, someone that's been involved for the longest time. And you bring that amount of knowledge onto a team of pretty skilled players, and you're immediately going to have a huge advantage coming into these matches. And we've seen it play out for us. Like you said, 15 maps where they have just been completely uncontested and have taken no real lashings themselves. Very, very impressive. Now, I'm going to go ahead and ask you, because we've got to do this thing. If you had to pick an MVP from this matchup, who would your MVP be?
I think my MVP would have to be Jinxie on the tank. I know you were hyping up the DPS, and I agree with you there. I'm gonna have to go with Jinxie still. I think that the space that was taken on the side of Omni Knights was truly fantastic, and I think that was facilitated so much by Jinxie and that Ramattra play.
Absolutely.
And the Winston play, the flexibility that we saw from everyone on the side of Omni Knights. We were talking about it over the break, and just how much that flexibility can completely decimate teams that aren't as flexible, teams that are pretty stuck in to one or two compositions that are pretty similar. You can adapt yourselves to the map, especially when you're playing dive. This map pool is pretty favored to the dive comp, and Omni Knights are taking full advantage.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I must admit, I agree. Obviously, the supports did a lot and the DPS were popping off, but the space that Jinxie created, the survivability that they had in so many of these fights, and continuously being a problem, being a thorn in the side, super, super impressive. But that's going to wrap up our first match of the day, folks. We're going to be heading into our lower bracket in about half an hour. So you got a moment, get a drink, get a snack, make sure you're ready, because EE Lunets will be taking on Fred and fighting for their tournament lives.
till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free, so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve
Hello, everybody, and welcome. Oh, it's getting to that time. We're doing the Conquer the Climb playoffs. I'm joined by Fable. How you doing, Fable?
Dude, I'm chilling. First time on the casting desk. Casting desk. Super happy to be here.
I'm honored that I'm going to be with you for your first time. But yeah, we've got a really hectic game coming up. We've got Lunette versus Fred. If you guys don't know what Conquer the Climb is, it's a tournament/initiative that brings together some of the more less experienced teams they get paired with a mentor, and I mean you can see with all the teams how much it's actually helped. We're gonna be getting into Fred versus Lunette really soon. But yeah, I'm looking really forward to it. Are you ready for some? It's going to be a lot of brawl versus brawl.
Yeah, so I see that do they have ball players? I think they should.
No ball players. No ball players.
No ball players. Okay. So with Lunette here, I see that they're currently coached by Antti and Kuragari, both really two good. Both of them two good players in their own rights. Fred are coached by both Luke and Risen, again two good players in their own rights. Known quite well here in Kausa. So I'm excited to see what the I don't want to say the lower echelon because that's kind of mean, but the second division of Kausa shows here. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table today.
Yeah, that is like the best way to describe it. Is these are still really good teams, but they are a bit lower division. But yeah, we got Lunette, a team I obviously know very well. A really solid team that has been focusing mainly on their strength when it comes to brawl. They are a big brawl team, and they got some really strong team. They have a really strong team on that brawl. Like Maverick is an exceptional Ram, Ryan, or Junker Queen player, and then we've got Hands of Time and Decaf on DPS, where Hands of Time is very much a hit scan player. Decaf plays a lot of Tracer, but he can play literally anything. And then a really strong support line. I believe today is going to be Sleep and Slappy Daddy starting. Slappy Daddy plays a lot of Moira, and then Lulu, a lot of Lucio, and it obviously suits their hero pool. Brawl suits their hero pool a lot, and that's why they've been really focusing on that. And I think we're going to see a lot of Brawl today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see those Brawl v Brawl matchups. It's going to be sick. We have my DPS here. Okay, on the side of Fred, we have Ryan Lecker on the Cassidy. I'm assuming he's a hit scan player for them. We have Sleepless on the Flex DPS, with the favorite hero being Chaser. We have, on the support side, we have... I'm so sorry, how do you pronounce that?
What, that's Lucio. I said Zelenbo, yeah.
Zelenbo. Okay, cool. On the main support side, with his favorite hero being Lucio, we have Cortana playing the Ana for them today, potentially. And our tank is Mousecatcher. And with their favorite hero being Roadhog, I'm assuming they won't pull out the Roadhog today. If they do pull out the Roadhog today, that's going to be a little bit nuts to see. I won't lie to you. It's going to be very entertaining to see a Roadhog in an official. So it's going to be super fun.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a lot of Roadhog, but you honestly never know. But yeah, Fred another. They also like to play a lot of Ryan, a lot of Brawl. They got the Cass. They play a lot of Cass with their Brawl, and they did really well against Lunette against the flankers last game, and I think they're going to focus on doing that. But I think we're going to see a lot of aggression today from both teams. Two very good Lucio players as well, so we're going to see a lot of Lucio as well. And I do hope that we do see a bit of Tracer 1v1s going, but I could suspect otherwise. But yeah, the first map, it's going to be Lunette's pick. They are the highest seed. It's going to be we're going to be on Samoa. On a really smart map pick. I think it suits both teams, to be honest. Lijiang is a good map for both teams, but I think Lunette have been struggling there, and you can play a lot of Brawl on at least 2 of the 3 points. And I think it'll suit, to be honest, it'll suit it'll suit the cast play from Fred as well. So I believe this is going to be a really, really close map, and every control so far between has been really close.
Yeah, hopefully so. Yeah, so we're on Samoa today. I'm really excited to see. I mean, I'm a bit biased, honestly, because I'm a DPS player. So I'm super excited to see the DPS duels today. As we get right into it, I'm assuming we're gonna see like a brawl come out. Potentially Tracer. Like Tracer battle's gonna be insane. Obviously maybe Cass v Cass. Maybe not Roadhog. If Fred want to win here, but I think we will definitely see a little bit of potentially Ryan, potentially Ram. A lot of that brawl playstyle coming out today, so it's gonna be super sick to watch. Yeah, and as we get into it, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Okay, so on the side of Lunettes, we have a Ram, a Reaper. Oh wait, my bad. Okay, but we'll see if they're opening up on it. They have a Reaper, Tracer, Ram, Lucio, Moira. It looks like they're sticking with the Tracer. They're gonna TP out. On the side of Fred here, we have Cash, Ram, May. Very good basic brawl style. I'd like to see this. As we get into action, what are your thoughts?
I mean, it's exactly what I expected from both teams, to be honest. I was wondering if Fred would stick on the Reinhardt, but they've picked the Ram, and it's very what I expected also from Lunettes with the Tracer. Hopefully, Sleep can support on the off angle a bit more. We're gonna have Fred start walking in. Lunettes are gonna take the left side here. I think this is a really good position for both teams, but a lot of natural cover here for a side. And it's going to be a pummel from Maverick here. They're going to be Lunettes being aggressive, but Sleep does go down first. And it is going to start being the beginning of the end, I think, for this fight for Lunettes. And this will be a first fight win and some point percentage on the side of Fred.
Yeah, some awkward positioning here from Lunettes, like inside the building. I just feel like they didn't enable him to to roll very well. It didn't enable them to get the space that they needed, and now Fred's capping point.
Yeah, I feel like they just didn't really have a staging point. But there was a exit pick here on the side of Lunettes, so maybe they'll have a 5v4 here, but Zarenbo is going to go back and pick up the Cass. But I think it's obviously a really good start for Fred. They're looking really good with their ult economy. And it's important to know there's going to be Bat versus Moira, so Lunettes want to play a little bit faster.
Yeah. I feel like their Tracer could definitely take some attention here. Definitely make it a little bit easier on Maverick. So, okay, as we see Maverick go in here, the Bunch is potentially getting a pick on the May. We get May Icicle out, that's really good. We have Reaper rolling with the Ram here. Very, very aggressive style. I like to see it. We have Wraith here. We potentially have... Oh, we have Ram ult. Big. Oh, unfortunately drops there. Oh, that's unfortunate with the Moira going down. Oh.
Yeah, that's going to be a fight win for Fred for sure. And I do think that was even better fight for Fred because they literally won it dry, right? And Maverick used his ult. It's just going to look really good for Fred now. They got some really important ults there. They're ahead in the beat, which is going to be massive in this next fight. I mean, there's nothing to really beat, so you could probably engage with it, but this is looking really, really good for Fred.
True. They're looking good in these fights here. They're giving space well. They're also rolling really well here, down main. See, Ryan gets a pick onto Decaf. That's unfortunate, falling from Decaf. Maybe a high noon here. Unfortunate. Going forward here. We pop Ramel. Potential kill onto Lucio here. Nice.
Ooh, very winnable. It's going. That was a huge feature of the last game. Is both fights went. The fights were trading all the time, but it just looks like it's going to be Lunettes who's going to come out on top here.
A big fight for Lunettes here. That was definitely needed.
Yeah, and they at least have Reaper coming back here, and they're quite close to beat. So it's looking a bit better for Lunettes. Fred obviously at 99%. They can build ultimates here. And it will look just really, really good for them, for Fred if they play this right. But it's going to get the opening pick.
Good space taking here from Lunettes. Can potentially get a kill on Tabap here. Nice. This is really, really good. Okay, nice. Good space taking here from Lunettes. I like to see it.
Yeah. I think you have to play aggressive here if you're Lunettes. You can't just let them walk on you, especially when they have Mail here. Mails is going to be huge from Sleepless. Oh, but Decaf's going to go down. It's a really good start for the side of Fred.
Oh, unfortunate. Decaf looking for a sneaky play there. Can't quite find it. Maverick pops ult. This is big. This could be massive. Big kill on the BAP. Oh, big. Oh, but he escapes. So unfortunate. Maybe a stagger here. No, I believe Zandelbo can get out. I believe.
Oh, nice.
Oh, unfortunate.
But it's not the end of the end of the world for Fred. They have beat here, and they get the pick on the Reaper. That's huge. If they're doing their ult tracking right, they've got nothing that they really need to say beat for. So they can engage with BK and basically win this fight for free. They're going to start open with the melt, but I believe Lunet's out of there. I've just Maverick in it.
Big freeze.
Big freeze. Yeah, Maverick's going to go down. Well low. And it's just looking really, really good for Fred. They've still got that beat coming up.
Let's tank down for Lunet. Oh, Fred.
Cortana is going to get the kick pick onto the Moira. Is it going to be going to be early concept here from Zellenborg, and I think that's going to seal it for Fred. Really good map from both teams, but it is going to be Fred taking the first point.
And they're just going to burn down Maverick trying to touch here. And that's unfortunate. Oh, what a beat from Zellenborg there.
Yeah.
It was just perfectly timed. Decaf unable to touch. That's very unfortunate. But gosh, that beat was like that. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with what I'm seeing here.
Yeah,
that beat was perfectly timed. The BAP lives on like 20 HP because of it. The entire team gets beat. That was fantastic from Zellenborg. Big.
Yeah, I'm really, really impressed by the Lucio player, Zellenborg, and especially, and the cast from Fred. I think Ryan Lecker played really, really well on that map. The whole team dynamic was just really good. I think Lunas just have to play a bit slow and just not give free picks. I think that was the one issue that I feel like they were having. But it's going to be even Brody and Mern, going to be no trace of this time from Lunes. It's going to be the May, which I prefer for Lunettes. Sometimes they don't get as much value from that. I think with the frontline damage is going to be very different.
Decaf, give in. If you watch this later, Decaf, give in to the Tracer. Force it on every map. No, I'm joking. Okay, we got the brawl going. Lunet's taking space here. I feel like Fred needs to, they need to be scared to walk up.
Yeah, I think they should rotate it. I think fighting in this would be too scary. Never mind.
Big picks from Ryan. Beautiful aim there. I'd love to see it. Oh, on the flank? Maybe a kill onto the Moira? Oh, unfortunate. Yeah, we can focus down here. Oh, look at Reaper. Beautiful. Beautiful pick from Lion Necker. Again, that's a 2k. We can definitely move down here. This is a fantastic space taking from Fred.
That opening pick was huge from the cast onto the May. Your comp falls apart when you don't have your May. You don't have the gatekeeping. You don't really have the slowing. And you certainly don't have as much damage. And it's just going to be a real fast take here for Fred. And they also both beat. It is going to be a beat from Sleep as well, but that's looking really, really good for Fred here.
Yes, no, definitely. Just getting a couple of cleanup kills, couple of stagger kills. Just to further their lead. They can, I would potentially move up here, but then they move to high ground here. We're holding main. I'm not sure if they've seen Lunet's rotate yet.
Yeah, you're giving up your high ground for free here.
Oh, good shots though. Good shots from Ryan Licker. This is fantastic.
Gonna be a call on the side. It's gonna be a
big beat again.
It's gonna go down. Huge Castle is gonna get Snappy Daddy, so it's a 4v4 currently. Cat's a bit on the flank. One running the Tracer. It's gonna be a beat from Fluke. And this fight is training like it has been over the last few games or two. It's going to be a mail to from the side of Decaf to steal the fight, and it's going to be Lunets taking back the point.
Good job from Lunets there, potentially kiting their beat, waiting for it, and then they lose one, but the beat was so perfectly timed from Sleep there. Keeping all his teammates up, enabling the Blizzard. They kill Mousecatcher and they actually take pointer. This is really, really good. I'm impressed with what I'm seeing from these teams, most definitely.
Yeah, I think they're not scared to ult. I think a lot of teams that are a bit lower down always try and hold their ult too long, but I think their ult usage has been exceptional from both teams. We're going to be
looking for a Reap ult here. We're going to be potentially looking for a Reap ult. Oh, I see the vision. I see the vision, Stormy. Do it. Listen to the voices. Listen to the voices. Oh, wait. Maverick goes down.
But it's a 4v4. Magos go down. And Maveric's going to die. It's going to be a Reap ult here. He's going to get the picks. That's huge.
We get two. That's beautiful. Oh, Lucio, yo.
Did she do it? Oh no, respect the 1v1.
Oh, that's okay. Fantastic ult there from Stormy. Getting 2, securing the fight for his team. I love to see it.
Yeah, that was huge. That was a bit worried because Lunettes didn't ult first, and that usually doesn't go well when you take a bit more time. But that was really well executed with the Reaper ult there. Going to be a window where that's kind of all Fred has, but it can be quite useful. A nice wall from Decaf. Going to be lead for Lunettes being aggressive, but not everyone's going to go down early. It's going to be a castle here on the side of Fred, but right with the speed boost. A huge mail from Decaf. Has it got enough? Decaf does go down. Stormy's going to walk through it and start chunking down some of the DPS. Oh, there's an Ajax from on the side of Fred, and that's going to be what seals the deal for Lunettes. You never like to see an Ajax, but that was basically what sealed it in the end for Lunettes. And we're going to a third map.
That was super unfortunate.
Yeah.
That was super unfortunate. I see the vision, honestly, but those panic beats, they really end in success. They really do. But it's better than not. It's better than dying with it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. That's what I always say. It's like Ajaxing is embarrassing, especially like when you're on stream. But it's so much better than going back to spawn, losing the fight, and never getting to use it. I think it's obviously way better.
It's chill. We go next. We are 1-1 in this map. It is looking good. It's looking really competitive. I love to see it.
Yeah,
we're rolling out same comps here.
Right.
Fight high ground. Looks good.
I like sticking on the May for Lunettes, and I like Fred's sticking on the Cass for sure. I think they're both getting value from the Reaper, from their DPS for sure. Oh, Cass are going to go super low. Maverick is going to get the pick early on. It's going to be a good start for Lunettes. They're just going to try and clean up this fight, but first they have a chance there. Slappy Daddy is going to pick off Cortana, and that's probably going to be all she wrote for this fight, and it's going to be Lunettes taking the point first on the last point of Samoa.
Very nice. We got some good picks there from Decaf. Good finishes by the Maverick as well. Punching down both supports to get them down. It was fantastic play right there. Stormy playing really close to the tank as well, just to get that extra damage in. Really good. Okay, let's see if they can hold the space here. And they do not want to allow Freds to walk up.
Yeah, I think they do have to give up the space, so they're a bit too far. But they still hold a really good. Really good space here on this side. Huge pick from Sleep onto Ryan Lecker. Ryan Lecker's going to go down early, and that's going to open up the fight for Lunettes. Really good start again from Lunettes to these fights. Slowly but surely, there's some really big ultimates coming online for Lunettes, and Fred are obviously quite a bit behind because they lost the fights quite quickly. It's going to probably get to a point where Fred have to just try and hope for a 99 cap if they cannot get an early pick in these fights.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They just get, one of the members of the backline just keep getting picked off, and it's super unfortunate. It doesn't allow them to push it, as they want to. I believe here. We make it a good left rotation. Oh, but they were ready for it. Lunettes were definitely ready for it. Punching down Ryan Lecker. Good beat. Okay, we're brawling up here. Potentially not. I don't think we'll use Ram ult here. No.
I don't think they need it.
Nah, not at all. Oh, good shot from Decaf there. Big icicle.
Oh, this is looking rough for Fred. They do have beat coming up, and they do have melt. They really have to make sure they get value out of that. They cannot lose someone early. If they manage to get a stabilize on point after the call, because I believe Lunette's going to play super aggressive here with Cole, then it's definitely a fight that they could win. It's going to be a left rotation here. Nice wall. Rebound! Oh,
beautiful! They go for the early engage. That's massive. Oh, but it is so beautiful from Lunettes there.
Yeah.
The early engage, using all the ults to absolutely pummel Fred down when they weren't expecting it. Massive map win from Lunettes there. I love to see it.
Yeah, that was really well played. I really like the aggression from Lunettes. They realized, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I think they realized that if they let Fred get to the point, there's just going to be so many ultimates for them on their side, and they would just play super aggressive, super ult to the front, which is, I thought, a little questionable, but it works, and we take it, and Lunettes take the first map on Samoa, and the first map was really close, but I feel like Lunets did really well on that. That's once they switched to that May.
No, definitely. The switch to May was essential in their win there. I was excited to see some Chaser play. Unfortunately, DCAF couldn't make it work with the Brawl comp, which is, no shame to him. It's super difficult, especially against the Ram, against the May, against the Cass. It is super like unfortunate to play in, and it's hard to make Chaser work. But I like that switch to the May. The May did a lot for them in that comp, and ultimately secured them the map win. Yeah, I like to see it. I do see Fred coming back here though. This is definitely winnable.
I think that's it's something everybody talks about because it's so prevalent in esports. Is obviously loser picks, and that is loser picks the next map, and that's obviously really because then Fred can control like what comp they're gonna play, what's good on the map, that kind of. So you're definitely looking to Fred to take this next map for sure. And I think that we are going to continue with Brawl, but it does suit Fred a little bit more. We saw a little bit on them playing Havana yesterday when the DPS lineup was able to flex a little bit more. I think it suited Fred a little bit more. I think right now Fred are going to struggle against the Brawl of Lunettes. I think Lunettes' Brawl is just a little bit better, so I'd like to see a Havana pick or something that will enable their DPS to have a little bit more flexibility, because I am worried for Fred taking that Brawl one, the Brawl mirror. I think it's going to be really tough for them.
No, definitely. I mean, depending on the map pick of next map, right? We have a potential Hands of Time, the Widowmaker player. If they pick Havana, I feel like Fred will be in like big trouble playing into the hands of time. No pun intended. They'll be like, sorry, excuse me. They'll definitely be in trouble playing into Hands of Time here. I'm not sure if Maverick is comfortable on the Sigma. But again, playing into their hands would not be smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just, big plays. They need to like engage super early. I feel like what won Lunettes the end fight was just going super hard.
Yeah.
Before they could even like expect it, right? They were still rotating. They were mid-rotate, and they just like instantly punched into Fred with both Ram and Reaper ult. I feel like if they can get those early engages down, it will be super good for Fred.
Yeah.
And Fred has the Tracer play, right? They have Sleepless.
Yeah.
They have Sleepless on like on a different angle. They can like sandwich them and catch them out.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Even if they're playing that Brawl, they can get Cass to use nade. They can get all these annoying abilities out of the way that really enables Tracer.
Yeah.
So I feel like depending on the map pick here for Fred, so it's loser's pick. That just like correct me if I'm wrong. So Fred pick a good map here that enables their Tracer and lets their Ram move freely. I feel like Fred can definitely make a comeback here. 100,000,000%.
For sure. I just don't think Fred should play the Brawl mirror, for sure. So I totally 100% agree with switching up and maybe going for the Tracer. Forcing DCAF off the May and maybe DCAF to play the Tracer again. Taking the Tracer 1v1 might definitely help them. They obviously have their plan set in place. I'm obviously just really worried that it would be very difficult for... It's going to be really difficult for for Fred to take that Brawl. I think they struggled yesterday when DCAF did switch on to the May, but I definitely think Fred should switch it up a little bit. Maybe they are very strong, but maybe they played a lot of Ryan yesterday and they were ultra aggressive with that. Maybe something different. I think that would definitely be useful for, definitely more useful than trying to bang their head against the Brawl, but let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, no, fantastic. My team will take a 3-minute break here. We will look at the maps in a second. As for Lunettes, what do you think could like snowball the momentum into getting like a strong 3-0 here? I feel like the beats from both teams have been like on point. I will not lie. Minus the one Ajax, we don't look at that. The beats from Sleep have been insane. The beats from Zilanbo have been insane, right? Fantastically timed. they're ultimately the deciding factor of a fight, right? I feel like I would like to see the Lucios maybe save beat for like an important ult, just to just to negate it, right? You see that Reaper fading in, you see that Reaper TPing behind, you see like the Ram just full punching in. You save that beat for an important moment, it could make all the difference.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's specifically Ram ult got a lot of value in this couple fights and last map, and especially Reaper. I think it's always okay to aggro beat when you don't have to play. You don't obviously have any ultimates to deal with. But if there's a Reaper ult or especially a Ram ult that the other team has, like nothing is gonna mess up the plans of the other team that are really well timed beat.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm just getting information in now. Map 2 chosen by Fred will be Route 66. So, again, I spoke about it. They have that dive. They can enable the Tracer to take angles. It is looking good for Fred here. I think they've played well, right? They played well. They unfortunately couldn't get that Bull mirror going. If they do have the potential to dive here, they could definitely get it going here. First point, second point, really, really good for dive. I believe in it.
Yeah, I would like to see something different from Fred. I do know that it's not their strength, but even if they, as we've talked about, like switch up the DPS a little bit, just play a bit different, because I really think they're going to struggle into the brawl again. It's going to be Lunettes on attack first, though. I think that's a smart pick from on the side of Fred. I feel like it's always like better in inverted commas for if you have like stronger DPS, put them on a map where they can take high ground, they can set up nicely and let them try and swap the momentum for you. So I think definitely taking the defense, especially with what they've chosen here, they are going to still be playing the ball, but they're going to be very much relying on the Ashe to pop off and get some damage. I think choosing defense is a smart choice, but Lunettes did prove yesterday that they were really, really on the F map.
I see it. We're forcing Broly on Route 66. I do like it. I see the vision, right?
Yeah.
Ryan Licker can potentially pop off here in the Ashe. That's a position that I like to play as well. On top of Garage, you just pop down main. It's fantastic. Yeah. We have Mei here for both flex DPS. I see it as Ryan Licker takes some shots. Unfortunately, can't find the pick there. Different support lineups as well. One team has the Moira, one team has the BAP. I think, both can find some nice value. Does Ryan Licker hold his position? This is really good. Can take some pop shots here. Nice pick.
Huge pick onto the Lucio though. I think Fred are very, very split here, and Lunettes are taking a lot advantage of that. There's going to be a BAP alone on the left high ground. It's probably going to go down. It's a really good start for Lunettes. This is a really tough point to start pushing. Ryan Licker is going to get the pick onto sleep, so it's going to be a 4v4 here. So this is still very, very, very winnable for Fred here. Maverick's going to go down low. No ultimates on either side yet. It's going to be a straight up ball, but Maverick is going to go down, and that's going to open up this fight for the side of Fred. That was definitely not great. Not really great. I can't think of the word, but yeah, losing sleep right at the end of that fight just allowed Fred to come back and take back that fight, and now it's looking really good. Really quick bob and that really quick mailed. That one pick on the Lucio definitely changed the fight, and Fred are looking really good now.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like the Lucio and Maverick going down there was a little bit unfortunate, definitely. Because they had the momentum, they unfortunately fumbled it, but now they're going for a rotation through here. Oh, but Mouse Catcher. I feel like Mouse Catcher. Oh,
nice,
they wall it off.
Nice wall. It's going to be a break from Lunettes. So Mail
good shot to the Sleepless. Oh my gosh. Good shot.
This is another huge ball, but Bob is out, and I think that's going to be a very difficult to play around for the side of Lunettes, and it is going to be a fight win for Fred. Really nice Bob, and that will definitely force Lunettes into a position that they really didn't want to be. So really good play here from Fred.
Yeah, no, that fight was like, I mean, good, like fantastic job to the other players, but Sleepless really carried that fight there. The wall into the icicles, and he saves Mayalt as well. It was just chef's kiss. That's chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Fantastic plays there. Lunettes, unfortunately, again, had momentum, but they weren't prepared for that wall, and I feel like that's what fumbled them the fight here. They are coming up on Ram Alt, though. They have beat. They're coming up on Reaper Alt. I see the vision. I really do.
Huge mail here. It's going to be a beat on the side of Sleep. Zerbo is just a tiny bit behind it there. It's going to be Maverick using his ult. Beat is going to come out on the side of Fred. But I think this is going to be a really tough fight to win now. Slappy Daddy does get the lamp here, and this is probably going to be Lunette taking the point. It's just a BAP on the high ground and a Ram. The Ash is going to go down, and Lunette, after a very scrappy fight, will manage to take the first point on Route 60.
Yeah, I like that. I like that from Lunettes. They use the momentum. They use the rotations well. They use Ramalt there. Good beat from Sleep. Fantastic to take first point here. And they push Fred back. Enough to cap. Now we move on to second point.
Exactly. But this is another notoriously difficult point to push, especially when you don't have really pressure on that Ash. If Lunettes keep doing their fast rotations, then it'll be a bit easier, but this is still looking really good for Fred, I think, especially when they're so close as well. And Window is just going to be really impactful with the comp they're playing if they play it early.
Yeah, no, definitely we can set up on the high ground here, right? Definitely get a few shots. If Ryan Lecker and Cortana push together, right? Oh, he gets booped off. That's unfortunate. I was just about to say, if they position well on top here, they could definitely get like a fantastic window with lots of value going.
Nice stabilize from the Reaper there, but the HP is getting super low from Lunette, and they are quite split. They're not really all doing the same thing. It is going to be a mail tier on the side of Lunette. It is now 44, which is going to force the Bob to come out. Bob is going to be able to get the Reaper. I think that is probably what's going to get the fight here for the side of Fred. Really nice Bob from Ryan Lecker, but both teams need to make sure that they're focusing the same targets. And I think that will, especially on the side of Lunettes, that definitely would have been a different fight. They were all kind of doing their own thing.
Yeah, no, unfortunate move from Lunettes. They're taking low ground. I feel like we rotate high there.
Yeah.
Would have been a completely different story. It would have forced out window there as well from the side of Fred, because they get to save window now. And just have Ryan Lecker, he can just have a shooting day, right? You just have a field day. Just hitting these shots.
They have to contest the high ground somehow. They can't just wait here for Ash to pop off, because she will pop off.
True. Very, very true. I see Lucio here. Lucio trying to get the boop off. Okay, we use window here. This is great.
Reaper's looking for the ult.
I mean,
Nice beat. I think
there might have been a bait though.
Yeah, it might have been, yeah. Point is pushing quite far. And Ajax on the side of Sleep. That's going to be used to open the fight. This fight is so messy. They're all over the place. But Last Catch is going to go down. A really nice lamp on the side of Fred. Going to be a mail, which is going to freeze Maverick completely. And that's going to be a very messy fight. But a hold should be here on the side of Fred. Is Stormy going to use ult? No, I don't believe so.
Nowhere. I feel like Lunettes had that. They had potential with that, right? They get out the beat from Zellenboard there. They just need to follow Stormy onto that high ground. They push them off height. They get Stormy into a good position, and I feel like Stormy could just like pop that ult and win them in the fight there. That's just a unfortunate fumble from Lunettes there.
100%. And losing that beat, the Ajax was also really huge. They just haven't contested this high ground, and we thought that would be the issue. But it was going to be a contest there. They saw Mayalt and Reaper here from the side of Lunettes. They are going to lose their Reaper, and this Bob is going to be huge. It is going to be a Mayalt, which is going to be able to freeze the Bob, but I don't think it's going to matter. I think it's going to be Fred holding on point B. A really nice map choice from them. Really got massive value from their Ash. And at the end of the day, Fred are going to be really happy with that hold.
Oh, that is just like so unfortunate. We die with Reaper ult, which is just really not what we want here.
Yeah.
I feel like we throw it out last fight. We have potential for kills there.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, I mean, Lunettes have the momentum, right? And they just don't capitalize on it when they have the opportunity. It's super unfortunate to see. which just gives Fred this opening to get those picks. You know, you give Ryan Lecker the chance, he will pop off, he will hit those shots. You give Sleepless the chance. We've seen it earlier with those May Icicles. It was just absolutely beautiful. Yeah, just small mistakes that are costing them fights here, and ultimately like might cost them the map.
Yeah, for sure. I think the issue came down to like just not finishing fights for sure. Not at all contesting the high ground. Ryan, I would love to see the stats for Ryan Lecker on that map. It must be crazy high because he was really popping off. It looks like the Nunets have spotted that issue and they're going to be walking out on the Ashe here.
Oh, I see you, Fred. Don't do it.
No,
Don't bait us. I want to see it. I want to see it. Right now, do not switch to... No!
Yeah.
Okay, we've been baited. I'm mad now.
I just never like get excited until they walk out of spawn because from Overwatch League everyone was baiting. I'm just so used to it at this point. It's going to be an honor pick from the side of the net. So they're not going to be playing too much with the Lucio, so they're not going to look really for engagement. But definitely a fair decision to make, especially with the Ashe. I was going to give a lot more healing, a lot more utility in that way, but they're also not going to have the beats. Good start here from both teams. The Booper is on Decaf. So far, so good for both teams. But Maverick's going to get super low, and no one's really paying attention to him. So that's probably going to be Maverick going down here. Ana's going to be on them, but Maverick going down there early in the fight, absolutely no hope, is definitely going to turn the fight here in the favor of Fred, and they've got to be really happy with this start.
Yeah, unfortunate positioning from the Moira there. I would have thought she would play up with the Maverick. The Maverick going down due to the lack of sustain. That's super unfortunate. Sleep now switching over to the Lucio away from the Ana, which honestly I get. You know, playing Ana into the Lucio into the Mei with both the dive and the long range damage potential from the Mei and Ashe is super frustrating.
Right, really good start this for Fred. That 5 minutes to cap half of Route 66. This is looking really good. A nice pick from Sleep. Not really going to matter too much as Spawn is right there, but it is going to halt the momentum a tiny bit here for the side of Fred.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like Lunettes, we need to set up here. Like 100%, we need to set up. We need to not hold doors here. We need to instantly set up on the high ground where they have trouble contesting.
Yeah, for sure. Because honestly, Fred could just out-rotate them, right, and go.
Oh, massive wall from Decaf.
Somi is going to go down. A lot of the damage on the side of Lunettes is going to go down. But a huge mail. That should be what seals this side for the side of Lunettes.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, the mail gets outbeat there. I feel like I'd take that trade. That's a really good trade. We have 4 ults on the side of Fred. We have 2 ults on the side of Lunettes with both Bob and Beat coming up. I feel like Sleep can definitely build it here.
Really interesting Bob placement. I don't think you're going to get a lot of value from that. But it is going to get Ram out and a call. And a bit of an over-ult from Lunettes, but they get the fight win. You'll take that.
That is okay. And Sleep going down.
Sleep likes to get aggressive, that's all I'll say. Sometimes he forgets. Lunettes taking the fight without their Lucio is not the play. Really nice shot from Ryan Lecker. And Lunettes are just going to have to die on point here. And hopefully they can get a recontest here. Losing the Ashe and the Lucio before the fight starts, it really got to hurt, especially after a fight that they used so many ultimates in.
So beautiful. It's so beautiful. The stars are aligning for Ryan Lecker here. Good shots.
Yeah.
Good moves from Fred there. Beautiful shots from Ryan Lecker. Huge window getting some value there. Not Maverick. Mousecatcher instantly moving on cart, pushing down the front line, getting that damage in, forcing resources. This is fantastic. It's looking good.
Getting Stormy super earlier. Lamp is going to come out and it's going to be a mail onto the side of onto Maverick, but he's going to survive just. Maverick just survived, but he is going to go down now. And there's no really ultimates on the side of Lunettes, so this is going to be Fred taking this map. just going to be the main left. Nice roll from Decaf, but I don't think it's going to be Mallow. Fred pulling out the Route 66 and taking it in the end.
Massive map win from Fred. I mean, this is what I was saying earlier, right? It is super winnable still for Fred. They picked the maps. I wasn't aware that Giant Liquor was an Ashe player, but he has definitely showed up today, right? Hitting those massive shots. Mousecatcher not being afraid to get in there. You know, pummel down the Mei, pummel down the Lucio, as we see here in the play of the game. It is just carnage, right? Carnage on point. We just love to see it.
Yeah, really well played from Fred. That I don't like to be to like call maps not close, but that was not close. The Lunettes were looking good after the first point, but after that, Fred just looked like they controlled it. There was no time where I was really that worried, and I think that's definitely a map that suits them. But you're definitely gonna get a huge momentum shift. Even though Luna is going to be picking the map, that huge momentum shift is going to make such a big difference now coming back here for Fred, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them take this next map.
Oh no, for sure. I feel like Lunettes definitely had the momentum going into this one, right? And we see it with their engages, and it's just these little mistakes on rotations, these little mistakes in fights that just cost them team fight after team fight, and they just can't seem to get it going.
Okay, guys, we're gonna go to a short break. We're gonna get the teams ready for the next map, and then we will be back with some more action. This is gonna be an absolute banger. We are 1-1, which means there's gonna be a lot of Overwatch still to be played. This is to get into the grand finals of Conquer the Climb, so definitely come back for that one, guys. Welcome back, guys. Oh, do we have a banger for you? It is currently in the lower bracket finals of Conquer the Climb. We are getting close to the end. Now we just have to decide who is going to be playing Omni Knights in the final. A 1-all scoreline. We've been talking a little bit about predictions while we were off, but I think Fable should be telling us how he feels like this is going to go. How do you feel like this is going to go from now on?
Honestly, no hate to the net. I see Fred taking this a calm 3-1. The DPS of Fred, their shots are on point. I see Mousecatcher. I see that aggression from him. Right? I see the bloodlust. I see it, dude. Unfortunately, they need, like, on that last map for Lunettes, unfortunately, they couldn't get the consistent fight wins going. They couldn't take that high ground effectively. And that just left Fred open to instantly capitalize on those mistakes. And they did, right? We saw great beats from Zellenbor. We saw the fantastic heals from Cortana. We saw the shots being hit, dude. I like, you hear me shouting, ew, 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 whenever I see like fantastic shots being hit. You see Ryan Lecker hitting the bangers on Ashe. You see Sleepless hitting the icicles. Just absolutely everything that they need to do. They are perfecting to a T right now. So I see them taking this a calm 3-1. What about you, PT?
I think it's going to be a 3-2. I don't know to who. I'm just basing this on map picks, right? I think we just saw that, which I expected from Lunettes, and it's just a really strong map for the Lunettes. Like, they scrimmed Fred a few times, and the matches. I don't think they've ever lost this map to them. It was the first time for everything. But I think Lunettes are probably going to take this map. And then Fred are going to pick a map that really suits them and it's going to really accentuate their DPS, which I think is probably their best role right now, and will allow Mousecatch to be more aggressive. And I think then it's going to go down to a push map, and from there it could go either way. That's my prediction.
Valid. Very, very valid. I like to see what Lunettes bring to us here on the map 3, which is currently, I think they've picked Suravasa. Yeah, they've picked Suravasa here. You've been telling me earlier Lunettes is quite good on this map, right? So I feel like this is definitely a potential win here for Lunettes, but they have to fire on all cylinders here to beat the aggressiveness and tenacity of Fred.
And they have to work out, like, it's a bit easier on Suravasa, but Ryan Lecker is probably going to roll out on the Ashe or something like that, and they have to work out how they're going to deal with that. Maybe they get a Ashe of their own, or maybe they play the Sojourn, who can help a little bit with the high ground. It's not super, obviously, that's why I believe Lunettes are going to take this map, but it's something that Lunettes do have to keep in mind.
Yeah, potentially not the Ashe on this map. I mean, I see the vision for Sojourn. I see the vision for Tracer. Please, Cows of Gods, give me a Tracer duel. I need to see it. It's probably one of my favorites to watch.
It's when such a skilled matchup.
True. When I'm watching local Overwatch, if I'm watching international Overwatch, I just love to see the Tracer duel, and I love to see the little techniques that they can bring out here. Here in the spawn rooms, we have, for Fred, we have Ram, Ashe, Mei, Bap, Lucio. It's a decent little... I didn't expect the Ashe, but, I believe. On the side of Lunettes, we have Reaper, Mei... Oh, not Mei! We have a Reaper, Tracer, Ram, Moira, Lucio. I like this. I like this fast-paced from Lunettes here. Let's see what they can bring to the table.
I think riding on the Ashe is a risk, for sure. As I said, I don't think they should take a 1v1 on Brawl with Lunettes. I think this is a smart choice, at least for this point. Nice positioning so far. Oh, he kept going down. It's huge. It's huge on the side of Fred. Like, picking up the Trace, that's a lot of damage. They do still have the Reaper on the side of Stormy, but it's gonna look really. It's gonna be really difficult at that pressure from another huge pop up from the Mei on Fred. That's a really good start for Fred on the side.
Yeah, early take for Lunettes, but Fred, you push right back, and they get the Maverick there. Ryan Lecker popping off with these shots. I love to see it. The Lucio differential from Zellenbor onto Sleep there. Fred looking very good. Definitely taking their time. Unfortunately, they lost the BAP, but even then, they spit out, they like stabilized, and they got Lunets down and they retake point. Yeah, this is fantastic.
Yeah, I think losing that Tracer early was it was a huge pick. I mean, Ryan is so close to Bob already. It's going to be really, really tough for Lunets to take us. But Maverick's going to run in. But that Bob, oh, what a huge Bob.
Oh, the Maverick going down there. Bob doing lots and lots of damage. Reinlecker going down, unfortunately.
But I don't think it should matter. He's going to be back in time, I think, for the last fight.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Lunet's struggling. Definitely struggling here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're taxing Ash back. We have all 5 back on point here. We have to make... I don't think they're gonna touch here. I think we're gonna go to next point. Which is valid.
Yeah,
Save what you have and go next.
Yeah, I think that wasn't touchable at all. So really good start for Fred. They're coming up with big ultimates, but that's the same for Lunette. So we're gonna have a bit of a brawl out here. There's definitely gonna be beats used in this fight. Maybe a and definitely some Ram ults as well. So it's gonna be a super close fight, but it's gonna be Lunette's meeting Fred on the right side here.
We have a good team fight here going.
Yeah.
We have both support ults. Maverick needs to build that Ram ult here. We can murder them Ram ult. Oh, big flank from Sleep. Oh, what a boop! Does he get him? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, but it should be enough though for the side of Lunette. That was a really nice flank from Sleep and Decaf. That's the kind of plays you have to be going for if you're going to be playing. Sit there and wait for them to pop off. And really, really good start here from Lunette. And it's going to force Ryan Lecker straight onto the cast, which I think does suit Lunette a little bit more.
Yeah, moving Ryan Lecker onto the cast. Definitely more favorable here against the Reaper, against the Chaser, even against the supports. You know, you stop them with that stun.
Yeah.
Oh, they're taking an early fight here already. Gosh, okay, pushing up. I like that. Oh my god. Decaf, it. Oh.
That's huge.
I just love to see it.
That might be like.
Oh, and he gets another pick as well.
Yeah. That's the worst thing to lose a fight to. That is a pulse bomb. Like, your entire ult economy and like. Yes, they wouldn't use anything, but losing that Lucio beat with the pulse bomb is just so huge.
I see you, Decaf. I see you, Goat. I see you. It was so good.
Ajax counter is on 3 now. Let's go.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Well, a bit of a messy fight. A nice beat on the side of Lunette. And Stormy's going to come in, and that's
Big. We get 3 picks for Stormy. Potentially 4. Nice. Stormy and
huge.
Decaf.
Yeah.
Cleaning up the fight there. I love to see it. 1-1 to Fred Lunette's now.
I think Suravati really suits like Lunette's DPS line because Lunette's DPS line is probably not. So they're going to play the Reaper Tracer. They're going to play the Reaper. Lunette's a lot more. Whereas definitely, like we were saying, they want to be playing the Ash. They want to play something different. Fred. We do have a fight going on here. Gonna be Maverick pummeling a little bit of troll. A huge mail on the side of Fred, and that should be the first point. Lunettes do lose their tank, and they don't really have any ultimates to retake us. They're gonna try and fight us, but I think it's gonna be Fred taking 3rd point on the 3rd. Did you say point? I think you did say 3rd point.
Yeah,
It's a flash point. Yeah, it's a flash point. Of course it is.
Fred takes 3rd flash point here. They have 2 ults in the bank. Slowly coming up on Lucio ult.
Yeah.
Lunette's, we have Pulse Bomb, we have Ram ult as well.
Yeah,
I feel like it might be a scrap, like quite a close fight here. I believe in Decaf to hit this Pulse Bomb already. I believe in
it. I think it's really important that he does. It's gonna be Maverick ulting super early, which is probably gonna allow Slappy to get a more ults. Oh, huge pick from Ryan onto Sleep. Sleep does go down, so 5v4 currently. It's going to be a Ram ult here on the side of Fred, and that's probably going to what seal it. Slappy is going to try and turn this fight with her Royal, but I think it's just her, and that's just not going to be enough. I don't even know if you can play for touch here. Slappy going to go back in. Decaf does get put down, and it's going to be match point for Suravati on.
Yeah, match point to the side of Fred here.
Fred, yeah.
No, Slappy definitely does not need to. Oh wait, we do get the touch here with Sleep.
No, it's not gonna matter. Yeah, it's not gonna matter.
Okay, that's unfortunate. A little bit of staggers. It's fine. We move next point. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the pulse bomb there from Decaf. Decaf going down early. We didn't get to build our Reaper ult either, and a little bit of waste of coalescence. But it's fine. You know, we move next point. I feel like we rotate in, and we attack hard here. I mean, they have beat, right? Fred has beat. Coming up to window, potentially could build Blizzard in this fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really neck and neck now. I actually don't know who to predict now.
Yeah, this could go either way. I think if Fred win this fight, it'd be massive. It's going to be absolutely huge. Like, I think this fight is key for this entire match. Just Lamp. He's going to get BAP low enough, and Maverick is going to be able to finish, and Stormy is going to be able to finish off the BAP, and that should be a fight win for the side of Lunette.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Mousecatcher goes down. And that'll be a clean fight for Lunette there. Big lamp there to stop the pulse bomb from getting a multi-kill, but unfortunately it makes them low enough. The rest of Fred can just like instantly capitalize on the damage that the pulse bomb did.
Yeah, and again, it's a cheap fight in inverted commas. Just trading pulse bomb for a fight win is obviously huge, but it's not like Fred gave up a lot of ultimates there. And they're going to open up with the window, which is obviously going to give them a lot of space. Stormy's going to get in position for this repost. Cass is going to be going on the flank here, which I do like. It's going to be a repost here. Nice speed from the side of Sleep. That's going to stop the Castle. And really nice from Lunette. Really nice speed from Sleep. I think a lot of the Lunette match would have gone down to that Castle. And it is going to be Lunette getting down to the last fight on the 4th point of Cervasa.
Perfectly timed beat there from Sleep to stop the Deadeye. I've said it a lot in this cast, but I love to see it, right?
Yeah.
Sleep, stopping the, hopefully, not Ajaxing, right? He shows us that his beats, when they aren't well timed, it's unfortunate Ajax, but when they have tons and tons of value, which I absolutely love to see.
Yeah. Oh, huge pick, and it's going to be a call on the side of Lunette, and they are going to take the last point and possibly clean up here. I mean, the fourth last point, the fourth. It's going to be two. And I really like it from Lunette. I think that's what they need to be doing, is they need to be being aggressive. Ryan Lecker is going to has gone back onto the Ashe, but which could help Fred, but I think if Lunette just play as aggressive as they've been playing, this is going to be a really close last point.
Yeah, no, for sure. Map point for both teams here. They have a lot of ultimates on both sides. I feel like that beat from Zellenball is going to be super, super integral to Fred's win here.
Oh, Cortana's going to go for that. It's going to be a beat here, so it is a 4. The Reaper also going down. This is still very close. Decaf is going to get a pick onto Ryan Lecker, and Ryan Lecker to get the pick up the Sleep, so it's now a 3v3. It's going to be a Mayout on the side of Fred. This is pretty big. I think it's going to be able to get Maverick down and Decaf. Oh, Stormer going down for free in the beginning of that fight is so huge.
Nice, man. That is huge. Big beat.
Yeah, big beat.
On the side of Fred, allowing them to have that sustain, to keep that fight going longer, and enabling Mousecatcher and Sleepless to pop off there.
Yeah, that was really huge. That Reaper pick.
Mousecatcher retains his ult as well for this fight.
Yeah.
He's going. They don't have. Lunette don't have support ults yet, but neither do Fred. So this is going to be like a really scrappy fight here. It might end really quickly.
I think it's going to come down to who gets the better ults, Reaper or Ram here.
True.
It's going to be aggression from Lunette. It's going to be a pulse bomb, which is not going to get it. This is really nice position for a rebound. There's so many going to go. It's a 4K. It's huge. And they get Bob out. That's a really nice fight with the side of Lunette.
My. Dude, I look away for 2 seconds. I just see Stormy kill 5. I'm like, whoa, what's happening?
Yeah.
Holy.
Stormy just popped off. Made up for how do I say this? Feeding his brains out of it.
I see it, dude. I see it. Okay. Stormy's here. They are ready to get Lunette to this win. I see it.
This is nice aggression again from Lunette, meeting them here. They will have Courier, which is something they should use really early, and they do. There are ultimates on the side besides for Lamp, for Fred. It's still a very close fight, so it could still go either way. Going to be a sack on the main. May's going to get super low, and Lunettes do get the main out and get the Lucio. Oh, this is a really, really close map, but this is looking really good for Lunettes here. They're going to be coming up on Ramrold next fight as well. No, not really close enough to the beat for Fred. This could still go either way, but it's looking. You're going to have to hit a huge beat here on the side of Fred.
We just reset here, no? We reset, we get 5, we potentially touch, but it's going to be
Yeah.
tough with that Ram ult coming in from the Maverick. They're probably going to ult early. There it is.
Oh, I don't think they touch. They don't touch.
Unfortunate from Fred, but big map win for Lunettes
Yeah,
here. It puts
that
them
was
up
huge.
2-1. Again, showing off that early engage from the Maverick and from Stormy, right? Stormy getting this... Okay, he doesn't get to play the game. That's,
I thought he
that is
would.
shocking. That is shocking. Maybe Giant puts on some good shots here.
Listen. I'm not saying that wasn't a good play, but Stormy did get a 5k. How is that?
True. I feel like Stormy getting that 5k completely reversed the momentum of the entire map.
100%.
It put Fred instantly on the back foot, and they weren't able to capitalize, which is unfortunate. But that's sometimes like how the game of Overwatch goes. And it puts Lunette up here 2-1.
Yeah, match point. This is to get into the grand finals of Conquer the Tribes. Everything is on the line for both teams. It is going to go down to the last map. I think that's the dream for any cast. So I'm hoping, even though I'm biased, a big fan of Lunettes, I would love to see a map 5.
Yeah, no, definitely. Map 5 would be super entertaining. I think depending on the map pick here from Fred, I can definitely make it happen. I need to pick a map that enables the Ashe.
Yeah.
From excuse me. They need to pick a map that enables the Ashe, enables their slower style of play.
Yeah.
Against the Lunettes like hyper aggressive style, right? Because as soon as they stop the Lunettes, as soon as they slow them down, Fred have all the control. We saw it on Route 66. As soon as they get Lunettes into these prolonged fights, they can capitalize. And they have to get and Lunettes have to play around it. Now with Lunette's map pick, Suravasa enables that hyper aggressive style, which us the casters, we love to see it, right?
Yeah.
It's super entertaining. But yeah, this is definitely a sight to see. It's fantastic to watch. Yeah, super evenly matched, and yeah, let's see what happens.
I'm really hoping for a King's Row or an Iconworld here. I'm really curious. No, there's not a King's Row. Why did I think there was King's Row? Oh, what a sad day. Who doesn't love King's Row? But let's see what the choice is going to be here. I would assume that they're going to pick a hybrid here. I would be surprised if they do pick Push. I think Push is going to suit Lunettes down to a T.
Yeah, no, definitely something that enables their style of play. As I said earlier, we're getting information coming now. Map 4 will be Eichenwald.
Oh, I think that's a good choice for Fred. Going to be able to play the Ashe a little bit more. I think that's a really solid pick.
Yeah, no, 100%. Enables those long sightlines from that helps the Ashe play. They played that Ramacha poke game. Definitely. Sorry, I've had a brain fart. My bad.
Oh, good.
It enables the Ashe. It enables that style of play. It enables the Ram that has both the poke and roll capabilities. Yeah, I see it going super well here for Fred. But on that same topic, Lunettes, they play fast under the bridge here. Second point, they play fast into the castle. I see potential for both teams, 100%.
I think this is. I'm hoping for Lunettes to pull it out, but I'm really excited to see a map 5. So I'm pulling here super hard for Fred. Oh, we're getting Torb. We're getting Torb gameplay. I'm gonna cry.
Bit biased. As a Tracer main, I'm not the biggest Torb fan. If I see
Yeah,
Torb,
fair.
if you see anyone roll out on Torb, I just instantly think of them as a lesser person.
Well, that's me. That's me. I'm a Torb. If I'm playing DPS, I'm playing Torb.
Tisk.
I mean,
I'll be surprised if they roll out on it though.
yeah. I mean, it looks like they're setting up for the Torb, so I think it's something they've practiced and it's something they're going to go for. I would have loved the Ashe. I really would have loved the Ashe, but let's see how it goes. I think
He's
Deepak
probably
should
gonna have a
switch
hard
immediately.
time,
Yeah, I think he should switch immediately.
especially on Iconball defense here. It's definitely tough to play into.
Sleep's gonna go down. A huge pick for that's a really good start. That was a really nice catch on that rotation. It's gonna be a really good start for Fred here. They've got to be quick on the rotations, and they were there. I thought they were going to get a stabilize there on the side of Lunettes, but that pick onto Sleep was super huge.
Big picks there for Mousecatcher. Mousecatcher picking up, I think, 2 or 3 in that building.
Yeah.
Lunette's rotation just not fast enough. Getting caught out there by the Ram, getting caught out by the Torb as well. Which enables Fred to just, pick away and do their thing. Lunette's going super fast into the building now. Ram having to use both cooldowns. Mousecatcher going super aggressive onto Lunettes now. It's a really even fight.
A lot of the members on Fred are getting super low. So it looks like it is going to be Lunettes taking this first one. 2 picks on the start here. There's a buff on the high ground, but there isn't much a buff can really do here. And it is going to be buff going down. I like that from Lunettes. Ultra aggression. Don't let them push onto you, push onto them. I would like Ryan Leopard to switch on to the Ashe here, though. I really would, especially on this point.
Actually, I see a switch coming. Probably
Yeah.
off the ult here. Because this point is really good for the Ashe. You can just set high ground and just dink them away.
Yeah, for sure. I'm picking Ashe every time. But let's see how it goes. They're going to stick on the floor. They do have to play out here. Not the most impactful, but it can sometimes get some value. It's going to be a turbo early. As for May, May's going to be alone on point, so at the end of the day, Alex does get value from the Torb. And it comes with a bit of a flank here, and that should secure the fight on the side of Fred. Not terrible though for Lunettes. They only did use Core and Tank ult. Not great to use Ram ult, but it's not the end of the world.
Good fights there from Fred. I like to see it. We matched Ram ult, which is okay. Reinlecker now switching onto the Ashe. Good prediction.
Yeah,
Instantly gonna set up high ground. I think Mousecatcher and Sleepless playing mid here, which is fine. I think Lunette's gonna go for the here we go. Super ultra aggressive into the castle.
I think you have to. You can't let that Ashe just have free value. I would have even gone and pushed her off. Like she's still gonna get crazy value on this high ground. I wouldn't even walk out here. I would completely rotate to high ground. Yeah. Let's see what
they're doing this. They are doing
yeah,
this.
Ashe's gonna get super. Ashe's gonna be one even. Ashe's gonna be able to get back to the high ground. That's the key there. It's gonna be a melt on the side of Lunettes, which is probably gonna secure the fight. But it's a little few traits going here and there. Sleepers is getting low, and yes, that is gonna be Lunettes. Slowly but surely eking away this to the end of second point.
Lunette's lovely there from the side of Lunette's, only using one ultimate to get like so much space away from Fred. That is going to be detrimental for the success of Fred here. Lunette's coming up on Moira ult. We have Beat, we have Stormy. We have Stormy ult. We see what he can do with that Reaper. We've seen it last map. Big Beat from Sleep here. Unfortunately, Mousecatcher goes down.
Oh, they have no ultimates here for the side of Fred, so it's going to be really difficult to even turn this fight. That's a fast cap for Lunettes. Lunettes have some big ultimates, so this could be a quick cap here. It's so important for Fred to stop this payload as soon as possible.
It's super snowbally. Lunettes didn't even expend any ults to win that fight.
Yeah.
Which means they have 3 big ults, right? They can just take their time and build up May. They can build up Lucio. They can just like full on take their time here against Fred. Fred only has
nice
Bomb
ball.
and Blizzard, and like that's coming up now. But yeah, I see Lunettes playing this hyper-aggressive style, instantly inting on backline and just winning.
Ooh, actually gonna go super low. Nice bomb on the side of Ryan Eckert. Not really gonna get a lot of value out from Maverick. And there's gonna be a lot of work still on the side of Lunettes. It's looking really good. Nice lamp, but I don't think it's gonna really save them for too long. Bob does manage to get Slavier. That could be the pick that opens it up for the side of Fred. It's gonna be a mail. It's gonna come out. This is gonna get people over. Lunettes in the push point. Lunettes in the push point. It's just so very vulnerable for both sides. And there's going to be Lunettes fast capping Eichenwald.
Unfortunate. We saw we had the Ram ult going, we had the Bob going. It was just wasn't enough to stop the momentum of Lunettes there. They built up so much over the previous points, and I just, they're just really good.
Yeah, that's rough for Friday. It's very rough. Not completely out of this map, but it just kind of snowballed for them. I think Lunettes adapted from Route 67. They were like, we can't let them have high ground. We have to do something about it. And the fact that they forced that Ashe off, even got the pick, I think that was the key fight. I think, as you mentioned, they also didn't use ults to cap B on that final push, and that it was just so hard for Fred to deal with that afterwards.
For sure. I mean, how do you see Fred coming back here? Because Lunettes have 2 minutes, almost 50 seconds, like almost 3 minutes, right? They almost have 3 minutes to play with. They full cap at 3 minutes remaining. How do you see Fred turning it around here?
You have to kind of take it one fight at a time. Like, that's all you can really do. You have to try and win the first fight as quickly as possible, and then try and do exactly what Lunettes did and try and snowball a little bit. Even if you get less time. 130. That's what you kind of got to try to be aiming for. And then you can have a nice attack and you can put some pressure on Lunettes. I think that's what they've got.
Oh my gosh, we're seeing the Roadhog.
We're seeing the Roadhog.
We are seeing the Roadhog. I loved. Oh, this is going to be entertaining. Okay. Big hook. Oh, first hook.
Oh. They were not expecting the Roadhog.
They were definitely not expecting it. Honestly, if Mouthcatcher can make this work, yeah. I believe.
I think it's definitely something that can be work, but it's going to be really a big struggle into this comp.
Yeah, 100%.
It's just no frontline pressure other than hook.
Oh!
Maverick does go down. I'm eating my words here. That was a huge play from Mouthcatcher. I think the whole team dies if Maverick doesn't die there from the side of Fred. So really good play.
Oh, dude, snowball that aggression. We just walk up here. We keep Mouthcatcher up. We keep Sleepless up. Oh, speaking of keeping Sleepless up.
Oh, Sleepless does get down, but Stormy's probably going to lose his life for it. Trades all over the place here. It's getting really messy. Maverick's going to walk in. He's going to be able to get this in, but
Sleep there.
This
massive.
Huge plays here from both sides.
Maverick gets the backline, and now the Hog is just free. Yeah, free food. I'm expecting a switch off the ult here, honestly.
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't even use ult yet. I don't even see what value you're gonna get.
Honestly, I'm excited to see the Hog though. The first fight was definitely entertaining.
I think this next fight is obviously very key. It's with Trance. Both teams basically have 5 ults, but Trance is obviously got a huge game-winning ultimate. And it's the key. I would definitely... Yeah, there's the Trance. It's going to be a ball out. It's also going to be a call. It's also going to be a beat from the side of Lunettes. It's still going to be super close. But with that Trance and that bomb, I think it's going to start going in the favor of Fred here. Nice hook into the trap. And it's going to be Maverick going down. A really nice hook. Mouthcatcher value for...
Catches on one today, like I see him. Oh, and he forces Icicle. Oh, this is just massive.
Yeah, this is huge.
Big Hog plays.
I think.
Yeah, you were saying?
I think Lunettes are getting caught up on being aggressive, which I think is always a good thing. And you must take aggressive angles against comp, but you can't walk out in the middle of it. Strong poke elements to their comp. You kind of want to hard hold the corner, and as soon as they get into your kill zone, that's when. Be aggressive. Kind of just don't want to run it down mid because that Hog's going to hook you. The Ashe is going to choke you down. So is the Zen. You kind of just want to play hard, hold corners and play and be ultra aggressive, but in a very smart way. Well, Stormy won't be running a reap. Hog is probably not the play yet. Yeah, and Stormy's going to go down for it. It's really starting to lose their shape. Ryan starting to lose what made that first map so good. I think they're getting caught up on this Roadhog. You just have to ignore the Roadhog. You wait out the hook, ignore and kill the rest of his team. And I think Lunas are just getting caught up. Like, Stormy trying to solo kill a tank is just never going to go well for him. So Lunas just need to breathe and make sure. Losing sleep there. This is looking so good for Fred. Really well played from Ryan to getting a pick. This is getting to what's the word? Snowball territory for Fred. This is exactly what they're looking for. And Stormy goes down as well.
Oh my gosh. 2 big picks from Ryan Licker. Yeah, one into Lucio on the sleep there that like just takes away all the speed of Lunette. And then like onto Stormy, who has ult there that can turn around the fight. That is massive from Fred.
Yeah, this is really huge. I love that they're making this hog pick work. There's a lot of ults on the side of next, but so do Fred Allen. But Bob's gonna go down super quickly. But it's gonna crack a little bit of space. It's gonna be a mail, but it's gonna be Torrance on the side of Fred, which is really huge. And mail in return. This could be a turn for turn 5 for the side of Fred. A nice hard alter. It's going to be a fight up in the background, and Stormy is going to be able to get through here. But I think this is going to be Fred pushing a bit further here. But they do have a lot of ultimates coming back here, does Lunettes.
Yeah, no, 100%. This is entering snowball territory. Right, Fred playing super well, even with the Roadhog. I mean, he makes the Roadhog work. He makes it look so easy.
Yeah, really well played.
When playing again, Ryan Licker on the Ashe, playing fantastically, right? Playing like enabling their playstyle to get those essential picks. Sleepers with a good Blizzard there, managing to get Maverick out last fight, but Stormy now with a pick onto Zen. Oh, decaf with a made differential. Ryan Licker gets the pick onto Stormy.
Stabilize a little bit here for Lunette. It's still a bit tough for them, but they really need to stop their play, and they did manage it, and they kept beat at the same time.
Very, very nice. Like we just get all 5 people and you make like a coordinated push.
Yeah, exactly. It's so much easier on a push on work again onto Maverick. They've got to really watch that. Nice warrior. Each from the side of Lunette, a nice beat here. That's kind of what you want to be using there. And nice ult here from Stormy.
Stormy popping off, finding 2 there. Those are big picks on the side of Lunette.
Oh no, it's not gonna matter.
Stormy with the 4K.
Yeah, huge from Stormy.
Massive. I feel like we switch Hog now. Hog not finding value on this 3rd point.
Yeah, it's gonna be real tough. But they don't have a lot of ultimates here. I mean, I would still switch Ram and go with those ultimates, but the huge Bale and Bob is going to be key here. They can match Lunettes, but Bob, they're not going to really have an answer placed.
Yeah, 100%. We have 3 ults on the side of Fred here. We can potentially see what we can do with that. Lunettes, we can potentially build Ram out here. Massive pick. Massive pick on the side of Lunettes there. Look at an instant 5v4. 5v3.
But it's not in a great position. That is not a great position for Bob at all. It's going to be a hook on to sleep. Lunettes are getting a little bit messier. They might have to use an ultimate to close it out. Reaper's going to get super low. This is super close though. If Lunas can get another pick, this is going to be a huge stagger, I think now.
Yeah, Maverick staggering the Moira there.
Yeah.
Fred wasting both Blizzard and Bob. I think that's detrimental. And Lunette's retaining ultimates and building Reaper ult as well at the same time. Yeah, this is going very well in the favorability for Lunette.
Now Trance has to be huge. Yeah, Trance has to be like the biggest Trance that you could ever go for if this is going to be a. And yeah, Trance. Reaper does get on super early. That's a good start. 2 ultimates on the side. Oh, nice work. This was perfect execution, honestly, from Fred. Sorry. We're also going to try and fight a fight that seems super lost, though. I really like it. They could have come back with a lot of ultimates just to contest the last point. They're going to commit the beat there, and now getting all their members back. Maverick is going to get to a pick onto the Zen, and Ash is going to get super low as well. This is going to be Lunette taking it up and advancing to the final. Really well played from Fred. I really love the whole comp, but it is going to be Lunette taking the series 3-2-1.
Fantastic play from Lunette. They're making me eat my prediction at the beginning. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, credit to Fred. They made the Roadhog work for those first 2 points, but couldn't make it work for the third. Which, no discredit to them. It's tough to make Hog work. It's tough to make any hero work on the third point of Eichenwald. Like, to be honest, it's so hard to push him. Yeah. But that snowballing nature of the map, proving to just aid Lunette in that, and they take the map, they take the match, and they are off to the finals.
Yeah, really well played from both teams. I really enjoyed the Brawl Mirrors. Something we were not going to see a lot in the final. I really think that Omniats are going to play a lot of dive and a lot of different varied comps. We might see the Malga. So that final is going to be really cool. Back for that at 5:30, I believe. So we've still got a bit of time. But we obviously got to do the most important thing that we have to do as casters, and we have, in the end, gets MVP. Who are you calling? I know who I'm picking.
Yeah, no, me too. Lunette's picking up the win there, and I mean, it was just big ult after big ult, playing close to the tank, getting constant value in fights. My MVP pick for this match, PT, is 100% Stormy. Stormy, he gets those big pop-off ults. He enables his team so well, right? And even, my second pick, a very close second, would be Sleep, because besides the Ajax, all those beats were big. They all held immense value. But I'm sorry, I have to give it to Stormy here.
Yeah, Stormy had some incredible ults, and it's not just like ultimates up fights. They change the momentum of maps. So I'm definitely agreeing with you. Stormy is definitely my player of the match. Without a doubt, really strong showing from him. A really strong showing from Millet, especially on Survival World. But it definitely has to go to Stormy from my side. I think he played really, really well. Had some moments. It was a little questionable, but other than that, he was really, really strong. So my player of the pick is definitely Stormy.
100%. Yeah, it was super fun to watch. Yeah. This is my first time casting, first time watching Conquer the Climb. And I feel like I've entered on a good day, playoffs day 2 and then the grand finals later, which I'll be tuning into as well. I definitely got more than I expected with these teams, right? These teams are they continue to blow me away. Every week, this match just now was an absolute banger. And I feel like everybody watching can agree. Big pop-off moments, immense value with all the abilities. Great beats, just great gameplay all around, and I just love to see it. It was fantastic to see, fantastic to cast as well, and big ups to Stormy for that MVP as well. Very well played from him.
Yeah, for sure, and I think it's also very much worth mentioning. I really think this is not going to be the end for any of these teams, right? I'm hoping to see them in a lot more casual tournaments, and I think they're going to spring some surprises, especially Omni Knights, Lunette. They're really, really strong teams. They can easily trade maps, so I think really, really, if they continue to play in. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. But thank you, guys. Thank you, Fable, for casting with me. It was an absolute pleasure helping you cast your first. I hope you had fun. Thank you to Peach for his amazing production and ops work. Cheetah. But yeah, guys, we'll be back at 5:30 with the final. You've got to tune in to Omni Knights versus. And yeah, we hope to see you all there. See you in about half an hour.
It's a banger, don't miss it.
Well, at the start of it all, there were 4 teams who set out on their own journeys as teams and with their mentors to try and conquer the climb in their own way. But once it's all said and done, just 2 remain. 2 teams with 2 pretty different journeys in terms of how they got here. One team walked that path step by step as easy as you like, unburdened by any issues, and their opponents, on the other hand, they had to fight their way through the lower bracket, fight their way through some tricky conditions to work their way up towards the summit. But each team has just one step left to take, and who will come out on top? That's what we're here to say, what we're here to see, rather. My name is Sun Phoenix, and I'm joined, as you can all see, by the ever lovely Sam Naori Mizuki. How's it going?
Really good. I love that I get to pop in every now and then and do a little bit of Overwatch coverage. You know, I don't get to do it nearly as often as I'd like, but always awesome to be welcomed back into the community and to see how the players are progressing, how they're growing, and see, you know, the new players that are coming up, which is, of course, what this is all about. Grassroots, helping those newer players and newer teams achieve their dreams, their goals, and conquer that ever escalating climb.
Yeah, it's really an awesome initiative put together by the PGA in partnership with ACGL. And for those of you who are not familiar, maybe you're joining us here just for the finals, like Sam and I kind of have done. It is Conquer the Climb. The idea is that a number of teams get together however they see fit, and we pair them with mentors. They can be coaches, they can be managers, just, you know, a steady hand, an experienced face that they can look at and ask questions of and get guidance from. As I said, it can be in terms of coaching, so in-game stuff. That is obviously super useful for the teams, but it's also stuff beyond that. How do we organize matches? How do we seek assistance? Who do we talk to if we need X, Y, and Z? All the stuff you don't think about when you start in esports or any sort of competitive endeavor. So it's a really awesome initiative, and as I said, we've had 4 teams from the start here, but we're left with 2 at the end of it. It is going to be the Omni Knights taking on EEA Lunettes. As we said, two teams with different paths to the top here, Sam.
Yeah, obviously the Omni Knights, we kind of mentioned it a little bit during the first series of the day. They have played 15 maps and not a single team has been able to take one off of them. They have consistently been the absolute top of the pops from start to finish, and they have looked dominant. It felt like Lunettes were giving them a little bit of trouble on the first control point, which was the first map. But after that, they were steadily in control. Even when they, you know, lost their footing a little bit, their ability to regroup and push as a unit and regain that control is commendable. So I think that this is, obviously this is now a rematch of our earlier game. Earlier it was that upper bracket game, and then we had to see Lunettes drop down into the lower bracket where they played against Fred. They came out on top of that one, and now they have to run it back and try to take the victory against the Omni Knights, who have absolutely dominated the bracket so far.
When you look at the rosters, you kind of see why that is. If we go back to Omni Knights again, Peach, and we can just take a look at some of the names there. There's a few that stand out. Karma, Token, Jinxie, all players with pretty decent competitive experience, and it makes a lot of sense that they would kind of push themselves to the fore here. Long Live Pain and SG Flops, less experienced, but there's a lot of power in this team that we saw. We've seen the likes of Token, for example, really pop off on heroes like the Pharah, and Karma, no slouch as well, and kind of oscillating nicely around Jinxie. But their opponents today, we've seen a lot of them, it feels like, more than any other team, I almost want to say, or maybe that's just me, but Lunettes, they've got a different style, pretty much completely to OK, and it almost feels like OK is unique in terms of how they approach the game, in terms of a very more dive-centered approach, whereas both Fred and Lunettes were heavily favoring the brawl style. We've seen how it's played out in the past, Sam. It's really been OK in the driver's seat. That dive, if executed well, can be so tough to feel like. But we do know to deal with, rather. But we do know what our first map is. It is going to be Lijiang Tower, a South African staple, an Overwatch staple. No hero bans to be aware of in this tournament, but you've seen them play. Control seems like the map type that suits Lunettes the best. I think it's safe to say, Sam.
Yeah, I think that it's tough to say because Lunettes results out of it. But when you're coming up against a team like Omni Knights, who are so fluid, who can chop and change at a moment's notice, Jinxie playing a variety of different tanks and consistently being kind of pulling a lot of that aggro so that Karma and Token, whatever hero they choose to play on, can be a nuisance in the back line. They really do play together beautifully, and having that hero pool kind of propels them that little bit more forward.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what the teams come out of the gate with here. And we do see a bit of a change. We kind of commented before, Sam, I think it was before we went live, that the Mavericks been very, very keen on running nothing but Ramattra. But so far, at least, looks like he might be coming out of the door with something different here. That Junker Queen, an interesting pick. Decaf on the Tracer. Stormy on the Cass we haven't seen. He's kind of been mainlining the Reaper from what we've been watching. But otherwise, a pretty different look from EEA Lunets from what we saw before. Omni Knights, though, this is kind of their bread and butter.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of the Junker Queen come out a bit earlier to deal with Jinxie, and it did net some results. And of course, Stormy coming in as that hit scan to deal with Token. Perhaps he'll get better results this time.
Have to wait and see here as we Maverick getting aggressive here. 2 kills already, though. Make it 3 going down here for our red squad. Already Omni Knights in the driver's seat here. Just 2 kills to clean up. There's one. The other soon to follow. There it is. Karma picking up 4, no 5 in that team fight. 4 last hits, and that's going to be it here. Might this be an ominous portent for what's to come, Sam?
Yeah, it seems that way. You've got that dangerous, deadly combination of a hit scan and a projectile. The Pharah up in the sky, laying down a lot of suppressive fire, and then Karma being able to clean that up, and Stormy constantly under pressure, just can't find the angles he needs.
Have to wait and see if he can leverage some sort of crossfire here, but just moving with the team for now. Needs to be careful. The pressure is there. They've moved on to the points now. Have Lunets and nothing getting in the backline, but once again, Token finds a target and takes them down, but the frontline battle being won by the Maverick and Lunets. That's 2 kills. Can they find any more? Will they even need to? Token dropping low, taking down Decaf with the last hit on that. The point will flip. Jinxie will go down, and Lunets, they're not going down without a fight.
I like this. We're kind of ignoring Jinxie for the most part until the end of the fight, because obviously they're playing a really, really tanky hero. So if you kind of continue to engage with that, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. It's going to burn a lot of your resources. Deal with those supports and those DPS first, and then clean up Jinxie later.
That seems to be the plan. We'll see if it can bear fruit here now as they look to move forward. Need to be careful though, that Junker Queen dropping super low, but good flex back from the Queen to keep themselves alive here. The Maverick gonna put the pressure on Jinxie now. She's set up in front of them. She's super low and it will go down. Stormy will get the last hit there. Might be able to take down the Pharah as well. Not going to be able to on this occasion. Just one more shot needed. It might not matter though. They've won this team fight pretty comfortably there. Even a boop kill for Sleep gonna set them while here. Lots of ultis to work with as well. So this is not what we were expecting to see, I think, Sam.
No, definitely not. It's a bit of an odd engagement as well, allowing Jinxie to go in all by themselves and not really providing the backup that they need. And again, Jinxie in it to win it, but where's the rest of the team?
That's her ultimate available very, very soon, but there's ult in the backline here. The Maverick once again finds Karma early. Sleep send flops off the map once again. So a repeat of history here, and it's going the way of EEA Lunets. So still in control of the point, 70% up, lots of kills to boot, and they've even forced out the Primal Rage. Jinxie, you're gonna have to try and beat a hasty retreat, lucky not to concuss themselves there on the way out, but we'll get out with their life. But running out of time here are the Omni Knights.
This is basically last fight territory. A lot of ultimates to use here. If they're going to dive, they're going to have to do it as a team. Jinxie's in alone again.
Oh, she is indeed. They've forced the sound barrier out. There's a Deadeye in the background as well from Stormy. Doesn't quite get the kill. The nano boost keeping the Pharah alive on that occasion. But Stormy says you can't nano yourself just yet. Although maybe she could have actually as she flops. But this is really, really good for the red squad here. Eagle Eye Academy's Lunets doing an excellent job of finding all the picks they need to, keeping themselves healthy. Last man standing here is going to be Long Live Pain, and he will not live long in the memory here, as that's going to be it for map number 1. It goes the way of EEA Lunets, flipping the script here from what we were expecting coming in.
Yeah, looking a lot better. Now, they did this earlier as well. They won the first control point, and then after there, they lost the next two. So I'm going to temper my expectations a little bit, but it definitely feels like they're looking a lot better. And one of the things that I praised Omni Knights on their coordination, playing together, taking those fights as a team, it felt like there were too many situations where Jinxie dives in, which is exactly what they're supposed to be doing. They're playing Winston, but where's the rest of the team? So that follow-up needs to be there. Otherwise, you're just an alt battery for the enemy team to charge up and deny you from getting in the next fight. So we need to see a little bit more cohesion coming through here from the Omni Knights if they want to turn things back around in their favor.
Yeah, it's kind of the key with the dive composition is that ability to execute as one, and they haven't been able to do that so far. No changes on either team at the moment, but here's Jinxie in the backline. Lots of pressure coming from the sky. No kills forthcoming just yet, though. Token putting the pressure on, working up towards that second perk. He's got the first perk. God alone knows what it actually is based on that tiny picture, but we'll have to assume it's the best choice for the situation as Jinxie makes the best choice for the situation and takes down one. Looks to get a second here. Will get Stormy as well. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Play it slow, play it smart, and find the way to pry open the Lunette's defense, and they've done that expertly now. Just one remaining here. Long Live Pain gets the double at the end, and Omni Knights, they're going to assert their authority here on the second map.
Yeah, this time around, not having to deal with a pesky bridge and a wall in the way to deny being able to group with your Winston. They've got a clear, direct path once Jinxie dives in. So you've got your Ana behind you, keeping you alive. The anti-nades coming through as well. And that allows Jinxie to get tons and tons of value. They now have that control of the point, and that can slowly start to tick away. The Lunets going on a bit of a round-the-world tour here to try to get him behind them. Oh, the anti's big.
That is an enormous anti-nade. SG Flops pretty much cleaning that one up with one ability usage here. Last man standing, the Maverick, it's got the Tracer as well, Decay, but one Tracer versus the world, not likely to win this one out, and that was all on the Ana. The anti-heal, just too good.
That's the danger of playing against an Ana. You've got to play a bit more safe in those confined spaces. The value that's going to come through that, massive. And you don't have something to eat that, like a Diva Matrix. You're going to just eat those nades.
Wait and see if they can work their way through. They're going for the same option again here. Tracer in the backline. Another great anti gets rid of Stormy, yeets it across the map and finds the target. And now they can start to clean up. Slappy Daddy already down. Do they even need to find more here? The point, 64% up, 10-player kill streak. But Long Live Pain, he goes down. So it's a 4v5 now with Karma dropping low under pressure. Has to back out, but the Maverick dropping should spell the end of this team fight. Almost up to the overclock here for Omni Knights. With pretty much 5 ults to boot here, they'll feel confident in taking this to a map 3.
I kind of want to see them try and go for the high ground push here, because moving in through these small corridors, you're giving so much over to that Ana to get those nasty antis. You've got to try to circumvent that.
They're not going to a huge Kitsune or Kiriko Suzu there, but it's not going to keep him alive for very long. Token with the nano boost, with the rocket barrage, will find 3. They almost get the cap in the meantime, but it's not going to be enough. A very strong clapback here from the Omni Knights.
Oh, that was a rough little barrage as well, holding that right to the end there.
Yeah.
And the problem is, whether they come through that back alleyway or whether they come straight through the main doors, you're still in such a tight area, tightly contained. So that barrage is going to get so much value. 3 kills off of that, and that round is over quick as you like. Now we move over to our third control point. Somebody pick a Mei. Nobody? Anybody? Oh.
Fred's been the team that's been picking the Mei straight up. Lunets have kind of only done that on decaf in response to that. Doesn't seem to be what their preference is stylistically. But yeah, I agree with you. The Mei is super hot here on this point. And this is a bit of a different look here from Omni Knights. It makes perfect sense here on Control Center. This is a very brawly map type, but it should, in theory, play into the hands of Lunets. But compositionally here, I think I'd rather have the Omni Knights behind the Rematric here. We'll have to wait and see what they can get down. Oh, Juno out of position, dropping low, taken down. Sleep secures the final hit there. Now they just need to follow this up with a few quick kills. Can they do it onto the ramp? Boop back, taken down. Sleep says, I'm in control, boys. I am the tip of the spear. And he is stabbing straight into the heart of the Omni Knight squad here. That's 5-player kill streak for the Maverick. And a quick first cap here. We could be on the verge of Omni Knights dropping their first snap potentially.
There's definitely a possibility for it. I do like that token swapped off of the Pharah, but perhaps a Junk may have, been a similar vein, but instead they go for that Genji, and I think that they can be very powerful, but unfortunately he's not building up that ultimate as fast as he needs to be, so they've already lost that first fight. Now the re-engage.
I'm moving forward here, Jinxie with the Nemesis form going, the Lucio dropping low, but will get out, and Decaf, he's found a target in the backline, one healer down. SG Flops not having the same value on the Juno as he did on the Ana, and now Decaf just gets to play in the backline. Long Live Pain taken down as well. Genji will drop, and it's just Jinxie remaining on the Ramatra, taken down quick as you like, 40% up on the clock. EEA Lunettes in total control.
I'm loving this Junker. I feel like it's actually bringing so much to the Lunettes roster. But Token, 2 fights in and still no Blade. That's not a great look for your Genji. And Decaf got that Pulse Bomb online. Stormy's just about on the verge. There it is. High Noon available.
High Noon available. Be careful here. Was a Tracer around the back with a Pulse Bomb ready to go. Stormy with the Deadeye. Pulse Bomb not going to be used, but they do find Long Live Pain once again. Healer's dropping early, but Jinxie with the relation can find a couple of kills here. Finds one. They've taken down Decaf, and now Token drops as well. So the script will flip now as finally the Lunettes will be prized off that doorway and forced back to spawn.
And the problem with going for that more kind of spawn campy hold is that when you've got an ultimate that's going to come through and that can do a lot of AoE effect, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And that's exactly what happens there. Now they're forced into a position where they need to push back into this. But look how many ultimates they have online. This is a more than doable situation.
It is, and they start with the Kitsune rush here. They've got a few to work with, but they've already lost Nika. That is a huge rampage though, all the way through. Can they get Long Live Pain? Have they lost too many already? Just taking down one, and I think they have. This is really, really problematic here for Lunettes. The OK squad is so good at setting up in this chokehold that pushing through, even with a dearth of ultimates, is going to prove very, very challenging.
And that's a problem that we noticed in that earlier game as well, where, Maverick will charge in with the Junker, get a ton of those antis, and there's never enough follow-up. And that is something that we really need to see Lunettes kind of clean up on a little bit.
Decaf manages to squeeze his way through their sleep, finds Token. That means there's no Genji Blade available for this team fight. Maverick finds another. They might be able to force their way through here. Pulse Bomb was passed somewhere, but the Maverick is popping off nicely here. Can they just clean up Jinxie here? Yes, they can. Move towards point, get this last kill on Kama without losing anyone, and this is exactly what Lunettes needed to do. Clean as you like. Some ults to work with for this final fight. They can set up aggressively now.
Yeah, but look at this. The Omni Knights are already coming back for this re-push. They are already regrouped and coming in. But Kama's spawn is quite late. If they're going to push into this without him there, it could get very dangerous.
Would get dangerous indeed. It looks like they're going to pause just for a moment here as Kama works his way back in. Juno ultimate comes out though. He gets the Blade. One kill onto Stormy, but he's taken down Flops. He might have done enough to secure his team this team fight, but no, not in the face of the sharpest blade in the West. Can they find any more? Yes, they can. Decaf taken out quick as you like. The Lucio not likely to make it very far either. 99% overtime force, but Lunettes have a tough push ahead of them with just the one ultimate. Well, two.
While for that blade to build up, but it was worth the wait. Beautifully executed by Token, shuts down the entirety of Lunettes and forces them now to have to re-engage. They only have 2 ultimates in their back pocket here to try to take this re-engage.
Here it comes though, very aggressive movement here. Rampage at the ready, goes through once again. No Kiriko, no Suzu available. This anti-heal could be enormous. They found a kill, but he's losing all his teammates in the background. Jinxie with the annihilation, doing tons and tons of damage. And unfortunately for Lunettes, their battle comes to an end here on Lijiang Tower. Omni Knights, as we expected, too strong, too hot to handle. Lucio will get on point here, but this is just the final death rattle here of a team on their last legs. Reaper on point, low HP. Gonna TP out here. Maybe I spoke too soon, but no. Suddenly a flurry of kills come through for the Omni Knights, and that should be it here. The touch not forthcoming, and okay, as expected, taking a swift 1-0 lead, but plenty to show there from the Lunettes. but as I understand it, this is kind of what they do.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is feeling a little bit like deja vu from that match earlier today. Lunettes put up a really strong fight, but at the end of the day, it's the Omni Knights who come out on top of that very kind of, maybe not completely one-sidedly, but very handedly. They can retake onto a site really well. They can regain control pretty easily. They have really good ult management, which has been one of my big things that I praise them for. So I'm really impressed that they're managing to keep up this momentum. And you also have to factor in, they got a little bit of a break between their last match and this match. That lower bracket game had to be played. They could watch it. They could chill for a little bit, keep warm maybe in the practice range while that's going on. But you're not kind of under heavy pressure and strain in that time. Whereas Lunettes, this is their third match that they're now playing, and it's all systems go. It's play for your tournament life. If you lose here, it's all over. So a lot more stress and a lot more concern for them. But impressive that they're still managing to put up a really solid fight, and I'm hoping that can continue through into the next map.
But you do kind of worry that if fatigue is something that's playing in here, it doesn't get better, it gets worse, right? As the series goes on, as the pressure starts to build. So fingers crossed that Lunettes can find something different here. But I like that we saw them run the Junker Queen. They weren't leaning so heavily on the Ramattra. Yes, they've leaned on it before, but let's hope they can find something in the next couple of maps that allows them to take some W's here. They do, of course, now get to choose the next map, any map type, any map in the game they can choose from. And of course, they also get to choose the side here, unusually for Overwatch tournaments. So the ball is in their court now in terms of a response to what we saw. Is there anything you saw from Omni Knights that you can identify, if you are from Lunette's perspective, that you can take advantage of in terms of pushing yourself to a win in the next map?
I think that one of the big things is what I mentioned on that first map, or that first control point, where kind of Jinxie finds themselves a little bit out of position. And so you want to try to take advantage of that, right? You want to try to isolate the big when I say heavy hitters, I don't necessarily mean your DPS, right? I mean like the high impact heroes and the high impact players. You want to isolate them out so that you can take them off the board and then kind of systematically shut down from there. Bearing in mind, Omni Knights aren't necessarily playing. They're not playing Death Ball. They're playing a dive heavy, but they're not diving as a unit. It's like a weird poke dive. Yeah. So you can really isolate. Like if Karma is off to the side somewhere and Token's up in the sky, you focus one of them down and then kind of move on to the next site, which is kind of what Omni has been so good at. That target prioritization has been on point. And that's, I think, one of the big things that Lunettes needs to work on a bit more is, isolate or identify your most important target and isolate them, burn them down. And then once you have a number advantage, it's a lot easier to maintain that control.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a good point you make about it being more of a hybrid composition. They don't kind of all dive in on one pinpoint target. There's a lot of time spent waiting at the beginning of team fights with Jinxie, watching, looking for a target while they wait for Karma and Token to do damage from range and then pouncing on that and taking it down. And it's a strategy that's worked really, really well for Omni Knights so far. But now we look towards Lunettes, and again, we wonder, what do you do? How do you approach this next map? I think, if you're watching this, do you have any thoughts on where you might go, given Lunette's strengths?
I think that we either need to go to a push, which is where they had fairly okay results previously. I think they managed to get the first checkpoint the last time around, and it actually Omni Knights weren't actually able to push all the way to the end. It actually ended on time rather than on, pushing all the way to the end. So they had a pretty good defensive line. So I think based on that would probably be a good one for them. And then again, I'm hoping to see an escort. I think that hybrid could be difficult because holding onto a control point is difficult for them. We saw them on Flashpoint. They did manage to pick up one of the points on Flashpoint, but it ended in a 3-1 because again, they really do struggle to lock down a stationary point. But when something is kind of in motion, they tend to be able to maneuver around that a little bit more. So I'm looking towards either escort or push.
All right, I think that makes a lot of sense. It's worth reminding everybody what Conquer the Climb is. It is, of course, about having mentors in play here to guide these teams as well. I don't think we actually mentioned who the mentors are here, but if you're watching throughout the day, you've probably gathered it in some capacity. But just as a reminder, it's Ontiablo and Kuragari mentoring the Lunettes, two players who know each other very well, who've worked together a lot in the past, and of course have their own competitive experience. I think Ontiablo standing out head and shoulders above many other players as a player whose name you should recognize if you've been following South African Overwatch in any capacity. And then Omni Knights as well with a couple of familiar faces. They've got Sushi Roll and they've got Blur. And Blur, I mean, if you don't know Diablo, you definitely have to know Blur at this point. Former main tank player for Goliath Gaming many billions of years ago, and also more recently a part of the Pink Salamander squad, be it as a player or in management. So two players, especially if we look at Blur and Diablo, with completely different styles almost. One is a tank, one's a DPS, but both aggressive players in their own right. Blur, I think, known best for his Winston and his ball. Diablo, known best for his Tracer, obviously. And it's interesting for me to kind of see if you can see any of their sauce, flavoring these teams and their compositions, but it really doesn't feel like it. It feels like, if you know the game, yes, you might have your own strengths, but you can also see the strengths in other teams and other groups, and they've been able to amplify that. And it's awesome. It's been awesome to see the different the different styles that these teams have been using. There's no one meta game that all the teams are following, and it's really cool to see the approach that either the mentors have been pushing or the teams have been establishing themselves.
It's interesting that you mentioned kind of the trickle-down effect of the mentors and coaches and stuff, but like I actually see it a little bit, I feel like, with Jinxie, and obviously I come into this with fairly limited knowledge compared to the likes of you and many other people who are like hands-on in the scene a lot more than I tend to be. But watching Jinxie on the ball earlier, I was like, yeah, I see it. They were running that ball and it was devastating. It was actually Jinxie's ball that finally got Maverick to swap from the Ramatra onto the Junker Queen. And I think that, that in itself did some great things for the Lunettes, having that switch up and changing up their style a little bit and seeing that, okay, the Junker Queen's actually working out really well. We can get some good results off of this. But for a pick to have come out to have forced someone who's very comfortable on a particular hero to have to change to another hero, that definitely speaks to the caliber of that hero and how it's being played. And I've got to think that Blur's, had some sort of a hand in that. I won't say that necessarily it's kind of, you will play this because it's a good hero, but it's a case of like, all right, you like to play this, how do we optimize? And I think that's exactly what's happened. And
knowing Blur, he's probably like, ball feels good here, can you play ball? And then it's like 60 to 70% more frequently is he like, ball feels pretty good here actually. Right, we do know what our next map is. You suggested you might like a push map, but it's been pretty consistent here. Lunettes have liked Survasa, and that's where we head next. Flashpoint will be the place to go, a place where Brawl can really excel, and they'll be hoping to leverage that into a map winner against Omni Knights here. Boy, what are your thoughts on Survasa as a map pick here for Lunettes?
Yeah, see, we saw them on it a little bit earlier as well, and this is obviously where they got 3-1'd against Omni Knights, like literally earlier today. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword, I suppose. There's two sides to it. You're doing the same thing that you did earlier, which means that it could end up in the same way. However, you come off of having played against them earlier today. So what did you learn from that? What were your takeaways? You did manage to pick up 1 point. How are you going to leverage that prior knowledge into a success this time around, and already instantly picking into the Junker Queen because expecting that ball to come out? However, it looks like Jinxie's not going to be picking into the ball right away this time around, but instead going for that Ramatra pick. So potentially throwing a bit of a spanner in the works here in terms of Lunettes' plan for this map.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And I love to see the dynamism coming out from Omni Knights. We kind of painted them with the brush of a dive team, but they've shown us a very, very competent brawl style as well, to the point where they feel confident enough to take it out the door here
Yeah, but only one kill means that this is still contestable. Unfortunately, the Lunettes have already given over control of the point immediately. So instead, they opt to back off, make sure that Decaf is with them, and then re-push as a unit. They have managed to build up a little bit of those ults, but not quite at a position where they're comfortable.
Yeah, and Omninuts will be happy to sit here for the rest of the game if they need to. But here comes the aggressive movement. They move through. Suzu forced out, dropping low. Both healers here, but not able to get the pressure built enough to secure the kills. But as I say, that Sleep, of course, the main man in the backline here, working together with his Tracy. They're trying to shut down these healers. Can they get to Juno? Yes, they can. But their front line has been absolutely minced. And it's going to be a team fight win here. 80% on the clock here. Token, Kama, and Jinxie working so well together to get rid of the Lunettes front line.
Yeah, honestly, the three of them are such a terrifying group. And, well, that's going to be this first point very quickly flipping over in favor of Omni. And they're going to start moving over towards that next. Now, for the Lunettes, those ultimates that I was talking about, finally, they're starting to come online. Beat online, High Noon online, very close to the Suzu as well. So a lot to work with. Pulse Bomb, yeah, okay, Pulse Bomb could be a little hit or miss. It's not one of the big impact ones. But if it lands, it could be the opener.
Have to wait and see if Decaf can get it done. He's on the flank here, on the left-hand side. He's been spotted out here. Token sees him, puts the pressure on. But once again, Omni Knights quick on the point, set up so nicely. Lots of players dropping low. Jinxie with the annihilation. Finds one kill. Will likely find another here. Oh, he might go down here if he fires. No, not able to get the shot off. Stormy will go down. But there are players dying in the background with a headshot from Kama. Says the end of team fight for him. Here's the stick you asked for. Kama does go down. They might end up winning this one, Lunettes. That's the last man down, Jinxie, and they are going to be able to grind their way through a very, very chaotic team fight and come out on top.
I mean, you might look at that High Noon and be like, why would you noon into a beat? But look at the distraction that it creates, because Jinxie's playing body block for the longest time, trying to make sure that no one on their team gets taken out. And because of that distraction, the rest of Lunettes is able to annihilate what's left of the Omni Knight squad. It's exactly what I was talking about a little bit earlier on.
Indeed, as Carnage, Rampage rather, almost at the ready. Here's Carnage, axe out, finds the shot, will not secure the kills, but there's the blade in the backline, hindered up, will find the kill, he finds Slap Daddy, can he find Stormy as well, is likely to do so, but hasn't just yet. Maverick though, taken down, and Slappy Daddy as well on the backline, so just one kill. Kama finds his way into the drink, but it's not going to be enough for Lunettes to bring themselves a team fight victory here. Decaf buying as much time as he can, and he will do it. I did not notice that OK had not capped the point the first time round, so a huge lead here for Lunettes.
Yeah, massive. Really, really well done for them. And look, Token does a great job as well, waiting out that beat, making sure that when we come for the next engage, they won't have anything to help with that. So it's a lot of good cleanup, but they do spend a lot into that fight. Very expensive on both sides. Omni still have the rally though, and that could be exactly what they need to win this next fight.
Well, they rally together here and they're ready to pounce once they spot out where they're coming from. Here is where they are, and look at the damage that is used. Suzu will keep them healthy for quite a bit longer, and now they need to be careful not to overextend here on the side of Omni Knights. They've spotted somebody on the right hand side, they go that way and they take down Kama. Great work, great communication there from the Lunettes. Can they find any more? Jinxie says no. Annihilation time, suffering for everybody but me, but a great sound barrier comes out. Charge that really quickly on the side of Sleep here, but the pressure is still on. Jinxie dropping low but being healed so effectively by her backline. Decaf looking for targets, has the pulse bomb at the ready. The rally has been popped as well. Look to get it onto the Brigitte. No, not. But they're losing players on the front line here. Decaf has to play slow, has to play careful. But his team is doing the job here on the front line. Just two characters remaining here. Both DPS need to be taken care of. That's one down. NG down. And that's going to be it. A nice flip in overtime for the Lunettes.
A little close for comfort there. I must admit, the Tracer trying to tackle a rallying Brig was ambitious. But they do manage to get a lot of damage done.
He was more kind of looking at her than actually engaging with her. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you there, Sam, but now the team fight started and everything's exploding here. But it's good for the red team. Lunettes have found 1 kill courtesy of the Rampage. Can they find any more? Yes, they can. 2 kills. The Blade comes out here, finds 1. But he's going to have to wipe everybody here by himself to win the team fight. And he's good, but he's not that good. Token taken down and Lunettes even things up here on Survasa.
You know, my headcanon is that Sleep was like, not today, Token, and disengages from the team, where it's like, you may get me, but you're not getting anything else out of this Blade. And that works out so well because Token only gets the 1 kill, and by the time he re-engages with the rest of the team, most of the team has been taken down. He's dangerously low, and Lunettes can clean that up. This is fantastic because now as we head to the next point, Lunettes come into this fight with 3 ultimates online. Meanwhile, Omni Knights do not have a whole lot to work with here.
Token has gone into the Pharah now, and this has been his bread and butter, his absolute dominator. We'll have to see if Lunettes have what it takes to shut them down. Stormy's been good on the Cassidy. Decaf, though, in the backline. Stormy is not on the Cassidy. He's on Reaper, and this is his best hero. This is his dominator, and he finds 2 kills straight off the bat here. Decaf's like, I'm going to get this goddamn Pharah if it's the last thing I do. And he gets them in the air, and that's going to be it. Lunettes in the driver's seat now on the 3rd point.
That's kind of nuts that I don't notice the Reaper until the ultimate, but that does tell you what a silent assassin he is. Those shotguns do so much damage, but not cleaning up the kills, allowing the team to get those cleanups, and then the Death Blossom to get 2 beautiful kills and get them that very, very early flip in their favor. Now Omni Knights, they've built up quite a lot in terms of ult economy, getting really close to having something dangerous.
Ooh, I have to wait and see. The overclock here at the ready. Pulse Bomb 2. This might be the opportunity for Pulse Bomb, but patient play here from Decaf, but they have lost Stormy on the front line. Jinxie Pop Sleep as well, so they're losing a lot of players very quickly here. Are the red squad 55% up on the point, but Lunettes, they're going to have to back out here as OK, finally find the team fight they've been looking for.
This is great for Lunettes, though, to get all the way up to 69%. Nice. So now the question becomes, how easily do they flip that over? They pulled a lot out of Omni in that last fight. Now there's going to be Annihilation online, which has been very detrimental to the Lunette squad. How do they circumnavigate that this time around? Beat is available, so that might be the key.
Or Stormy taken down. That means the Pharah can do what she likes in the sky now. Karma finding that pick, and the Annihilation, as you called, popped, and it's immediately hit paid. Sleep taken down. Karma finds the Maverick as well, and it's all route here for Lunettes. They have to back off. 50% already built up. Omni Knights in control. This Pharah going to be a problem to deal with.
Oh, that was a team fight that they kind of really wanted to win. They've still got quite a bit into this next fight, however. Oh, okay. Just surviving that, losing out a player there would have been so damaging to this re-engage.
Well, I think this might be damaging as well. This ultimate here, the pop comes off. He gets taken down. Stormy finds a shot onto Token to get rid of him, and Maverick's in the background now. Rampage has gone down, and he's taken down so many players already. Decaf heads up play on the point, flips it nice and early, but they're losing the team fight now. They've dropped a couple of players. The Maverick, Stormy going down. Do they have healing on the point? Yes, they do. They need to take down this Ramattra. Such low HP. Jinxie being kept alive just barely, but eventually will go down. But it flips back. Jinxie, she's got healing now, she's got damage, and they seem to have done it here. The touch is there for the Kiriko, but Slappy Daddy is not good enough to take on the 1v4, and that's going to be it. It looked like such a disaster for Omni Knights, but the cleanup just not forthcoming.
Yeah, that was devastating because, like, talk about ambitious. That barrage, very ambitious. Only gets 1, eventually gets taken out of the sky. But unfortunately, despite that early pickoff, not able to stabilize off the back of that, not able to flip that into their control and maintain. And now the big problem for Lunettes is losing Maverick on the late stagger means that Lunettes are going to be down their tank. Maverick is now swapped over onto the Ramattra, going to try and go toe-to-toe with Jinxie on this next point, but they're going to have to wait for that regroup. Luckily, he's got a decent enough spawn, so he has managed to regroup.
They are here, but they're fighting into a pretty comfortably set up Omni Knight squad here, and the damage is so high onto the whole squad here, as once again Token flexes his muscle on the Pharah here. Maverick taken down, Jinxie Kama popping off in a big way. Overclock coming in clutch here for the blue squad as they look to clean things up. 25% already on the clock. Lunettes, I've got to sort something out soon here.
And when Karma just being such a problem, and the way that he readjusts his aim to like get kill after kill after kill, it's devastating. And now the Lunettes, this is the last chance for them to get this point and to have an opportunity to win out on this map, which they so desperately need, but already so heavily under fire, so heavily suppressed.
So much damage and manipulation in the backline as well, forcing them back. 66% on the clock. Jinxie dropping low, but they will take down Stormy, and now they can re-engage onto the enemy center mass. That should be it, though. They're forcing them back. The boop comes in, or the that's not a word I wanted to use there. The anti-boop comes in to bring them all together, and that might just be it. 92% up in the clock. Can the touch come through? One shot. Oh, a great sound barrier to keep the team healthy, pulled together once again, but they've got the barrage. Will they pop it here? Stormy, yes, he does, to take down the enemy healer, or Token rather, and Stormy will get the return kill. There's still everything to play for here, but with the Juno ultimate, that's probably going to be it here. It'll have to be a massive dead eye. It's good, but it's not good enough to kill everybody, and that's what they would have needed. It's a 3v2, make it a 2v2 now, but the HP very much in favor of the blue team there. One kill down. It's Tracer, last man standing, Decaf, but here come the respawns. Both teams now getting reinforcements here as the Pharah pumps the damage in. Ooh, that's dropping low. Decaf finally taken down, sleeps back in the mix. Way too aggressive though, but it's two healers. They could stay alive for quite a long time here, but the respawns will come through from the Omni Knights here. Here comes Token once again, Kama in as well, and finally Jinxie shows up, and that should be it. Stormy though, on the Soldier, finds one kill. Can he find any more? It's not likely to pull them through, but they're really making them work for it here. They found another kill. Surely not here, no worry, surely not. Annihilation pop on the Maverick. Can he get the Pharah out of the sky? No, the healing is good. It's gonna be tough here. It's 1 versus 3, 2 versus 3. The reinforcements just ever coming through, and there's a Moira on the bottom of the screen here, but Token, he takes down Sleep. The Annihilation at the ready here, but 2 quick kills coming in. The healing is good on the Ramatra. He needs to stay on point, but they step off with just a single millisecond, and that's it. Okay, will grind their way to a team fight win and a 2-0 lead in this grand finals.
Oh, that's a devastating C9. I don't know if you realize how much the Moira swap off did in that fight. My God, in that really late staggered attempt at holding on to control for so long, the Moira is so clutch. The healing orbs coming through, how she's phasing in and out of existence, trying to stay alive. She stayed alive for so much of that final fight, but unfortunately, the last 2 players step off for just a millisecond, a moment in time, and it flips in that moment. And I felt like there were so many moments in that fight where it felt like this is it. They're going to flip the point. They're going to regain control. But, you know, Omni Knight's just an ever pressing, ever oppressive force to be reckoned with. Beautifully performed from them, well stabilized, and they will get themselves that second map in our series. And this is where things start to look a little bit dicey for the Lunettes.
It is a first to 4, it is worth reminding everybody. So they do have 2 potential maps here, or 1 potential map to try and come back. But when you're 2-0 down in a best of 7, that's when your back's really against the wall. 1 map away from having to reverse sweep to try and win it, and that happens so rarely against a team as good as Omni Knights. You really, really want to get back in the series before it's too late here. And I think that's something Lunettes are going to have to ask themselves here. What do we do? And they looked good. They've looked really, really good. It's been battles of inches, not battles of miles, in my opinion. It's really, I mean, we saw how close that last team fight is. You could just kind of see the Ram in the corner there, the Maverick, just step 1 toe off the point, unfortunately, and overtime was so long in the tooth that it ticked over pretty much immediately. So I think you're positive here, though, if you're Lunettes. You've struggled against this team in the past, and you're really taking the fight to them this time around. But that's true on the one hand. On the other hand, this is kind of almost an exact replay of what we saw last time around, though, right? 3-1 on winning the first control map to lose 2-1, and then going 3-1 on Suravasa. Do you just go just like you did before? I'm not sure what they played for the third map, but there's something about insanity in there. But maybe you're also like, each time we've been one step away from taking an extra step further forward. So, I mean, it's tough when you're so close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the last time around, the map 3 was Colossio, and again, they managed to get that first checkpoint, and they stemmed the tide for a really long time, not allowing Omni Knight to actually finish the push, but rather having to win on time and then that little bit of distance advantage. So, much like what I said at the beginning of Flashpoint, maybe this is a case of they've seen what needs to be changed, what needs to be worked on coming into a map that they've already played. And we saw some really good signs from them on that Flashpoint. As much as they only managed to win the one, most of the other points were fairly contested. So we head on over to push, and I think that we could have a similar scenario where maybe they have an idea of what to expect and they can start to think about how they want to counter that. Now, this was another map where we saw the Maverick come through on the Junker Queen and get some decent results with it, but I did notice, obviously, at the end of that, or towards the end of the Flashpoint, they had swapped over back onto the Ramatra, and I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that Jinxie wasn't on the ball this time around. So I like that Omni Knights are keeping them on their toes and forcing them to have to constantly adapt to this kind of changing setup and changing scenario. And I'm hoping to see a bit more of that adaptability from Lunettes, because that's a sign of a really strong team.
Yeah, I actually wonder if I wouldn't have liked to see them respond a little bit sooner to the Ram pick with their own Ram. I suspect, my feeling is that that's the Mavericks' best hero or his most comfortable hero, and so letting him play that might have been a recipe for success a bit earlier. But it's it's such small margins here that it might have made a difference. But look how far the Junker Queen did end up taking them, and if you switch off the Junker Queen, then Jinxie goes, cool, now it's time to play the ball or play the Diva or something else, so that's kind of the strength that this Omni Knights team has. They're kind of driving, they're in the driver's seat compositionally. They're forcing Lunettes to react, and when you're doing that, you always feel like you are in control of the series, and that's what we've seen so far. So it is a 2-0 lead in this best of 7 so far for our champions-elect, if we can put it that way, having made their clean run through the group stages without dropping a map to the round-robin stages, and then also in the playoffs, winning their first game, winning the upper bracket finals, all without dropping a map. So it would be pretty historic here if Lunettes are able to take a map off here. And we do finally know what our third map is. You were hoping for Escort. It is not Escort, but it's Escort adjacent. It is going to be hybrid, and it is going to be It's a confidence thing for them. They feel like they're good on this map. They feel like they have a plan for attack, and they'd like to execute on that. But we'll have to wait and see what Lunettes can get done here as we head into map number 3.
I'm looking forward to seeing how this does play out. Of course, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, 1st to 4. So if you are just joining us and you're a Lunettes fan, don't despair just yet. There is still a chance for them to come back into this and to extend their tournament lives. But now we get kicked off on Eichenwalde, and yes, Token on that Pharah, as you predicted. I love the Ana here as well. I think with all of the high grounds, you can really take so much advantage of that. Decaf, if you are baiting me right now, I'm going to be so sad because I think that the Mei is such a strong pick on this map, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they utilize it. Maybe not so much on attack, maybe just for giving you an avenue. Like if you wall off one side of the, you've got that 2-prong entrance. So if you wall off the one side, you give yourself a little bit of cover to get in on the other side. That could be a good one. But yes, it does look like they are in fact locking that in.
Makes a kind of sense as well if you can catch Jinxie in this choke as well on the wrong side of the wall. That could be a free kill that you can secure and move forward, because rotating around to actually secure the healing through this choke is pretty tough if they do get walled off. They are now waiting. I wonder what their trigger is here. They move forward now onto point, looking for targets, but they haven't found anyone yet. But Jinxie so low. The healing is good to keep them alive, but it's not going to be enough. Yes, it is. There's all great shots from Stormy there. Takes down Token. That's a lot of pain on the team fight, but they have lost their Mei on the front line. Stormy now looking for another target, finds one. This Duplop's taken down. We'll find a third here. Yes, he will, with the flashbang. And that's going to be it for this team fight. So kind of sort of questioned the thought to attack here, Sam, but this has proven to be a very, very solid attacking push, and clearly one that they had planned out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the overwhelming power that they demonstrated here, and crucially, Stormy really stepping up in those moments. I think he got like 3 kills in that engagement. That makes all the difference in the world. And the fact that one of them was obviously Token means that, you know, you've taken out one of the biggest threats. You can now focus all of your attention on the ground.
And their Token immediately proving why we think he's one of the biggest threats. Slappy Daddy taken down before the team fight really even gets underway here. A lot of damage coming through here, but it's not onto Jinxie, unfortunately, for Lunettes, as they're losing the HP battle really, really aggressively here. And now Token's got space to work with. The pressure being put on by this man is really, really tough to deal with. And you can see Lunettes are struggling to find targets here and come on the other side. The crossfire they're setting up is so difficult to deal with. But all that being said, Sam, you're doing a good job of keeping the cart moving for the time being.
And that's the most important here on this attacking half. You want to make sure that that continues to tick away. Now they've isolated out Jinxie, but it doesn't matter because Jinxie's team is there to back them up. And now they can go absolutely mental, do a little bit of cleanup. Stormy's offline, and that's going to potentially force the Lunettes to regroup. However, some of them seem to have been caught in the back line a little bit here. Support's in a bit of a tight situation, but, you know, Lucio wall ride, he'll be able to get the heck out of there.
Hey, bro, get out of here. Get out of here. I don't know what his plan is. If he kills the Pharah, though, he'll feel like a god, but no. He will have to back out. That's a friendly. He was red. It was confusing. You can't blame me. But he does have the sound barrier available now. They've got Annihilation on the Maverick as well, but the anti-heal is so strong in this area, and it's been such a problem. And not even talking about the anti-heal Token moving around there. He had his Nikes on, spinning 360 like a sprinkler, and securing 2 quick kills onto the 2 Lunettes players, and that's going to be it for this team fight. It feels, Sam, like that gambit of moving up that staircase is not going to work out for them.
It's one of those things of like, you've got to be aware. I mean, they've got a Pharah ultimate. If we're coming in through a choke point, probably gonna get barraged. So I think that there's a lack of awareness in terms of, and again, I mean, they don't have the big red numbers to show, hey, this ultimate is online, but you've got to keep track.
Here we go, though. There's 2, 3, 4 kills in a flurry here before you can even think, really. They even forced out the Orbital Ray as well as Maverick secures that final hit. So that's the team fight they've been looking for. EA Lunettes can get onto and across this bridge now and set up to hold these chokes to try and get the second point cap done.
Man, calling that a team fight is generous. That was a Maverick fight. That was just Maverick going absolutely mental and really, really well done there. And this is great, the suppressive fire from Stormy to stop the Pharah from getting in towards the point.
Oh, this is a huge ultimate though. Where did that Mei go? He is taken down here. The Blizzard is good. They're trying to kill Jinxie. They do kill Jinxie. Can Stormy stay alive? Oh, surely not. Yes, he can, but he's running into another player there. Not likely to stay alive. And Token is uncontested in the sky here. But Maverick, he's had his way with things here on the point. He's punching away, and he's allowed the team enough space to secure this second point. A good push so far for EEA Lunettes. 3.5 minutes left on the clock.
Saying Stormy might not live, he just goes ahead and gets another 2 kills
God,
to allow the rest of the team to just continue moving that payload forward. Beautiful performance here. This is why I thought that Escort would be the way to go. Getting that first point early on has netted them so much momentum.
They might be able to leverage a Deadeye here into momentum further as they look to clean things up here to get a couple of kills to set them off well. But Annihilation popped here from Jinxie, and they found 2 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills already. If the last one was a Maverick fight, then this must be a Jinxie fight.
There you go. The Ramatras really getting down and dirty against the enemy teams here and putting in a lot of work. But look at that, still 3 minutes for the Lunettes to try to finish this out. Now, bearing in mind, getting this last point can be very, very difficult because of the spawn advantages. So for Lunettes, it's all about getting as much push as they possibly can before the time runs out.
All about winning team fights though at the end of the day, and that's what Lunettes are going to look to do here with the ultimates that they have. But Token, he's popping off here. He's found 1 kill, dropped low, but kept healthy by his own backline as Karma. Quietly having a very, very good round here on the Soldier and finding picks whenever his team needed and forcing Lunettes back towards spawn one more time.
Another ambitious ult there from the Moira. Does a lot to keep teammates alive, though, and allows them to pull back and regroup. And that, at the end of the day, is invaluable. You cut some of that time down. Remember, we're already down to 2 minutes, and it's all about getting that space and making it a winnable scenario. 2 ultimates online here for the Lunettes as they attempt to re-engage.
Forward now, Annihilation at the ready. 3 ultimates, in fact, for the Lunettes, and here's the first one. Deadeye from across the map. Can they take down the shield? Is it friendly? Is it enemy? Who's to say? But Jinxie dropping low now, forced back, but this is very good movement here from the Omni Knights, not allowing themselves to get run over by EE Lunettes in their position. Once again, move forward, Annihilation, pop, the Maverick finds one. He's found another target, and it's the Ana. Takes them down as well. Both healers out of the fight now. The card rounds the corner, and that might just be it. 1.5 minutes left on the clock. The team kills Siren Sounds, and Omni Knights sent back to spawn. Lunettes 3-0 to start things off in Eichenwald.
With 1:24 left. Beautiful. And honestly, Stormy using that Deadeye in such a phenomenal way. A lot of players are going to try and go for plays, try and get like 2-3 kills. He uses it as a zoning ultimate. And I know a lot of people kind of joke when an ult goes badly. They're like, oh, it was a zoning ult. No, that really was, because the positioning that Omni Knights were in, they couldn't really afford to go forward. They couldn't afford to take space, especially after that shield went down. So they had to back out, and that allows the Lunettes the space that they need to continue to push forward and take that space away from them. Beautifully performed here. And now it's down to the Omni Knights on their attacking round. Can they match that performance? Can they better it? 1:24 is what they look to beat as they start to push that cart through. But it all starts off here with this control-esque point. Can they gain that early control the same way that the Lunettes did?
Wait and see here. It just took one opportunity for the elites to burst through the Omni Knights defense on their first defense, and that was it for point number 1. Omni Knights will try and do the same thing here, but they're going to go about it in a different way. They'll look to find that rhythm with the dive that they were so good at throughout the tournament so far. It's so interesting, Sam, that they've gone to the more brawly style, and now they've got this still in their locker to fall back on.
All right, nice little bit of suppressive early fire here, trying to deal as much damage as possible, get those ultimates online. Decaf building up quite a lot already, and that could be just what they need.
Ooh, stand up here. Jinxie dropping low. Won't get taken down though. Still healthy and has found the target she wants. It's going to be the Lucio here. Can they find the kills? Can they find the Mei? No, not quite. The ice blocky there to keep them healthy is once again the pressure building here onto them. That's a great sleep. Saved so many lives, but it might have just been momentary, but no. Good work from the Maverick, playing safe, forcing back, and the plan seems to be, as we saw on Lijiang, ignore Jinxie as much as we can and take the rest of the team out here. There's a good wall. Will actually buy space for Jinxie to get out there, but EEA Lunettes doing a great job on their first defense so far.
Yeah, this is looking good. Jinxie kind of struggling to get full-on value on those engages, while the rest of the team can't really get through the choke. That Mei is a problem that Pharah really needs to deal with.
You mentioned it on the attack that it makes more sense on the defense, and we're seeing it now. Here comes the Mei wall. It's cut off for couple. Need to be careful. Token great wall secures the kill on the Pharah, but they have lost Slappy Daddy in the meantime. That means you've got two modes. There we go. The second mode used on the Mei there to secure the kill. But this is a very even fight here, and the spawn advantage does favor Omni Knights here. Surely you don't win this. Surely you don't win this. No, you don't. Kama says, what are you doing, Steve? Back to spawn with you. Now the Mei will get set up on point here. That should be it for the first point push here. But a minute and a half over that, taking off the time bank here for Lunettes.
Yeah, not terrible. I think it's great that the Lunettes managed to hold it off for as long as they did. Unfortunately, I think the problem was that Mei wall was a little bit wonky, so they do manage to trap the Pharah and get that down, but the rest of the team can still make their way through. The choke isn't quite as tight as they would have wanted, and Jinxie, continues to be a problem, so weren't able to capitalize off of that as well as they would have liked. Stormy, what are you doing? Oh, brother, this is going to be deadly.
He's looking for the Pharah, I think. He's kind of set up. Oh, there's one. There's the shot. Stormy finds Kama in compromising position and gets rid of them. Should find another one now in the form of the Ana with the help of the rest of the team. And that is a perfect teamfight execution so far from the defending team here, Lunettes, showing why they picked this map, showing why they feel so comfortable on Eichenwalde.
Oh, nice little 3-4K there for Stormy. He's going to be feeling pretty darn good about that one. High Noon online. We've got a slew of ultimates across the board here for both teams. The only ult not online is the Blizzard. So it feels like this next fight could really go either way, and it's going to come down to that trigger discipline of when you use them.
I think Sleep is the one holding the key here with the sound barrier. The only defensive ult really in play with the Kitsune Rush and the Nano Boost on the other side. Jinxie set up aggressively here. Let's have the ultimate. That is huge. That could be so 1, 2, 3. Stormy off the top row, taking out all the players here from Omni Knights. And there you go, Sam. We said it could be huge. So many ultimates used, but at the end, it was just one that made the difference.
Yeah, I'll admit, I think that was a little bit unnecessarily expensive. Although 2 ultimates is not that bad. It's not terrible to win a team fight. You've still got 2 in the bank, and the Blizzard's going to be online very, very shortly. So they're going to be feeling good with how that went. Oh, the Zenyatta's come out. Okay, Discord Orb could be massive here to try and deal with this Ramattra.
Could be key indeed, but you kind of give up a lot here. Your healing drastically goes down. So Jinxie, she's going to have to be careful here. We see dropping low. Decaf finds the kill onto that Zenyatta. Slappy Daddy having to be careful, having to back up, but they're winning the HP engagement here. The Maverick Annihilation comes out. He's found 1, 2 kills now. Can he find any more? Does he even need to? No, he doesn't. That's going to be it here. They are setting up so expertly here on this second choke.
And the Nano came through onto Jinxie as well for a few reasons. Keep them alive, see if they can build up to that Primal Rage, but instantly deleted. So now swapping over onto the Ramattra could be the right call here. The dive is not working out, so now we go Brawl versus Brawl.
Brawl versus Brawl indeed. And it feels like you're in EA Lunette's playground now, but we've seen how good Omni Knights can be. Token though pops ulti. Is he going to get taken down? Yes, he is. They do take down the Maverick in the meantime, and they've taken down more. The Blizzard popped in the backline to secure a couple of kills. Jinxie goes down, and still they hold firm. Lunettes, they're not giving up without a fight.
There is something oddly satisfying about how I was saying Escort was the way to go, and look at this defensive.
Yeah,
I mean, it's kind of insane that they're looking this good on like a hybrid type map as opposed to those control points. They really, really struggle to maintain any sort of control on those. So now to see them have this massive resurgence, really satisfying to watch.
minute and a half left now for Omni Knights to prize their way through this Lunette's defense. Jinxie dropping low. She's got the yellow orb on her, and now the Nemesis form is over. The healing is good to keep them alive, though, as Token finds the kill onto Sleep, dropping low, though, taken down, though. Somewhere there's a Cassidy pumping in damage from above as the Maverick pops the Nemesis form to try and keep himself healthy. Annihilation as well. Does he have any healing to keep him alive? It doesn't seem that way, as Slappy Daddy who died? Jinxie died, actually. The
Jinxie,
Maverick is
yeah.
still alive, so this is a pretty good team fight from EEA Lunette still. Oh, the anti-heal with the Discord Orb could make short work of the Ramatra. They need to be careful here, but he's going aggro. He sees targets he likes. Karma is the first. The Zen, Long Live Pain, is the second, and that's going to be it for this team fight, but Jinxie is back here. The spawn is right around the corner. A great wall once again from Decaf to secure the kill onto Jinxie and Lunette. Just 30 seconds left, and they'll take the first map win against Omni Knights that anyone has managed to do so far.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive, and a couple of questionable calls there from Jinxie, but I'll get into that a bit later because last fight territory and the Omni Knights are about to engage.
Looking to do so now. The Maverick dropping low. Annihilation at the ready. Pop down now. Another huge ultimate. And anything though, Zenyatta ulti does not stop Deadeye, so it wasn't that, but just enough healing there available to keep the Pharah alive in that moment. But here comes the Blizzard now. Jinxie frozen up just outside. Finally works his way around Ramatra's Dumpy and gets the headshot off. But that's going to be it here. Lunette's the first team in Conquer the Climb at the final time of asking almost. They get the job done against Omni Knight.
You know, there are two kinds of climb. There's the climb in the tournament, but there's your personal climb. And I think in terms of that, they have absolutely conquered it because they are the first team to take a map off of the Omni Knights. And that might seem like a small thing, but when you consider that no one else had managed to do that throughout this entire tournament, that they themselves had gone, 0-3 against this team literally earlier today, it's a massive accomplishment. And to do it in such a dominant fashion as well. It wasn't like a close overtime thing. It was a case of shutting them out entirely. Now, I was talking about couple of questionable decisions, it felt like, from Jinxie towards the end of that map. And I think that, at first we see them kind of hyper-focusing in on the Mei, and it's like you're in the enemy backline, you're hyper-focusing on the Mei, you're not winning the fight, the Mei can ice block, you have no way of getting out, you're not Winston anymore. So to retreat back to your team is nigh impossible, and then they get caught out, isolated away from the team, and then opting to go in, kind of just dive in for that recontest when the rest of your team isn't there. Again, not a Winston. You can't just dive out. So that can be a little bit difficult, I suppose, when you make like a late game swap onto a different hero. You've got to change your mentality, change how you're approaching these fights. And I think that, I've been praising their tanking throughout most of the day, but in that moment, it definitely felt like there was a bit of a mismatch in terms of the play style and what needed to be done with that particular hero. And ultimately, it was Lunette's that took full advantage of it. So honestly, all the props to them for that one. They really deserved that win.
Absolutely, and it was such an impressive intelligence setup on that second point. You've got Cassidy on the high ground, raining damage in from above, making sure the Pharah cannot just do whatever they want. Token's idea is either to work their way through the choke, jump out and start raining damage from above, or go over that left side wall and do the damage there. But from where the Cass was on the high ground, Stormy could cover all those angles and make sure Token couldn't be as dominant as we've seen him be on the Pharah throughout the entire series, or throughout the entire tournament so far, basically. But really such an impressive performance from Lunette's. They never looked like losing that second point but they never looked under pressure at basically any point either. A few question marks around their rotations. You look at that second point, consistently going up that choke, but when it worked, it all kind of clicks into place. The plan is clearly to get the Maverick up there and in position with the Annihilation so that he can look to clean things up in that confined space, and it worked so well for them. And so now finally, for the first time, we asked the question of Omni Knights: how do you solve the problem that your opponents are facing you with? And we'll see if they have the response, and this is the first time they've truly been challenged throughout this tournament.
Absolutely. Now, the teams are taking a quick break, so we're going to take a quick break as well. And when we return, we're going to find out, is it going to be a 3-1 done and dusted, or are we going the distance?
Well, that was our 3-minute breakdown. We've got a long night ahead of us, Sam, as it turns out, but we'll get into that a bit later. This is, of course, the Conquer the Climb Grand Finals, and we've actually got a game on our hands. I think we were all watching, as viewers, as casters, as players perhaps as well, and worrying that we were going to get an absolute steamroll in and out. Hour and a half, we'd call it a day in this best of 7, but Lunettes have shown up and flipped the script on all of us. They are here to play, they are here to win, and they dominated on Eichenwalde.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what that next map pick is going to be, because obviously the one downside to having won a map, the one downside, is that it means that Omni Knights now get to pick the next map. And you know they're going to pick something that they're super comfortable and confident on. So that could be a bit of a scary prospect. But the mental boon that comes off of actually winning a map against a team that has gone undefeated, that hasn't dropped a single map throughout this tournament, I think that can make such a big difference, especially to a team like Lunette. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do on this next map, and I'm really hoping that we get to go the distance here.
I am as well. I think the more Overwatch, the better. We've got so much Overwatch tonight. Maybe it's better for us to have a relatively shortish series here. But for the sake of these players and these teams, I think it'll benefit them for this to go as far as possible, so they can get the experience of playing a deep series with the pressures on in a grand final situation. And that'll be exciting for us. It'll be exciting for them, and it'll be a learning experience for everyone involved. And that's what we're here for as part of the Conquer the Climb. To remind you guys, it is about hooking teams up with mentors and getting more experienced members of the community to look over these teams, to parent them a little bit and guide them, whether it be inside of game in the form of coaching or out of game in the form of just general mentorship and management, and guide these teams on how best to run an Overwatch team in South Africa. And it's been a great success so far. The 4 teams involved, I think, have had a good time, and we're in a good place here in the grand finals with 2 teams who come in with different expectations placed upon them by us, but are both showing up in a big way. Now, we do finally have map 4 ready to go here. It is going to be Dorado, picked, as we mentioned, by the Omni Knights. The first time they've ever had to pick a map in this tournament, I think.
Yeah.
And so what are your thoughts on Dorado? If we paint them again with the brush of Dive as their default composition, do you feel like this kind of plays into that hand?
For Dorado, absolutely. I mean, that's been a dive paradise since the dawn of Overwatch, really, and back the Overwatch 1 days, right? You can get so much done with the dive comp on this map, but it is escort. And I had been saying that if there was a map type where I thought that Lunettes were going to get value, it was going to be on Escort. Now, Dorado, of course, a lot of high grounds to play with, and that brawl style comp might struggle a bit more here, particularly particularly because the Omni Knights are choosing to start on the defensive side. So to attack with a brawl comp into potentially people scattered across 3 different high grounds could be very difficult to get good results. So perhaps the choice made here was deliberate by the Omni Knights. If we're going to go for an escort, we've got to pick a map where we're going to have the most potential value. We can dive in, get some damage, dive out back into safety, and then on the attacking side, similar vibe. And a team that really focuses heavily on more brawl-heavy comps are going to struggle. I do like that Stormy's picked into the Ashe here, however. I think that is a pretty good change-up from that Cassidy because it can deal a lot better. It can deal a lot more damage as well, particularly for like heroes that are clumped up on a high ground.
Yeah, I worry for Lunettes here. It really is what you mentioned. It's that high ground control that you have to be aware of on Dorado especially. And you can see where they're set up there aggressively on that front high ground, and you've got options to drop down without using any cooldowns and hop your way back up to safety to get healed up. It's going to be tough here, but it really is a case of if Jinxie gets out of position a little bit, or Token gets punished by Stormy, there's every opportunity that they can clean things up. They're splitting up here with Decaf trying to get onto the high ground in the back here, and Stormy just waiting things out here on the low ground, letting his team take the pressure, put the pressure on from different angles. There's this ramp here now, or this elevator now, and this is pretty good from them to get up so aggressive. A great whip shot, keeping Kama alive here, but not for long enough. Token taken down by Stormy, Kama taken down by the Maverick, the Ana likely to drop as well, and that's going to be it. Perfect execution on the attack, neutering the high ground power of this Omni Knight squad.
I'll be honest, that was egregious from Omni Knights. Good grief. They allowed Lunettes to just circle all the way around and then pummel their way through that bridge. And then they all just kind of collapse in. And Jinxie, last player left alive, had been kind of chilling towards that high ground for the longest time and gave over so much space. That is a devastating start to this escort for the Omni Knights. But now the re-engage, a great opener from Token.
Where was even Decaf that he died to that? He did end up going down though, so that's a bad start to this team fight for the Lunettes, and Token does have time and space and cover here on this point to keep himself healthy, but Maverick so low, Sleep so low as well. They are still alive though, but Kama finds Storming and takes him down, and that of course opens things up for Token to do some damage, but good heads up play from Lunettes, recognizing that this team fight is all over. We're just going to back up.
Ooh, all right. This is good. A good resurgence, a good comeback into this. But now how do they maintain that momentum as the Lunettes are coming in close to Annihilation, relatively close to Coalescence as well.
Oh, speaking of Coalescence, there we go. Slappy Daddy taking down Jinxie in the backline. This is what they excel at, do the Omni Knights, making sure that they split the attention of their opponents and clean them up from multiple angles, and they've done that so expertly now. They're still messing around here, Lunettes, a little bit, looking for targets, trying to get something out of this team fight, but I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, this was really good adaptation from the Omni Knights, right? They know that Lunettes like to try and push in from all the way, kind of around the world vibes. So what do? They cut it off. They get in behind them and they pincer, kind of sandwich them into an uncomfortable position. And now Lunettes are struggling to make their way back to the payload. They can't actually find the space to work with. Now, they've managed to build up to their ultimates quite nicely, but on the other side, Omni Knights, a stone's throw from 5 ultimates themselves. So the ult battle here seems to favor the Omni Knights, and again, it's going to come down to that timing.
And again, we just have the one defensive ult in play. Token, though, immediately finds the opening kill onto Decaf. A good Ravenous Vortex, though, will bring him down, but he's just a moment away from flying up in the sky. Sleep. Oh, man, what are you doing there? Taken down by Token, and that's going to be it for this team fight once again. Jinxie and the rest of the Omni Knights finding perfect team fight execution.
The bubble that Jinxie throws down on top of Token, because Token was like heavily under fire there, and that helps to just kind of keep Token alive that little bit longer. And even when pulled down to the ground, the bubble is also falling as well. So there's that little bit of extra cover, a great coordination between the two of them. But now another re-engage.
Here we go. Annihilation popped earlier. He'll sleep. The boom. Kama finds the final hit. A big ultimate from Decap there, the pulse bomb, but only just finds the one kill, and he's already lost all his teammates pretty much. That's going to be it. It looked like such a good potential team fight, but once again, SG Flops having an excellent performance on the Ana.
4 seconds left. Somebody's got to touch. Timing just not on their side here.
They do get the touch off, but the pressure is on here from the high ground. Jinxie now in the mix on the point. Can they put the pressure on? But Token over the top here doing so much damage, and that allows Kama to find the kill onto Slappy Daddy. This is Bob. Is that what this is? Yes, it is. Bob on the high ground here, just underneath us. How did Stormy get up there? That extra boop movement from the coach gun, thanks to the perk, helping him get up there and secure a bunch of kills. Now the push is on. They're going to have to try and get at least some more points, some more space to defend on their own defense. But if they can cap this first point, it's all to play for. Now they find another kill. They just need to keep a body on the point. Be careful. They're worrying me so much here with so many bodies moving so aggressively, but it is the right decision. Get stuck up in the chokes here. There's a Lucio coming around the right side. Is it going to be in time? No, it's not. Somehow, at the final time of asking, Lunettes grind their way to the first point cap.
Great boop from Sleep there to stop Long Live Pain from being able to touch onto the cart. And now Maverick taking this aggressive position. I love this. You have a numbers advantage. Push it.
That is very good indeed. Karma, though, Decaf went aggressive to try and find the kill onto the Ana, but Karma was there and waiting and gets the kill on the return instead. That's bad. He's taking the damage with him. Unfortunately, that's another one of the perks there. You can stick the grenade to a target, but this is good. A good recovery, it has to be said, from Omni Knights. Every chance they could just get steamrolled all the way through the second point, but they have finally mounted a good defense.
All right, we're starting to see a lot of good changes here from both sides. Omni Knights really adapting well to Lunettes. I'm impressed Lunettes managed to get that first point even with this brawl comp, but how much more are they going to get done? Again, these high grounds have really extended, and it's going to make things that little bit more difficult, but they're taking the fight to the Knights.
The staircase here that they added relatively recently, so important for compositions like this. It allows him to get up onto the high ground. Maverick, though, taken down, unfortunately, and Jinxie still wreaking havoc in the backline. Decaf says, I'm not an Overwatch player. I'm a cart pusher, but it's not going to be enough to get them any real advantage here, I don't think. But he's still there, bottom corner, waiting for his opportunity to get in and cause some chaos.
And they've done a little bit of push here, which is fantastic, but they've got less than a minute left to cap this final point. And Omni Knights, they've spent a little bit into those previous fights, so they're only really going to have the nano boost soon. Rally is kind of there or thereabouts. Jinxie might struggle to get that Primal Rage in for the next fight, but Lunette's really far away. Oh, Ninja Cap, maybe?
Okay. It's a long way to go here, and hope they don't know. Okay, somebody's seen the jig is up here. TCAF has to beat a hasty retreat, but Maverick, in the meantime, has found a kill. Oh, that was unlucky. Not actually dropping down meant they missed a shot, but eventually they will clean up SG's flops. But unfortunately, they've got an angry, well, not angry, but an Ana boosted monkey in the backline here. Jinxie finds the kill onto Stormy here, but a lot of damage coming through here. Is the healing there to keep them alive? It is so far so good here for the Omni Knights, but they are losing a lot of ground. But here comes the rally onto the enemy backline here. Omni Knights are pushing forward here. They find that one kill. You feel like Decaf's mandate is just get the point as far forward as you can, but they're finding targets now. They're finding kills. They need to be careful though. Token dropping so low. Is the damage there to get them down? Yes, it is. Another overtime push here from the Lunettes. They're not going to do it unless it's at the final time of asking. Jinxie thinks there's still something to be done here, though. They pop the Primal Rage. They try and get the damage down, but it's not going to be enough. They do manage to work their way out, but they're... Please.
Hello?
Thank God.
Guys?
Thank God. They get to the point and they get that second cap done.
Holy, that was a little bit too scary.
Jeez.
I like the Jinxie retreats there, but the Primal Rage somewhat wasted in the interim, and now nothing for this next engagement.
They move forward here. Annihilation not popped, but at the ready here for the Maverick. And you find a way into the enemy backline. It's going to be tough, though, and they're set up nicely. So they're just going to let this one go. Pressure not quite building here, but now they move forward onto the high ground. Stormy finds the shots onto Token, gets rid of that pesky Pharah, and that's been a big part of their success, is not being dominated in the skies, thanks to Stormy and the rest of the team. But now they're looking for more targets here. Jinxie in the backline, Decaf covering that to Stormy dropping low, but the healing is there. Jinxie is down, and the cart rolls on.
Ooh. Okay, Maverick potentially caught in a sticky situation there, but teammates there to back him up. Now they're about to touch. This is becoming devastating for the Omni Knights. They have to try to recontest this, and Maverick is in their faces.
With Annihilation ready to go as well, and here it comes, popped up. The sound, the Rocket Barrage comes up, but the sound barrier counters that out perfectly. So many low HP heroes for the Omni Knights, and they're getting killed all one by one. Not good enough after such a stalwart defense on that first point. Lunettes come up trumps in the end.
Oh, very, very well played. A bit scary. They do it with only 19 seconds left, and the first 2 points they get both in overtime, so perhaps a bit closer than they would have wanted, but ultimately they do manage to push all the way through. They make that brawl comp work. The question is, can they continue to do that on the defensive side? And I think that this is where they're really going to struggle the most, because that dive comp can really cause issues. You know, you get onto the back line. The one thing I think that's working for them in this is that, as we mentioned before, Omni Knights play more of like a poke dive. So they're not running like Tracer Genji that's going to jump on top of the enemy supports, annihilate them, and then, well, what do you do from there? They've got a lot more poke, and they have to try to keep Jinxie alive, who's constantly kind of in the backline. Maverick's on a Winston. All right, people, this is not a drill.
For you to notice that, because things have changed now with Maverick on the Winston. This is I really hope this works for them because it will tell us a lot about their ability to flex onto compositions that fit the map better, right?
Yeah.
A defense with the Brawl will be really, really tough here. You get the sense that Jinxie and the rest of the Omni Knights will just run circles around you here if you're not careful, but they're going to try their hand at the more divey composition. Also a very pokey dive, but Decaf will be able to hook up with the Maverick here and try and get the job done here. On Diablo's room, on Diablo, their mentor, maybe they can recreate some of the most iconic tank DPS duo in the country. That's a tall order, don't get me wrong. But we will keep our eyes on how well the Maverick and Decaf work together. Never mind, scratch that. Kama says, excuse me, I've had enough of you being in our backline here. But the Maverick is putting the pressure on, but they're losing players. It's a very even team fight, but Stormy is not under any pressure here at the moment. He's able to keep himself healthy and put out a ton of damage, and he's winning all the duels he needs to, but now the pressure is on. Token over the top, finds that kill. Is Maverick the last guy alive here? I think he might just be, and so he's gonna have to try and get out here. Does he get over? No, not quite, unfortunately, but he might still get out here. I think he's got backup coming back in. He does indeed. Slappy Daddy here on the Kiriko, going to be giving him the heals, and that's going to allow him to hold here on this point here. Not able to get up top there, the Maverick, looking for targets. He wants to get up there. He does get up there now. Oh, that's not the world's first bubble, but it might not matter, but no, he has to back up a token. Finds the last hit. They have lost token in the meantime though, and Jinxie's dropped as well, so they might be able to hold firm here once again, the Lunettes.
Yeah, that missed bubble was a bit rough, but the fact is the rest of the team is there to make sure that nothing untoward happens, and now they can reaggress into this relatively safe. And with that kill onto Karma as well, they're kind of staggering out these spawns massively. How are they still alive, bro? The healing is outrageous.
Yeah, if you miss all your shots, though, that kind of helps the enemy team stay alive. Unfortunately, Stormy, we didn't catch him in his best moment there, but Decaf will work well there to get the kill onto Long Live Pain, or you want to go aggro on that kill on Jinxie, but there are 4 players there. The correct decision is just to back around the corner and keep yourself alive. Quite a few ults to work with here for the Lunettes, though.
Oh, man. This is getting so dangerous, but they are maintaining this pressure. Jinxie going in a little bit aggressive here. Oh, caught on fire. Still somehow managing to escape the Maverick.
Yeah, the damage not quite there. Winston is the worst hero to kill Winston with, so they're not really worried about each other. It's just the other heroes will all go. That's a target spotted in the back line there. Great work. The anti-heal, though, will force Jinxie back here. The Maverick, though, he's nano boosted up. He's looking for targets. He knows where they are. He wants to get up there, and he will get up there now. The damage forthcoming. Is it going to be enough? The Primal Rage popped as well here. This is so much space created here. Get off my building, says King Kong. And he does just that as Jinxie anti-healed up, drop low. Maverick comes back, bonks them on the head, and now we'll move back towards the Omni Knights backline. But this has been an absolutely stellar defense so far. 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Jinxie wants to pause to talk some sense into her team here.
Might be a needed pause as well, because they've only got, just over a minute left, and Lunettes seem to be an impenetrable force. I love the swap onto the Winston. I think we should have seen more from this. More of this from the Maverick throughout the course of the day, because it's working out really well. The fact that he's able to do what Winston does, dive from rooftop to rooftop, use those primal rages to knock people off of the high ground so that they don't have that advantage anymore. They can't take those pot shots. They have to go lower down. You give your own teammate a huge high ground advantage. Especially when you've got players like Stormy Stormy, particularly in the beginning of the second half here, was doing so much to continuously pepper that damage in and getting a lot of really good kills. Now Bob is online as well. That's super great for contesting and doing a lot of that chip damage. And the chip damage, of course, Decaf can follow up on that. Like, they've got such a good composition here synergistically, and they're managing to keep that rolling in a way that we really were not expecting.
No, not at all. We thought this was Omni Knight's game plan, and they would be the better position to execute it effectively. But Lunettes have been so good at playing it perfectly. You can definitely see the Maverick is He's a bit, I want to say clumsy in the Winston play. There's a few moments where a sharper, better Winston wouldn't make certain mistakes, would be better positioned to get onto certain high grounds, would understand the ranges and arcs of their jumps and where the bubble goes. Those kind of details would be a little bit sharper. But he's doing an excellent job here of keeping his team in the game, and more than anything, identifying where he needs to be at any given moment in time.
All right, now we are back in the game and time continues to tick away. What adaptations will the Omni Knights make? Again, up on that high ground. Jinxie! No, slept away from the team again!
Oh, but she finds the kill. Now Token as well finds the kill onto the Maverick. So a little break was all they needed to identify what they needed to do to win this team fight. They found one. They popped the Primal Rage. They popped the Rocket Barrage. So an expensive team fight for them, but it's going to allow them to push through this choke. But there's enough time for Lunets to try and mount one last defense on the first point.
I mean, that was great coordination between Token and Jinxie. It was exactly what we've been wanting to see, but how much further can they push? There's 20 seconds left to get to that checkpoint, and the Lunettes coming back in with a Kitsune.
Lune Rush now available, popped. They look to get aggressive here on the side of the Lunettes, but Karma, he's found the target he needed to. Stormy, he's got the perk for the extra charge during overclock, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive, asleep. Finds the last hit, the sleep, not on the money there for the man named Sleep, unfortunately, but it might not matter here. Jinxie dropping low, they've lost Token here. The Ana doing an excellent job of keeping Jinxie in the fight here, but they're running out of teammates, and Decaf spots the Ana out, gets rid of them with the pulse bomb. The anti-heal is good. Jinxie, last man standing on point. The Tracer coming in, but it's not going to be enough, and EEA Lunettes even up the series.
Okay, we do indeed have a game on our hands, folks. I'm so impressed. I'm genuinely wondering, during the upper bracket earlier today, why the Lunettes were not picking into the Escort, the Hybrid, those kinds of maps, because my god, they are an impenetrable force. They are like a fortress that just cannot be, the doors are not coming down, the drawbridge is not dropping, the moat cannot be crossed. There's just nothing, it feels like, that the Omni Knights can do to get through. And this was an Omni Knights map pick as well. So the fact that the Lunettes were able to shut them out so, one-sidedly is such an impressive feat. I'm blown away by the resurgence that we've seen here.
Yeah, this is a total paradigm shift, I think, in terms of how we understand the strengths and weaknesses of these two teams. That was OK's map pick, as you said. That was OK's playstyle, as you said. And they got the job done, Lunettes, in a way that they, again, like Eichenwalde, they never looked like dropping that map at all. That's a lie. That is an absolute lie, because they got full hold on the first point almost and grinded them. So let's change the point. They showed such great resilience, Sam, to be so down on their back foot on their last push and get the job done twice on that map. It ended up not mattering. They just needed the first point to secure the win. But they looked good in a way they haven't shown us so far throughout this tournament. It's been brawl, win or lose, it's been on the brawl, and it's taken them to the grand finals. But now they're bringing a different dynamic to bear here, and it's working out excellently. Again, the question is, okay, what do you do? This is rattling, Sam, if you're Omni Knights.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, we have just had it confirmed that our next map is going to be a push map. And again, we start to think about, okay, so where is the mental at as we head into this next one? Because the Lunettes have lost this map type a little bit earlier today, and it was reasonably close. I mentioned it a couple of times, but they did manage to stop Omni Knights from pushing all the way to the end, so that in itself was somewhat of a victory. But they weren't able to, at the time. Yeah, sure. Now they've absolutely overshot.
All bets are off now. Anything
yeah, 100%. Like, we have no idea what they're going to be able to accomplish now. 2 map wins under their belt. They've got to be feeling good about that. And it's all about, don't allow the failures of the past to override the successes that you're currently riding high on. I've been so impressed with what they've done here. That brawl comp is working out for them, and I think that they can continue to move with that momentum, get themselves to a 3, get themselves to map point. What a phenomenal situation wouldn't that be if our underdogs in this can take us all the way to map and series points?
It seems likely almost at this point. The momentum is so strongly with Lunets at the moment. They've won. Eichenwalde looked untouchable on that map. Dorado, after a tough start, looked untouchable once they got the ball rolling. As we head over now to Esperanza. Thoughts on this as a push map? Probably a map with the most relevant high ground positions, maybe, in terms of push maps. But they're all kind of vaguely similar. And again, there's no reason to think that either team couldn't win on Brawl, more Brawly or more Divey compositions. So all bets are off at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, obviously every map has some element of high ground. You'll never have just like a flat map. The only place we have pure flatness is in Bloemfontein, not in an Overwatch map, unfortunately. So obviously you have to be able to navigate high ground to some extent. But I think that coming onto Esperanza, it's not as egregious as like a Dorado. And you know, even bringing that up, the fact is the Lunettes managed to navigate Dorado beautifully, despite how many high grounds there are. They actually played around that potential deficit, quote unquote, and managed to, you know, pull that into their own wheelhouse. So I would not be surprised if we see them do something similar here again. These aren't egregious high grounds. These are just like normal, regular. Some maps have some high ground. So I think that this is definitely doable.
All right. Well, back to your regularly scheduled programming. One team runs Dive, one team runs Brawl. Both teams feel confident in their comfort picks, and it's hard to say they should not feel that way given what we've seen so far. A reminder, guys, this is a best of 7, so at least 2 more maps to go here. But the team that wins this will feel confident going into the last map, especially if it's Lunets, because that'll be 3 wins on the bounce that they would have taken so far. So we'll have to wait and see what they can get done here. This is a harder map to execute on than Dorado was, though, with the dive. You don't have the advantage of very clear high ground setups, and they're allowed the Brawly composition here from Lunets be allowed to stick together a little bit better. Oh, very, very nice boop to make sure Jinxie can't get into the backline so comfortably here. Has to drop low, has to back out here just a little bit. Not sure where that Ravenous Vortex ended up. He just yeeted that one into the stratosphere here, but he's about to send a few hits into the stratosphere here. And even if Maverick doesn't get the kills, he's made so much space for Stormy to find the picks he needs to clean up the team fight. Tracer still messing around here. Token will be taken down. No Pharah from Token, and that's kind of a sign of the time, Sam.
I must admit, that was a crazy push from the Maverick to just push up onto the bridge into 3 enemy players. Like, hello, nice to see you guys. Tons of chip damage done, and that allows Stormy to come and do all of that cleanup. Beautifully executed, and now we're going to get that robot moving along on its merry way. And given how Stormy's been playing, I'm not even surprised to see that Token hasn't come out on that Pharah. Can do a lot more damage here on the low ground.
Decaf finding the pick there onto SG Flops. He's been so good on the Ana, but he's under so much pressure as things stand. Already looking to put the pressure here on the high ground again. The Brig not likely to get out of this one alive, unfortunately. Saved by the sign there for just a moment, but it's not going to keep them alive for very, very long. Long live Pain. Sent back to spawn, and the cap will be taken here. Forward spawn secured for Lunettes in what is a total domination so far.
Insane. I mean, this is such a huge difference to what we saw from them earlier today, where they in the first push they did start pushing, but they didn't manage to get checkpoints until much later in the round.
Oh, they are definitely feeling themselves at the moment, playing with confidence. But Sleep, he is sent to sleep, and not in the way the Ana does. It's in the way the Winston does, which is back to spawn. Brigitte, though, under pressure here. Nice takedown. The Sleep not on the money there. So SG Flops also likely to go down here. They have Annihilation ready to go here. First perk available, but not taken just yet by the Maverick, and he'll end up going down. So that's unfortunate. So finally, oh my god, they got so far in the meantime while we weren't watching. They're already up towards the front here. Our Omni Knights as Jinxie dropping low and sent back. So Point will start moving back, but this is a pretty good situation for Omni Knights. They can get the fight started soon.
Yeah, but look at how many ultimates Lunettes have online as well. I mean, they've got so much to fight back with. However, the pressure continues to stay on, and that robot is running its way back to the starting block. And as you mentioned, a great opportunity for the Omni Knights because Lunettes have to wait for their, reinforcements to come in. They have to wait until they can regroup.
They are here now. This is a nano-boosted monkey in the backline, though, so that's going to be a nice quick team fight win. Good finding of targets here from Jinxie, taking down one, and Kama. He's now moved on to the Cassidy to try and recreate what we saw Ryan Lecker do against Decaf here and make sure that the Tracer isn't so much of an issue, and that'll allow the Ana to have her way with things as well. But last man standing here, Maverick, even if he gets a kill here, it's not going to matter. The clock is moving. And that's going to be it here. Lunettes on the back foot all of a sudden. Omni Knights, they found their rhythm.
Highly delayed or staggered kill there as well onto the Maverick. So they have to wait for him to have to respawn. They did actually use a little bit in that last fight, so they come into this with only 2 ultimates. The beat is almost online. You better not Ajax this.
Oh, well, they'll be hoping not to. Jinxie dropping so low, but had the ultimate available to keep them alive, as now they get stuck in on the Cassidy. Stormy taken down. The pressure is here. Half HP on Jinxie, but space has been created, and Token is getting into the enemy backline. He wins the Tracer duel now. There are 2 kills up in this team fight, and they might take the lead right now. They'll need to get this cap. They'll need to wait for the bot to get its ass moving, but they'll be in the lead once it's all said and done.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Token on the low ground can get so much done here. The Pharah has been incredibly oppressive, but you can do so much more.
Kama taken down, a little bit too aggressive position. The lead is still being held by EEA Lunettes. If they can maintain this, that'll be so huge. And they've taken down Jinxie, they've taken down Token, they've taken the team fight, and now they can get the point moving back while maintaining the lead. That was such a critical team fight for EEA Lunettes.
Yeah, denying that checkpoint entirely is massive. And now the question for Omni Knights is, when do you go for the re-aggression? And it looks like Lunette's not really giving them the space to make that decision, as Jinxie is going to jump straight into the back line.
Ooh, Jinxie dropping low, though, needs to be careful. Moves back to the team and is kept healthy, but now will re-aggress into the high ground. Another excellent boop from Sleep to keep Jinxie off the squishies in the backline, or stuck up. Great job from Decaf, finding the target he needs to, and the team will now flow over the Omni Knight squad and take all the kills they need to. Token dropping low, taken down. Sleep finds 2 at the end, and the lead can now be built further by the Lunettes.
But the great thing about this team kill is that they can reform and regroup much quicker. Unfortunately, checkpoint reach, that robot is continuing to move, and the distance continues to traverse as the Lunettes now take a far more aggressive position right into the enemy team and just waiting to pop these 2 ultimates.
Yeah, Annihilation, Sound Barrier, they've got so much to work with, but it's going to be the Nano Boost that kicks things off here. Jinxie finds Slappy Daddy in the front line, and this is going to be a lot of kills. Maverick, though, he's not giving up on this. DK finds one, Maverick finds another. The Cassidy dropping low. Stormy will go down, so a couple of ult committed here for EEA Lunettes in a fight that it doesn't look like they are likely to win. Mavericks found his target. Come up, dropping low. Might have got him with the melee there, but it won't matter. He'll get on top of them eventually as Jinxie dropping low here. The Maverick will put down the Ravenous Vortex. That gives the healing if he's taken the perk, and it looks like he has. So that's going to allow them to keep healthy, keep in the fight. The reinforcements are here. A great anti-heal, but the follow-up is not there. And EEA Lunettes are standing firm once again.
All right, Omni Knights, 3 ultimates basically online here. So much. Rally could give you all the space in the world.
Ooh, the boost comes up here. So many targets here to take down, but nothing is dying just yet as the pressure continues to build. Stand up, Jinxie low, but Primal Boost at the ready. Decaf so low as well. Does he get taken down? Yes, he does. Token tracks him down, takes him down. The Pulse Bomb is there, but it's not on the money, but it's not going to matter for this team fight's result. I think they're forcing them back. Slappy Daddy taken down. The Maverick will get a consolation kill, maybe even 2, but he's not going to need the 5 needed to secure the team fight win as the bot sprints off back towards the front lines.
Oh, this is getting a little bit hairy, it feels like. All right, Lunettes losing out on that fight. Bit of a tough one, it felt like. The rally, I thought the rally wasn't going to get a ton of advantage because the Brigitte gets booped off of the high ground. But, I mean, Brigitte, in her own right, goes ahead and gets 2 kills. And that almost secures the fight for Omni Knights. So now they can push back a lot harder. But they used a lot in that fight. Into this next... They've got Railgun. They've got a lot in that ultimate just in and of itself. So if they can utilize that well, there's no way.
Kills. Blink and you'll miss it. All of a sudden, the flashing lights spell the end of this team fight. Karma down, flops down. Long Live Pain will avenge her teammates, but it's not going to be enough to secure them the team fight victory. Jinxie in the backline as well, doing so much damage, but eventually Stormy has switched onto Old Faithful here, the Reaper, and secured that kill. We'll look to get forward here. Can they find that last straggling hero? No. Nobody in picture here, but Pulse Bomb from Decaf on the money.
Nasty. I didn't even see that one coming. That was so beautifully positioned, and it gets both of them. Outrageous, and it now allows so much more push to come through, but now Jinxie caught right out in the middle of the enemy team there. A ton of chip damage, but where's the follow?
Dropping low here, a lot of players. Slappy Daddy has gone down, so the healing is a little bit more limited now. Jinxie though needs to be careful, aggressively positioned, has the primal rage though to keep themselves healthy as Diana is eating the aggression here from the Ramattra. How are they not dying? Eventually they will go down, unfortunately for Omni Knights, and it's just a minute and a half left. They're losing advantage here. Omni Knights are staring down the barrel of a 3-2 deficit here in the grand finals of Conquer the Climb.
And this is where one of the issues is coming in, you know, similar to what we saw on Control a little bit earlier. Jinxie getting very aggressive into the enemy team, but not enough backup available from the rest of their team. So Lunettes will take full advantage of an isolated Winston.
Pulse Bomb not able to find anything there. Token not securing the kills his team needs at the moment as the Coalescence comes out. Soundberry comes out, overlapping the defensive valves. Will they look to regret this? We'll have to wait and see. There's a Death Blossom in the background. Will not find any kills. Stunned up there by the rallied Brigitte. Decaf needs to be careful as well, but they don't care. They know what they need to do, and that's just make space for the car to get a move on. They've got so much time to work with here. 30 seconds left on the clock. If they lose this team fight, it's going to be a long way back for the Omni Knights, but they'll have to try and get the job done here. Aggressive movement here from the Maverick on the front line. Kama dropping low, taking down the Maverick, gets two. The Pulse Bomb in the back gets a third. Omni Knights in big trouble here. Jinxie has gone onto the ball, but it's not going to be enough to get the ball rolling here. The cart not even moving. It doesn't matter. They just need to win this team fight. 2 seconds, 1 second, game over. No, the ball gets the last touch. The respawns are here, but Lucio goes down. Long Live Pain. Not long for this world is the Maverick. He's popping off now with the Nemesis form. That's 3. Give him 4. Give him 5. The Maverick, the main man. There's the 4th one. Can he get the 5th? Give it to him. No. Decaf says, I'll have that one. They'll get the full completion, and they will take the 3-2 lead in the grand finals.
Our Lunettes are looking so much more put together than what we saw earlier today. And it feels like, so one of the big talking points we had was how they are a team that seems to lean into familiar heroes. And when you're a team that's learning and growing, you want to do that because you know that you're going to get the full value out of those heroes because you know how to play them. And in the first matchup, it kind of felt like they were struggling a little bit, struggling to coordinate really well, struggling to get the full value out of their compositions. But I kind of joked before we started the grand final where I said first series is a warm-up series. Kind of feels like maybe that was the case because they went into the second game and they looked really good against Fred. Sure, they did drop a map, but they came through it on the other side, and now they come into this grand final. The first 2 maps look a little bit dicey, but given how they're taking advantage of the small mistakes that Omni Knights are making. I think that's the big one. One of my biggest criticisms for Jinxie, it feels like when the pressure is on, they take a far more aggressive kind of attempting to be more self-sufficient, self-reliant, getting into the enemy backline, trying to take those fights, trying to almost, make hero plays. But the rest of the team isn't there to back it up. So when your tank is separated, one or two things is likely to happen. They're going to get ignored and then cleaned up later because the rest of the team doesn't have anyone to protect them, or they're going to get instantly shut down and then the rest of the team will follow because they don't have anyone to protect them. So it's one of those small things that perhaps Omni Knights need to look into because now Lunettes map and series point, baby.
Who could have thunk it? Who could have thunk that we'd be here going into map number 6, expecting the game to be over any second, but not for the Omni Knights. They came into this as the favorites. They came into this undefeated. They've lost more maps today than they ever have throughout the Conquer the Climb by a factor of infinity, because 0 times 3 is infinity, apparently. It's 0, but you get what I'm saying. And unfortunately for them, their backs are against the wall now, and they have not looked up to the task. 3 maps. I said it as we got started on Esperanza there. 3 maps in a row they've dropped. Now, if this is a best of 5, it would have been Dunzos. It would have been a reverse sweep. It would have been calling Lunettes the Conquer the Climb champions. So Omni Knights, they've got to dig deep now. They've got to ask questions. They've got to look towards Blur and Sushi Roll perhaps for some guidance on how they come back in this series, because momentum is so against them at the moment. Yes, it's 2-3. Yes, it's still very close, and yes, there's every opportunity for us to go to map number 7, but it feels like we're watching a team that's been so thoroughly defeated that it's just a formality, this final map. And what do Omni Knights do here in the next map? The issues are not obvious. It's not like you can just say, you got to shut down X, Y, and Z. This is a total domination from the Lunettes since map number 3.
Yeah. And I'm really looking forward to seeing, what our final map is going to be. So for those of you that aren't aware, because of the format and like how many map types there are in the pool, once you get to this point, you can choose any map type now, as long as the map hasn't already been played. So we could go anywhere. The options are limitless here for the Omni Knights. And the big question, and I would love to know, Blur, the coach, and obviously Sushi Roll, who's mentoring them. What is the conversation that's happening right now? Where do we go? What is that final map going to be? It's got to be something that you are undeniably comfortable on, that you are incredibly well versed in, and that you can take full domination on, because this could be the last map. This could be the end of the line for them. They need to win this one if they want an opportunity to go to that final map and to potentially, win out the whole darn thing, which they were the favorites to do. So whatever conversation is happening right now, it's going to have to be monumental. It's going to have to be damn near life-changing if they're going to reset their mental and come back into this next map with, strength and confidence.
It is going to have to be something special, and it's fascinating because this is the team with all the experience. Kama, Jinxie, Token. We're not talking about players who've been around forever, who've played the hundreds of competitive matches or anything, but compared to some of the other players in Conquer the Climb, by design, of course, they've got a lot of experience. So Jinxie especially is a player who's been around for quite some time, in and out of the community and the competitive scene, but they have been in these kinds of situations, but maybe not as high pressure as this. Of course, none of these players will have played in grand finals in Overwatch before. That's the whole idea of Conquer the Climb. Give new players opportunities to get in touch with old players and get guidance. So all of these players are experiencing something new for the first time. And as you said, it's up to guys like Blur, Ontiablo, Kuragari, or Blur and Ontiablo especially, who've been in grand finals, who've had their backs against the wall and have had to grind through victories against what is now a favored opponent. So it's going to be very, very fascinating to see the two approaches these two teams take. And we do know our map. It's going to be back to hybrid. It's going to be back to Numbani.
Another kind of high ground heavy map here, and thinking about the map geometry, I feel like the Brawl comp might not get as much value as it did on Dorado. But that being said, given how flexible Lunettes have been, and how they've done a really good job of consistently being flexible and changing up, their approaches to certain things, I think that they could actually find a way to keep that momentum rolling here, find a way to get themselves up onto those potential high grounds. My big question here is, Omni Knights, I've kind of praised their ability to adapt as well, and I want to see what their adaptation is going to be. Do they try to match this Brawl style? We saw something kind of almost akin to that on that last map. Do we see them kind of really lean into that Brawl? Are they going to maybe go for a more poke style composition? Because let's face it, the dive hasn't really been netting them the same results that they've had previously.
It's going to be fascinating to see, right? This is a map where on the first point, for sure, you feel like dive gets a ton of value, but Lunettes have had this knack of making Brawl work pretty much everywhere. It was only really Dorado Defense that they didn't run it, and Dorado Defense has a lot in common, first point defense with Numbani first point defense. So it's going to be fascinating to see, but once again, they feel like Brawl is the way forward here, and it might be tough, but they've got this knack of moving around the map so effectively and working their way towards the core of the Omni Knights team. without losing too many targets. Token, though, off the Pharah, but he's going to go into the Echo to try and match the same tempo.
Alrighty, let's get into this, folks. Map and series point here for the EEA Lunettes. Looking to drive this one home. A very familiar composition coming through from them. Token on the Echo. Okay, a little bit of a change up from the Pharah that we'd seen previously, but the ultimate has a lot of really strong potential here. I'm looking forward to seeing how they actually utilize that to their advantage.
Yeah, a duplicated ram could be so potent here in these team fights, especially when your opponents are running Brawl. Oh, that's a lot of damage potentially, but they've spotted out the Echo. Can they find the kill? No. Not able to get on that, and Jinxie having her way with the EEA Lunette side in the backline there. Kind of separated out here. The Maverick isolated away from his team here. Needs to be careful. He's got a few players behind him, or the Lucio at least, but they need to regroup and get set up here. Oh, that's dropping low here. The laser beam not able to find the target there. But will they be able to secure the kill? A nice anti-heal, but good job from the Lunettes, managing to back up and group up together one more time.
Yes, and, you know, relatively close as well, so it's not a long wait. It's not a long regroup for them. They're going to be able to re-engage relatively quickly here. Decaf's positioning could, you know, cause some serious havoc, but no, Token has already taken out Sleep.
Oh man, he takes down Decaf as well. Decaf had the jump on him there, but wasn't able to hit the shots he needed to secure the kill onto the Echo. That's going to be end of this team fight in all likelihood. Can they get out here with what they have left? Yes, they can, but it feels like being stuck up in this room, Sam, it's not doing you any favors at the moment.
Yeah, I think that the amount of high damage that's coming through from the Echo is really giving them trouble, and trying to come through this choke point where the damage is consistently thrown at them, just not managing to find a way through.
Thinks he finds another one there. This time it's Sleep who goes down. The Maverick has got across, and I think that's the plan. Try and get across so they can get up the back there and onto the high ground, but they're just getting split up every single time they attempt it, and they're not responding to Jinxie in the backline effectively enough. And these are the heroes they're trying to get to here. The Ana, the Brig on the high ground, and force them down or take them out.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of a slowdown, a little bit of a regrouping, maybe a bit of a conversation being had here. We'll see how they opt to pull back into this. They haven't managed to build up any ultimates, which is a bit of a, you know, detriment for them. And, okay, here we go. Back in the same avenue, and the ante is huge.
Yeah, the ante, the duplicate, the angry monkey. It's an expensive team fight. What? He popped the ulti? No, that was, that was the ram, the duplicated ram popping the ulti there. But that is going to be it here for this team fight. And this will do their confidence a world of good on the side of Omni Knights. They were dominated in the previous 3 maps, but now they're in firm control of map number 6.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, I mean, this is where I was worried about coming into this map, that the Brawl comp wasn't going to find the same results, because look at these choke points. Like, how are you meant to push through this? And they keep doing the same thing, man. The same thing over and over.
Well, maybe this is the chance, though. Jinxie got stepped up. She's anti-healed. She's dropped low, but she's not getting taken down. Coalescence, Annihilation, Pop. They're trying to make something happen here, but there's a Bob in the mix as well now for the Omni Knights. Stormy, he's got one. He should get that kill up there. No, he doesn't. Jinxie gets rid of Stormy before he can fire a shot here. Slept up, but not likely to get taken down. And now the big anti-heal comes through to get rid of Slappy Daddy. And again and again and again, they do the same thing. And it's just not working out for them here, the Lunettes.
I mean, I want to see Maverick back on that Winston, man. I want to see them taking that high ground control, because right now this Brawl comp is getting stopped at every single turn. They've popped the rat. Omni Knights? Okay, bit of an interesting rally, but you know what? It's about sending a message with only 10 seconds left. What can Lunettes possibly accomplish?
One kill would be a good place to start at the moment. It feels like they haven't gotten a single kill this entire point. In fact, that might actually be the case. Yeah, unfortunately, Overwatch has deigned that we cannot view the scoreboard for some reason. But unfortunately, it might be better for Lunettes right now for us not to know how badly it's going. But the bottom line is, at the end of it, they get fullest hulled on the first point of Numbani, and Omni Knights with just one more step to take before what could be a pretty impressive match point, final map, ace map, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, this is devastating, because not a single tick not a moment of control. They barely even made it out of that choke point. And it's really sad to see that a team that had been doing so well, that had managed to find form when we kind of weren't really expecting them to, that I was praising their, ability to adapt and, find chinks in the armor. They just got completely shut out by some spam damage. And that is heartbreaking. But now we've seen them full hold. Well, maybe not full hold, but we've seen them hold really, really strongly, really, really aggressively. And now they need to replicate that. Oh my God, it's a Bastion. All right, cool, fair enough. A little bit cheesy. What? No mercy to damage boost it? You know what? I don't know how I feel about this. I'll be honest, not convinced.
Okay, neither are they. Everything's messed up now. Maverick on the Hazard, Stormy on the Bastion. So this is a Hail Mary if you've ever seen one, I think, Sam. Doesn't feel like they need to do this, but they have to full hold here to force a draw. And just to remind, it is a first to 7, so if they draw this, we just move to the next map. First to 4, sorry. So if they draw this, then we just go to the next map until one team has 4 wins. They do get that opening kill though. Decaf with the Hazard working together to get Jinxie out of the game. That's a pretty good way to start against this particular composition.
I mean, I'm loving this. This is the first time that I actually get to cast Hazard. So very cool for me. We'll see if, how much we actually get from this. We're gonna have to hold for a really, really long time, and now Jinxie already in the mix.
Wall's so good, but not able to keep them going. Bastion, though, positioned here, shooting down the alleyway here, not able to find any kills, but doing plenty of damage for the time being. But Jinxie in the backline here, is the healing there? No, he's in the bubble, and I think he's going to go down. Stormy taken out by the monkey, and now they move forward. A huge anti-heal both ways, but it's Jinxie who comes out on top. Nap time, a rest well earned, you'd have to say, and that's going to be it for map number 6. Omni Knights with the most dominant performance you'll see on a hybrid map, secure their place in the final map. A best of 7 maps. What more could you ask for, Sam?
We are going the absolute distance. I did ask for it, and our teams have delivered. Definitely going to have a very short turnaround time for the next tournament later this evening. But you know what? We're here for it. It's a ton of fantastic Overwatch. I'm a little bit sad I didn't get to see much of the Hazard. It was over before we even had a chance. I wasn't convinced about the Bastion. I was correct, unfortunately. And I mean, it's a last-ditch attempt. It's one of those, well, we got to throw something against the wall and hope that something sticks. And given how strong that first hold was, I didn't really think that there was going to be much opportunity to replicate those results. So it is unfortunate for the Lunettes, but it's not the end of the road. Obviously now it's a tied up game, and no matter how you look at it, we head to another map and series point. And honestly, I don't know how to call it at this point. Lunettes had a phenomenal 3 back-to-back map streak, and to have it ended in such a dominant fashion could be a bit of a tilter.
Good, but it does mean that the final map pick goes to Lunettes. So they get to choose where the final battle is, and they have chosen New Junk City. Is it time, Sam, for the lore bonus to bring back the Queen on her home turf and brawl it out once again? They started there. Can they end there? But this time with a different result. We'll have to wait and see. But New Junk City, Brawl Central. This is a good pick, I think, from the perspective of Lunettes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing how it actually does pan out. And I love that our turnaround time for this is going to be super quick as well. Sometimes teams take a little bit of a break, but I think that right now they're pumped. They're like, you know what? We're getting to the end of this. We want to finish this. There's no time for breaks. There's no time for nonsense. We want to jump in and really, put on a solid performance. So I'm really looking forward to this final map up. The fact that it's a flashpoint does give me a few concerns, because obviously our previous flashpoint, while Lunettes were able to get one map off of it, it was still a pretty dominant 3-1. So given the resurgence that they've had, and the fact that in that last map they got kind of stomped. Like, where does your mental sit at this point as we come into yet another flashpoint? How does how do you maintain mental stability to come into this and still be able to fight back?
I mean, that's part of where your mentors come in, right? That hand on the shoulder to say everything's going to be okay. You guys are the best team in the world, and you're going to win this comfortably. But honestly, getting this far for both teams, but Lunets especially, I think is a victory in itself. I think you'll be so proud of how far you were able to come, how well you were able to do to take Omni Knights, who haven't dropped the map at any point throughout the tournament, all the way to map number 7. So New Junk City, brawl for one team, brawl for the other team. Different dynamics on each team, but I love to see Decaf on the May. This first point especially, May can really thrive. So it's going to be a question of if they can cut Jinxie off from the rest of the squad and take advantage of the map control that May provides.
I love it. I mean, I'm a big May fan. So, and we saw how well Decaf used that a little bit earlier today in any event. So I think that there's some good potential here for that one. Just a bit. Obviously, we've got a little bit of a tech issue here as one of our players is disconnected. So we'll get into this as soon as humanly possible. I do like that we're going brawl for brawl here. I like that Omni Knights... I think that the Pharah would still have worked out really well for them. But again, Stormy's been a bit of a thorn in the side. But with Stormy on the Reaper here, I wonder if we see a change up or if Token continues with this Genji. Because the Genji can get a lot done, even against a Reaper. And I think that, Omni Knights have looked so good so far in this series. This is a great opportunity for them to kind of dig deep and reach forward. I'm also looking forward to the Ramatra battle because... we know that it's a favored tank pick for Maverick, and we know that Jinxie has been really kind of favoring the Winston to an extent. Obviously, they've played a lot of the Ramatra. I'm not going to say that, hasn't been playing it, doesn't know what they're doing, but it's cool to actually get to see them play off against one another, like stand off toe to toe, and which one is going to come out on top.
Yeah, we wait with bated breath here for Sleep to rejoin here. Hopefully he does rejoin, because wouldn't that just be the absolute worst way to end what has been such an amazing match? But I'm sure he'll be back in just a moment. Yeah, I think I'm really... I feel good about Lunets here, man. It feels like if I'm them, I'm coming into this map with serious confidence. Yes, we got Darmstadt on Numbani. That happens. Numbani first point goes like that sometimes. And you look at that and you say, you know what? That's fine. That was one map. It happened. If they were going to win any map, it was going to be that one, right? So you come into this one, it's your map pick. It's your play style that you've been so good at, and you run it as well you could. The only concern is that if it doesn't work, if they get on the back foot, they have nowhere to fall back on. Whereas you look at Omni Knights, they'll probably feel like this is the best comp for the situation, but we've got our comfort comp still in the locker if this doesn't work. And that's kind of an interesting dynamic to just keep in the back of our mind going forward.
Yeah, actually, that's a really solid point. We talk about how comfort picks can really help out when you are a developing team. And so to know that you can still fall back on that. But I think that the big thing here, and this is one of the major things for Overwatch, is it comes down to that timing. You see, it's a very unique thing to be able to change your hero mid-game. We know that. But, to change a hero in the dying embers of a round, unless it's one of those cases of you're changing to like a Lucio, a Genji, a Tracer to stall because you're in overtime, fair enough. But when you're still trying to actively win and do so in a dominant fashion, at what point is too late to get the full value out of those heroes? And I love that, coming into Overwatch 2, they allowed it that when you change your hero, you keep some of your ult charge, because that made it so difficult back in Overwatch 1. You never wanted to swap off. You're like, but I have my ultimate, and it's like, So how do you weigh up those two things and come to the correct conclusion? But again, it comes down to that timing. When is that last second to be able to maintain that advantage despite the fact that you've now changed your hero?
Yeah, and it's made a little bit worse by the fact that the perks also get tracked individually on each hero. So yes, there's a catch-up mechanic so that you don't lose as much like with the ultimates, but it kind of encourages you to work on a single hero throughout a map. So we'll have to see how flexible teams end up being, but it feels to me a lot like whoever comes out on top of this first team fight is really going to set the tempo well. If you can kind of dominate this first team fight, it's immediately going to put your opponents on the back foot. Obviously, that's kind of an obvious and inane thing to say, but more so here for Lunettes. I think if they can dominate Omni Knights in this first point, that's going to start to put the doubt in Omni Knights in terms of how well they can run this RAM composition, and they might look to start thinking about switching comps. And when you put that doubt in the mind, you need to be sharp on executing on these role compositions, and it can be really tough to not have it work that way. But I think the first point is really tough for Pharah. It's not really a great space for Pharah to operate. That might be why we see Token coming out on the Genji. As we move throughout the rest of New Junk City, we might see him switch onto the Pharah a little bit more. But that being said, the Pharah has not been the panacea for all of Omni Knight's woes. It's been dealt with expertly by Stormy, especially on the hit scan, be it the Ashe, be it the Cassidy. He's done an excellent job of shutting down the Pharah and making sure his team has space to work with. And the question now is, for me, twofold. A, how does Omni Knights operate around Jinxie's Winston if they do end up going that way? And B, how does the Lunette squad keep Jinxie from getting value on that Winston? Because that was a big difference maker, I think, when you compare the Esperanza map and how they dealt with Jinxie on the Winston versus the Lijiang Tower map right at the start. It was night and day, and it was a big part of why they looked so dominant later on in the series. But we are pretty much ready to go here, I think. We're just finalizing a few things, and we head into map 7. You know, we're just pausing to let the what's the word I'm looking for? Let the tension build a little bit, and we'll get into this just as soon as we're ready.
Yes, a tension pause, my favorite kind of pause. We did just have a player with some issues, but that does seem to have been sorted out now. So they're getting back into the lobby, they're readying up, and we should be diving into our final map any second now. And as you said, right, the tension is building. I think, you know, once we got through those first two maps, everyone kind of checked out. It was like it's just going to be a repeat of earlier today. And then suddenly the Lunettes get like 3 maps in a row, and you're like, whoa, okay, got a game on our hands here. And then we get to the final map, everybody's kind of edge of their seats, and then we take a pause. And I think that everyone possibly hates us at this point. But that's okay, because it wasn't a long one. We're going to dive straight back in. Remember, folks, this is the Conquer the Climb Grand Final, and it is our final map between Lunettes and Omni Knights. Winner take all. Loser, I don't know, gets a gold star.
Loser made it to the finals of this tournament.
Loser made it to the finals.
And Omni Knights will feel like they were so dominant throughout. They'll be so disappointed to lose, but they will feel like they were the strongest team in this tournament. And Lunettes will feel like they overcame the strongest team in the tournament. And, you know, by that metric, they are the strongest team in the tournament. So both of these teams, I think, will come out of this positively. You always hope that to be the case. But there was so much going for both teams here that I think you'll be happy with. We do finally have both teams barreling towards each other here, looking to set up this first engagement. Jinxie on the Ram versus the Maverick on his own Ram as they look to find a way forward. There's the bubble to get the speed boost on, trying to push them forward here. Neither team winning this one out. A little bit of extra HP though available for Jinxie and the rest of her team. They are fighting into the Reaper. Stormy moving aggressively, looking to put the pressure on the Jinxie, but not able to find this kill just yet. The healing is good. The Brigitte giving them healthy. TP across, Sleep somehow finds the kill on the backline, and now they look to move forward here. Need to be careful. The Juno dropping low, but they have lost the Reaper in the meantime. 1 hit, 2 hits, there we go. Juno taken down, but they've lost both DPS here, have Lunettes. Can they kill this Brigitte? That could be key for winning the team fight, and they do just that. Might find Token as well. Yes, they can. Slappy Daddy putting the team on his back, and elimination comes out. First team fight, getting the job done here. And they find any more. Jinxie dropping low. No, the Maverick wins this one out. He's not near his ultimate, but he's the one who's going to come out on top of this team fight. You know, kills don't mean everything. It's all about winning the team fight, and Omni Knights forced back here for the first cap.
Honestly, I was a little bit concerned with how Maverick was like kind of hard focusing in on that Juno, but the fact that they're able to get that kill, regroup with the rest of the team, and continue to go ahead and win the team fight, very well played. Bit of a misplay from the Omni Knights, though, not taking advantage.
Oh, that's just big. Good reflect there, keeps the team alive, you'd have to say, as now they move forward here. The Juno getting cut off a little bit here. This might be an opportunity for kills. You can see Maverick dropping, pops the Annihilation to keep alive. They pop the sound barrier as well to keep the Maverick alive, but the pressure is there from Slap Daddy. Another double kill for the Moira. Had such a quiet series so far, but showing up when it matters most.
That's a great start here for the Lunettes, up to almost 70% already. The Omni Knights struggling to find a way in, have barely managed to touch this point now coming in for a recontest, and Maverick just keeps fighting them out.
He's forcing them back here. No ulti available for him, but they are coming up towards the Death Blossom. There's a Blizzard somewhere. Here it is on the point, freezing them up. Not been able to find anything though in Token. He's in the background. He's found 1, 2. Can he find a third? Doesn't even matter. Might Token dropping low here, but no. Job done here for him. Yes, he'll go down, but I think he's made enough space for his team. Kama comes in. Pop the overclock as well. So an expensive team night for the Omni Knights, and they didn't cap the point. Lunettes got the cap done.
No shot, bro. What a waste of a team fight, because they used 2 ultimates into that. They don't have them into this next one. Lunettes will take that into the bank every day of the week, and now they come into this with another ultimate. That Death Blossom hadn't been pulled on the ripcord.
That is so sad. Oh, that is a mental exploder right there if you are Omni Knights, but you have to put it behind you. You have to move forward now, but it's going to be hard to do that when Dekov's getting headshots from across the map here. Token dropping low as well. A good Juno ultimate. The Orbital Ray will keep the team healthy. Can they find the kills? Yes, they can. Jinxie with a quick double here. There is the Death Blossom available, but Stormy not going to pop that one into this losing fight here. That's 4 players down. Slap Daddy, the last lady standing, will be taken down by Token. So you put that previous point behind you and you work towards the next one.
To make the same mistakes twice. This time they do cap that point, and in a pretty dominant fashion. But I'm glad that Stormy didn't actually pull the trigger on that Death Blossom, because that fight was more than likely a lost fight anyway, and they pulled out a couple of ultimates in it. So now they get to pull back into this next fight with that available, and so close to another annihilation.
Oh, that's a lot of damage though. Stand up here. They forced out the rally, but Jinxie, she's already found sleep in the backline. That might be a team fight over, especially with Stormy going down. Still holding on to that Death Blossom, but Kama, he's popping off. And it's been such clean team fights here from the Omni Knights that they're just building more and more ultis up here. So they wasted all those ultis, but it might not even end up mattering here on the second point.
But Lunettes are going to come into this next fight with like 5 ultimates online. So that's a pretty big boon for them. However, this is potentially lost fight territory. If they lose this fight, they will lose this point.
Oh, Ravenous Vortex, so good. They're not going to get the touch here. Oh, they know they're not. It is team fight over. Get out, back out, and regroup, because this point is Danzo's. Good work from the Lunettes, not losing a player, but they do throw the Coalescence away. So both teams, slight blunders at the end of that, but it was an excellent Ravenous Vortex to prevent Sleep from getting through onto the point.
I mean, that's great for Omni Knights to have pulled that Coalescence out and to not allow them to have that into that next fight. But still, 4 ultimates online, yeah, including the beat. And that, of course, can be a huge difference maker. But will it be early or will it be towards the end of the fight here?
Too many ults, actually. They do have the Dragon Blade, so they'll be hoping that they can hold the beat to counter that out. Then Stormy is in the backline. He's found 2. They forced the overclock here, but it's not going to be enough. The May on the point here needs to be careful. So too does Kama, though, and he will get taken down. The Maverick comes round to avenge his fallen teammates, and that's going to be it. Good control here for the Lunettes, and an excellent clean team fight in terms of ult usage as well.
Yeah, just the 1 ultimate there creates quite a lot of space, and then the cleanup comes through beautifully. But now Omni Knights, it's their turn to re-engage with 2 very big ultimates. Dragon Blade is available, but there is still a beat, and that's going to be so important. They need to either isolate the Lucio and get him down as quickly as possible, or pop this blade early.
Tough call to make, but both the Rams have popped in action. Here we go. Lucio under pressure. Is he going to beat up? No, he isn't. He gets taken down instead. The Dragon Blade ready to be popped now, but not going to be used. He's dropping so low. Does he get taken down? Yes, he does, but it shouldn't matter. Jinxie getting the better of the Annihilation trade there, and that's going to be it for this team fight. EA Lunettes force back. Omni Knights back in control.
I think that was a great call from Token because so they put Sleep under heavy pressure to try to bait that beat out, but Sleep doesn't use it. And Token's like, well, I'm not going to use my ultimate now because they've lost their healer and we're already dominating the fight, so it's kind of a waste. So now he can have this for the next fight just to delay that potential flip over even longer.
The threat of the beat is worth more than the beat itself at the moment. It feels like when it comes to Dragon Blade, they do pop that and there's the beat to counter that out. So that went exactly how we expected it. Oh, he stepped into the blizzard there, but won't get taken down. Jinxie dropping low under pressure, but not taken down. In fact, a lot of red players on such low HP here. Jinxie will find Decap, the first kill, going the way of Omni Knights, and then it's just a matter of cleanup now. So much damage being done to the Lunettes backline, and the job will get done here. 72% on the clock. Omni Knights in the driver's seat here on the third point.
Oh man, for the Lunettes, this is starting to be kind of heartbreak territory as it looks like we could get that second cap over. I don't know if there's anyone around to touch. Stormy is close by. Yeah, so he can TP up at the last second, but where's the rest of his team? Nah, they're just going to give it up. And I think that's the right call to make here. But now Stormy's going to have to somehow back out. Oh, he's going to get in behind them maybe? That could be a devastating blow.
Could be. We've got this point here under the dome on the right-hand side, and it's going to be Lunettes who get set up on point first. So if the point gets dragged out, they could get a quick cap and clean things up or start to get the point ticking. But Stormy here in the backline. Got an opportunity, but he's been spotted out. He's going to have to bail, I think, and he'll get back to his team without too much consternation. Oh, but they do take down S2 Flops in the meantime. Maverick popping off here. He's got the Annihilation going. They need to get rid of Kama. He does get rid of Kama. The wall cuts him off from his own team here a little bit, but it's not going to be a problem because Jinxie has been dealt with in their backline. So Lunettes, it'll be them once again who gets the first cap here on point number 4.
Oh, it's a great start, and they still have 2 ultimates that they can use into that next fight, so a lot to kind of play with here, but we're getting into a dangerous position. Losing this point, I mean, that's it. That's end of the game. That's, you know, nothing more can be done at that point, so they have to play so safe, and they're taking so much early damage.
The wall, it goes down, but Maverick is dropping low. Jinxie low as well. Stormy gets the up off. He should get at least one. He does indeed, but is that going to be enough to win this team fight? They have popped the Annihilation here. The Maverick looking to put the pressure on, just putting damage down with the order, and he gets Jinxie as well. That should be good enough for the team fight W. 50% up on the clock. It's getting pretty hairy here on the 4th point for Omni Knights.
That's amazing because they draw out 2 ultimates that get literally 0 value. So now there's nothing for Omni Knights into this next fight, and Lunettes can afford to get a little bit more aggressive because they know they have a beat and a blizzard.
And they shouldn't get aggressive though, because this is where they want to operate. They want to force them through here and wall them off. Jinxie trying to bait the wall. She doesn't bait it effectively, but Stormy, he gets blown up without even an eye on him. As I think it might be really, really tough, but they've got to get to point here. 97% on the clock. Is anybody touching? No, they're not. Once again, Omni Knights not able to get a body on the point, and that'll be another free cap for EA Lunettes as we head to point 5 on map 7.
Oh, it couldn't get any closer. And I feel like Lunettes, yes, they throw quite a bit into that final engagement, but it wins them the point. And ultimately, that's your most important thing, to keep that ticking over, to keep making sure that you are in this game. Now, this is the end, folks. One more point, one more little sliver that needs to get pushed through in order to take us to the end of this series. Just a couple of team fights is all it comes down to.
This is a lot of damage pushed through that chokehold here. They got the overclock, but they're fighting through 2 support ultimates here. The sound barrier, the coalescence, the damage is good. Long Live Pain goes down. Lunettes in control, but they're losing a lot of HP on the character. Sleep dropping low under pressure. The overclock is good, and they take him down. 3 kills to the good here for the Omni Knights as they look to clean things up. Decap finds Flops, but he's not likely to get out of this with anything else. Maverick is still alive somewhere. No, taken down. First cap goes the way of the Omni Knights. They're in control.
Oh, and things were looking so good for the Lunettes. They took out the Brigitte. They took out so much early on in that fight, but Omni Knights restabilized beautifully. Token is so close to another blade, and Sleep has no sound barrier. That is devastating. If Sleep can't build that up, then this could be clean up central. There's only maybe 2 team fights left if Lunettes can't cap the point.
Oh man, pushing through this choke is so dangerous, but they get through and they've got the Annihilation at the ready. The Maverick, should he choose to commit it here, and he does now. But Token, he's found Sleep already. He'll find the other support as well. That's no healing available. 54% already on the clock. Yes, Maverick might find the Juno, but he's not going to, in fact. And this might be a disaster for Lunettes. They need to lose this fight and get out there, commit the Blizzard. They feel like they need to win this, but it's not going to work for them. 75% already built up. Can anyone even get the touch here for Lunettes?
I mean, this is probably the last fight, unless there's some crazy stagger that's going to come through. Maverick has only just respawned, and we are on 91%. We still have Juno Ultimate. There's an Annihilation that's nearly online. Lunettes, what do you do?
They touch just barely, but that's both healers down. It's all said and done here for the Red Squad. Nobody's even going to touch, and that's going to be it here. After so much back and forth, after so much hard-fought battles from these two teams, at the end of it all, when it's all said and done, Omni Knights come up on top. The result we expected, Sam, but not the way we expected it.
Absolutely not. I love that the Lunettes really put on a show for us here. They fought so hard to stay in this as long as humanly possible, took it down literally to the wire, the absolute edge of reality, and in the final hurdle, unfortunately, they stumble. And Omni Knights, well, this was a well-deserved win. It wasn't one of the easy wins they had throughout this tournament. They were pushed to the very brink. And, you've got to hand it to them. The fact that they could have such an easy run and still be able to maintain their composure even when they're suddenly being pushed in ways that they hadn't been before. Honestly, all the props. Well done to them. A very well-deserved and hard-fought win.
So congratulations to the Omni Knights, the champions of the Conquer the Climb season. Credit has to go to all the players, not just the 5 who took part in this match for the Omni Knights, but all the subs they used, and of course their mentors, Blur and Sushi Roll. I'm sure was sweating it out wherever they were watching from, praying that their team would be able to pull it out, and they did in the end. They made a good go of it though, Lunettes. Credit as well to their additional players, Leilu and who was it? Time has something Time, Hands of Time. We didn't end up seeing in the playoffs, but would have helped them get to the position they were in, and of course to their mentors, Ontiablo and Kuragari, for helping them get this far. But that's it, guys. Conquer the Climb. After many, many steps, after much journeying, after much pain, but also much joy, we find our way to the end with the Omni Knights as our champions. As I said before, the result we expected, but not the way we expected it. But before we sign off, guys, for our grand finals here, Sam, we have so much footage to choose from. We've seen so much of all 10 of these players. Who stood out to you as our MVP?
Oh, that's always such a difficult one, particularly in this one because it was so ridiculously close. So generally I would choose an MVP from the winning team, and in that regard I would probably give it to Token, but I have to give some special mention, I feel like, to the enemy team, to Stormy, who really stepped up incredibly, kind of went toe-to-toe with Token, in fact. So if I have to choose one MVP, then of course it will be Karma, but I have to give props to Stormy as well.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree. I think you're hard-pressed to pick one player who stood out. I mean, you think back to near the beginning, SG Flops and Iana was excellent on Lee Jang Tower, especially, and so often we'd cut to the Maverick or someone taking a nap. But the same is true on both teams. Both teams had excellent honors. But at the end of it all, you're giving it to Karma. Stalwart on the Sojourn, an excellent performer, it has to be said. And credit, of course, you've got to give it up for the main tanks, both of them. Tips of the spears for their teams, kind of deciding what compositions they were going to play in terms of the heroes that they were playing, and doing so excellently at different times. But at the end of it all, Omni Knight's just too strong. But that's going to be it, guys. But you're in luck. If you thought, God damn it, that was so sick, I wish I had more Overwatch to watch. I wish I had more South African teams and players to to keep me entertained on this Sunday evening. Well, don't go anywhere. In about 100 years, we'll be back for the next match. I won't say how long, because we don't know how long we've got here to take a break, but we will be, okay, it'll be about 30 minutes. So at about 8:30, 20 to 9, we'll hop on again for another match of the summer series. So teams you'll be more familiar with perhaps, but it should be fun nonetheless. But it's been a pleasure, guys. Conquer the Climb, an awesome initiative. Thank you so much to the Peach for putting this all together. If you love what he's done, if you love everything, the graphics, the tournament structure, the initiative, the idea behind it, it's all down to Peach. So please give him all the love in the world for the tournament he's put together. Big thanks to all of our mentors. Big thanks to all of the players who took part, of course, to the casters, to the producers, lobby hosts, everyone. And of course, thanks to ACGL as well for allowing us to use their platform to run this tournament, and Kaiser as well for facilitating and organizing, helping with organization as well. So always a lot of moving parts in these tournaments, so please don't hesitate to give your goodwill to anybody who you think deserves it. So that's going to be it from us, guys. It's been a pleasure. Congratulations once again to the Omni Knights. Don't forget to follow us at ZA Overwatch for all your Overwatch needs, at ACGL _ZA maybe on Twitter, whatever theirs is, at the Peach, it's at African Gaming, I think.
African Esports.
African Esports, there you go. For any esports in South Africa, they've got their fingers in many different pies. Sam and I know quite well. And of course at the Peach ZA on Twitter as well, if you want to keep up with everything he's doing, tournaments like these, casting, production, all those kind of things. That's going to be it from us, guys. If you are keen, which I know you all are, we'll see you again in half an hour. But congratulations for the Omni Knights, champions of the Conquer the Climb tournament.